Welcome to my channel. In my channel, you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Reborn as an invincible young hero, I conquer all realms. Part 1. There were no bells, no ceremonies. On his 18th birthday, Marcus was taken directly into the trial arena. The metal doors closed behind him, and the light of the star overhead filtered through the dome in a cold white layer. His father, Tyrus, and mother, Raisa, were already standing in the center of the arena. There was no conversation. Tyrus only said 3 words: survive. The moment the words landed, Raisa had already vanished from where she stood. Marcus didn't even have time to blink. Relying purely on the instincts honed from living on Viltrum for 18 years, he shifted his body to the side. A finger strike grazed his neck, tearing the air and slicing a bloody line into his skin with its air pressure. Before he could steady himself, Tyrus's fist already filled his entire field of vision. There was no room to dodge. Marcus crossed his arms and took the hit head on. Boom! His body flew backward like a cannonball, smashing into the alloy wall of the arena and creating a human-shaped crater 3 meters in diameter. A sharp pain from his arm bones signaled a fracture. Tyrus didn't give him a moment to catch his breath. His figure followed closely, raining down blow after blow. The wall collapsed, and metal fragments scattered everywhere. Marcus was embedded in the wall, each punch feeling like a mountain pressing down on him. The hairline fractures in his arms spread into a web, and he could hear the sound of bones shattering inside. He gritted his teeth and held on. His gaze crossed over Tyrus's shoulder, and he saw Raisa. His mother was cutting in from his father's right, her figure skimming the ground like a shadow. Her target was his exposed left ribcage. 3 bones had already been fractured there by Tyrus's heavy blows. Standard parental coordination. Frontal suppression, flank assassination. He had seen this tactic countless times over 18 years, but he had never experienced it firsthand. Too fast. Raisa's finger strike broke through the air, piercing into the area below his left ribs. Her fingertips penetrated skin and muscle, driving into his abdominal cavity. Fresh blood gushed out along her wrist, scalding hot. This was exactly what Marcus had been waiting for. He didn't scream, nor did he instinctively dodge. His left arm clamped down hard, locking his mother's arm tightly within his own body. Raisa's pupils contracted slightly. She tried to pull her hand back, but she couldn't. At the very same moment she attempted to break free, Tyrus's right fist smashed down again, aiming straight for Marcus's skull. Marcus didn't try to block his father's strike. His right hand reached over his mother's pinned shoulder, meeting his father's fist head-on. Fist against fist. Boom! The sound of bone fractures exploded from both their knuckles simultaneously. 3 of Tyrus's fingers on his right hand were dislocated, and the momentum of his punch was forcibly deflected by half a beat. Just that half beat. Marcus released his left arm, kicked Raisa in the chest, sending her flying, and immediately lunged at Tyrus. He grabbed the knuckles that had split during their collision with his left hand and twisted hard. Accompanied by the crisp sound of dislocating bones, 3 of Tyrus's fingers were dislocated on the spot, and his right hand temporarily lost its combat effectiveness. Tyrus didn't retreat. His left fist swung in from the side, aiming straight for Marcus's temple. Marcus didn't block. The fist struck his left skull, and the sound of cracking bone exploded inside his head. His vision went black for a moment, and a sharp ringing filled his ears. But he didn't fall. Leveraging that lateral impact, he ducked his body, slipped under Tyrus's arm, and crashed directly into his father's chest. He was close enough to smell the scent of blood on him. His right hand's fingers hooked into Tyrus's shattered eye socket, his nails digging into the bone fissures, and he pressed hard. Tyrus finally let out a muffled grunt, his body instinctively arching backward. Marcus didn't give him a chance to pull away. He hooked his right leg around his father's knee, exerted force, and flipped Tyrus to the ground. He turned his body, mounted his chest, raised his right fist, and smashed it down into that already collapsed eye socket. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each punch landed in the exact same spot. The eye socket collapsed completely, the eyeball was crushed and deformed by bone fragments, and blood splattered all over his face. A sound of wind breaking came from behind him. It was Raisa returning. She didn't choose a frontal assault. Marcus felt her fingers lock onto his left shoulder from behind, her fingertips digging into the hollow above his collarbone, pulling back violently. She wanted to drag him off Tyrus. Marcus didn't resist the pull. He released Tyrus, used the momentum of the pull to spin around violently, and swept his right elbow out with the centrifugal force of the turn. The tip of his elbow struck Race's temple. A dull thud. Race's head was knocked to the side, her pupils contracting for an instant. Her fingers loosened from his shoulder. Marcus didn't give her a chance to recover. He lunged forward, opening his mouth to bite down on her right wrist as she thrust it out again. His teeth pierced through skin, through fascia, and bit into the bone. Raisa let out a muffled grunt. Her left hand finger strike aimed for his exposed neck, her fingertips breaking the air, heading straight for his carotid artery. Marcus tilted his head. The finger strike grazed the side of his neck, tearing open a wound deep enough to see bone. He didn't let go. He bit down hard on her right wrist, locked his hands onto her forearm, and exerted force in the opposite direction. His teeth pressed down, his hands twisted upward. The bones creaked under the dual force, the sound becoming sharper and more intense. Snap. The wrist broke. Race's right wrist hung at an impossible angle. She finally let out a very low grunt and took 2 steps back. Marcus released his bite and spat out the blood in his mouth. Some was hers, and some was his own, dripping from the side of his neck. He didn't pursue. A heavy sound came from behind him. Tyrus stood up. His face was covered in blood. His right hand, with its 3 broken fingers and crushed eye socket, hung at his side, and his one good left eye stared at Marcus. Raisa cradled her ruined right wrist, standing a few steps away. Her nasal bridge was collapsed, and blood flowed from her nostrils over her lips, dripping onto the ground. No one spoke. Marcus locked eyes with his father. Blood flowed from his brow bone over the corner of his eye, blurring half his vision. The wound in his abdomen was still oozing blood, and the broken bones in his left ribcage stabbed into his muscles with every breath. His knuckles were completely shattered, and his left hand couldn't be raised above his shoulder after taking dozens of punches head-on. But he stood very steadily. Tyrus looked at him for a long time. Then he said, "Enough." Raisa turned around first, cradling her wrist, and walked toward the exit. Tyrus followed behind her. There were no congratulations, no acknowledgement. The metal doors opened and then closed. Only Marcus remained in the arena. He looked down at his hands. His knuckles were shattered, and his fingertips were still dripping blood, some splashed from his father's eye socket, some stained from his mother's wrist. He clenched that shattered fist. Bone fragments grated against each other, the pain sharp as a knife. He didn't frown once. In his past life, he died saving others. In this life, he would survive. Just then, a semi-transparent virtual panel appeared out of thin air, visible only to him. This was his exclusive cheat that had come with his rebirth. Not only could it record his potential progress, but it also possessed a special enhancement effect. During high-intensity combat and training, it accelerated the excavation of his body's potential, boosting his attribute growth rapidly. Because of this, his cultivation and breakthrough speed far outpaced that of ordinary Viltrumites of the same age. Super Strength. Level 3 Right Pointing Arrow Level 4 3%. Super Durability. Level 3 Right Pointing Arrow Level 4 15%. Super Mental Power. Level 3 Right Pointing Arrow Level 4 48%. Super Speed. Level 3 Right Pointing Arrow Level 4 5%. 3 days later, Marcus walked out of the medical pod. Regenerative treatment had repaired his body, but the memories of the battle were etched into every fiber of his being. He received the white uniform of an imperial conqueror. From this moment on, he officially became an imperial warrior. 7 days after receiving his imperial uniform, the military department's transfer order arrived on Marcus's personal terminal. Mission number KF-327, target is a fringe planet. The native civilization is in the early stages of atomic energy, lacking interstellar travel capabilities and orbital defense systems. The assessment report simply read, "No threat, conquer the planet." Mission: solo operation. The rest of the briefing scrolled across the terminal, atmospheric composition, gravity coefficients, and known coordinates of civilization settlements. Marcus took a glance, memorized everything, and then turned off the screen. There was nothing to pack in his dormitory. He put on his white imperial uniform, fastened the airtight locking rings at his glove cuffs, and walked out the door. The military corridor was as quiet as ever. Occasionally, an officer would pass by, but no one looked at him. Viltrumites do not make small talk. The single-pilot ship was docked at the flank berth of the third launch port. It was a small ship, narrow and long, with a hull of the standard dark gray used for Viltrumite warships. The interior of the cabin was just enough for one person, a folding bed fixed to the bulkhead, a life support panel, and a projection screen. There was no superfluous furniture. Marcus sat in the pilot's seat. The ship's AI began to broadcast the flight path parameters. He listened while manually checking the energy distribution table on the navigation panel. The launch port's guide lights turned from white to green, and the airtight door slowly opened. Blinding starlight flooded into the cabin, immediately filtered by the bulkheads into a soft, pale light. The single-pilot ship detached from the berth and slid into the flight path. Before the faster-than-light jump, the target planet was just a speck of light the size of a needle point. Marcus leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The jump lasted for 3 full days. The ship's AI woke him up on time. The outline of the target planet appeared on the projection screen, exactly as described in the briefing. Azure oceans, brownish lands, and wisps of thin clouds floating above. This frontier planet orbited in solitude, and its orbit was so clean that almost no debris could be seen. Marcus maneuvered the warship into low orbit and engaged the autopilot. He walked toward the airtight door at the stern of the ship and entered the opening command. The hatch opened in response, and the cabin air vented directly into the icy vacuum. The life support system sounded a short alarm, which he shut off with a single key press. He stood at the edge of the hatch, with the winding horizon ahead and only the faint light of the cabin behind him. With a push, he detached from the warship and plummeted toward the planet. The edge of the atmosphere unfolded beneath him. He adjusted his posture, head down, arms tucked at his sides, cutting into the atmosphere like a precision-guided shell. Relying solely on his physical body to withstand the frictional heat, the air in front of him was violently compressed, forming a snow-white shock cone. He passed through the ionosphere, mesosphere, and stratosphere, with clouds tearing and churning beside him. When he descended to 3,000 meters, he saw smoke. It wasn't the uniform gray of industrial exhaust. It was thick, black pillars of smoke rising from the direction of the coastline, spreading into dirty gray clouds high in the sky. Below the clouds, a city-sized complex of buildings was burning. He pierced through the last layer of clouds and landed on the edge of the burning city. Low-rise concrete buildings and nuclear power plant cooling towers came into view one after another, with the wreckage of primitive aircraft discarded everywhere along the streets. The civilization here remained at the atomic energy stage, and nuclear fusion was far out of reach. But the signs of destruction seemed eerie. The destruction from a nuclear explosion would be radial, but the buildings here looked as if they had been torn apart by immense force. Concrete walls cracked easily, internal steel bars were twisted and tangled, all snapped. What caused all this was not an explosion, but absolute brute force. There were huge blade marks left on the ground. The marks were several meters deep, spanning 3 city blocks. The asphalt road surface at the edges of the blade marks had been melted by high heat, cooling into a pitch-black, glassy layer. A biological scent he had never encountered drifted in the air, acrid and pungent, like the body odor of a reptilian creature magnified 1,000 times. Marcus stood beside the blade mark. His boot was not even 1/10 the width of the mark. He walked along the marks toward the city center. The closer he got to the core area, the denser the destruction. Entire buildings were overturned by the roots, their foundations pointing skyward. A streetcar had been crushed into an iron pancake and deeply embedded in the road surface. There were very few corpses along the way. Most residents had clearly fled before the disaster struck. The occasional remains found were all killed by collapsing buildings, not by direct attacks. This monster did not feed on life, it simply completely ignored everything beneath its feet. Marcus finally saw the target in the city's central square. It was comparable in size to a small Viltrumite cruiser, with 6 legs, each ending in 3 bony, sharp blades. Dark purple exoskeleton covered its entire body, and a faint blue light pulsed slowly through the gaps in its carapace, like flowing blood. At this moment, it was using its 2 forelimbs to dismantle the protective shell of a nuclear reactor, its movements as skillful as prying open a tin can. A crimson glow shone from the exposed core, and it lowered its head to swallow the entire core into its belly. The moment it swallowed, the blue light in the gaps of its carapace surged suddenly, then returned to a steady pulse. It was eating nuclear fission fuel. Military intelligence had never mentioned this creature. This civilization was backward and could not have naturally given birth to such a monster. It was an outsider, just like him. Marcus did not move. He was assessing. The size disparity was significant, the hardness of the carapace was unknown, and the energy reaction was abnormal. The 6-legged form allowed it to move freely in the urban terrain. This location was extremely advantageous for it. Just as he made his judgment, the 12 compound eyes densely packed on the monster's head turned simultaneously. Target locked. There was no roar, no threatening movement. The forelimb smashed down directly, its speed far exceeding the limits expected for its size. The air was compressed into a visible white shockwave. Marcus dodged sideways. The ground behind him collapsed with a boom, smashed into a crater 20 meters in diameter. Gravel and asphalt fragments splattered everywhere like bullets. He climbed rapidly along the outer side of the monster's forelimb, aiming directly for the joint. The first punch landed, only causing fine cracks on the surface of the carapace. The hardness of this outer shell far exceeded his estimation. The sensation was like striking the armor of a Viltrumite warship. He threw the second punch, and the cracks spread further, with blue-black bodily fluid seeping out along the gaps, evaporating into an acrid mist upon contact with the air. He put force into the third punch, and the carapace at the joint shattered completely, with fluid gushing out violently. The monster let out a low hiss, not out of pain, but out of pure rage. The injured giant limb swung horizontally, and half the street collapsed on the spot. Marcus was struck in the chest and abdomen by another limb, crashing through 3 buildings before he could barely stop his momentum. He stood up from the ruins. His ribs were intact, but his chest felt numb from the impact. The attribute panel deep in his consciousness flickered quietly, but he ignored it. This urban area was extremely advantageous for the monster. Its 6-legged configuration combined with its heavy carapace made it like a mobile fortress among the buildings, and its multiple limbs could attack from various angles. He had to change the battlefield. Marcus suddenly leapt into the air from the ruins, concentrating all his strength into his right shoulder, and slammed fiercely into the thickest area of the monster's side carapace. He didn't seek to penetrate its defense, only to push it off the ground. The shoulder strike hit accurately. A powerful shockwave exploded from the point of impact, and the surrounding building debris was blown away by the air blast. The giant beast's 6 legs dug firmly into the ground, plowing out 6 deep trenches, yet its massive body was still pushed sliding backward. It waved its forelimbs, wanting to counterattack, but Marcus was pressed firmly against its chest and abdomen, an angle that prevented the bone blades from gaining leverage. Relying on his physical strength, he continued to push forward, forcing the giant beast to rise higher and higher, passing through several layers of clouds in succession. The surrounding atmosphere became increasingly thin, the sky gradually changing from azure to gray-white, and finally turning into the pitch black of deep space. The monster's 6 legs flailed wildly in the air, and its 2 forelimbs finally found an angle, suddenly hooking back to grab his back. The sharp spikes on the edge of the carapace pierced through his uniform and dug deep into his scapular muscles, a sharp pain spreading along his spine to the back of his neck. He did not slacken in the slightest. Pushing the monster, he continued to climb. The outline of the target planet behind him kept shrinking, from an arc-shaped surface to a complete sphere, and finally into a small blue and brown marble. As the last layer of atmospheric airflow brushed past his side, the 2 of them stepped completely into the vacuum. A pitch-black void opened silently in front of him. The monster's mountain-like body blocked his entire view, and Marcus did not notice anything unusual. Its 6 legs flailed wildly in the void, and its dark purple carapace was like a giant wall. Relying on his physical strength, he continued to push, driving the giant beast straight into the void. The moment they passed through, sight, hearing, and the sense of gravity were all cut off, and all senses returned completely to nothingness. The next second, blinding light swept over them. Gravity reappeared, the surrounding airflow rushed toward his face, and the nitrogen-oxygen ratio was normal. Marcus was still firmly pressing against the monster, and the two were plummeting rapidly from high altitude toward the ground. Below was a city with an unfamiliar style. High-rise buildings with glass curtain walls standing in great numbers, a crisscrossing road network, and an endless stream of vehicles. And directly below the landing point stood a giant oval stadium. Beside the stadium was a wide road connecting to the open space on the outskirts of the city. Vehicles on the road swerved to avoid them, and the crowd screamed and fled in all directions. A large gathering had originally been held inside the stadium, and now the crowd was evacuating frantically like a frightened ant colony. Marcus had no time to delve into the origin of this place. He immediately adjusted his posture, guiding the monster toward the road outside the stadium. With a deafening boom, the two slammed heavily onto the ground. The monster's massive body slammed into the 6-lane asphalt road, and the ground collapsed into a huge crater as if struck by a meteorite. Rows of streetlights snapped, roadside billboards were blown away by the air blast, and parked vehicles rolled over one after another. Underground water pipes burst under the pressure, and jets of water shot straight into the sky. The shockwave swept to the open stands on the perimeter of the stadium, several steps on the bottom level collapsed, and 2 adjacent logistics rooms were buried by rubble. The scattered passers-by who couldn't evacuate in time were blown away by the air blast, suffering only abrasions and concussions, with no one being directly crushed by the monster. The monster lay on its back at the bottom of the crater, its 6 legs kicking wildly, letting out a muffled low growl as it struggled to turn over. Marcus used the force to leap into the air from its body, hovering in midair and looking around. This city was densely populated, with high-rise buildings and bustling streets. In the distance, inside the stadium, tens of thousands of people were still evacuating in an emergency. If they were to fight with full force here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, a figure came into view. A man wearing a dark blue tight-fitting uniform was hovering above the stadium, his back to the sunset. The uniform was embroidered with a stars and stripes pattern, a white cape fluttered behind him, and a 5-pointed star emblem was embedded on his chest. He stood with his arms crossed, overlooking the chaos below, a smirk playing on the corners of his mouth. As Marcus looked at the star emblem, the cape, and that face, a dusty memory from his past life flooded his mind. Homelander. In his past life on Earth, he had seen this name and appearance on a screen. This was a being who possessed immense power but was only obsessed with his public image and self-worship, a monster wearing the skin of a hero. The thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly withdrew his gaze. Regardless of what world this was or why the other party appeared, the primary goal right now was to deal with the alien beast in the crater. The monster had already turned over and stood up, its 6 legs supporting its body, its 12 compound eyes locked firmly onto Marcus in midair. The faint blue light in the gaps of its carapace pulsed violently, its brightness far exceeding any moment before. Marcus's gaze darkened, and he dove downward. Marcus's gaze was intense as he leaned forward and dove down. The beast's forelimbs swept toward him. The instant the bone blade was about to make contact, he flipped sideways, brushing past the back of the blade. There was no sharp edge there, only the flat surface of the carapace. His left hand hooked onto the edge of the forelimb's carapace, using the force of the beast's swing to propel himself beneath its torso. His target was the joint of the middle leg. He landed at the base of the second middle leg. To maintain flexibility, the carapace here had a natural gap at the joint. He thrust his hands into the gap, hooked his 10 fingers onto the edges of the 2 carapace plates, and tore outward with all his might. The carapace at the joint was forced open, revealing the blue-black soft tissue inside. Under his pull, the tendons stretched to their limit before snapping one by one with dull, popping sounds. A middle leg detached from the torso and slammed onto the ground. Blue-black bodily fluid gushed from the stump, splattering across half his body. The beast let out a deafening roar. Its remaining 5 limbs thrashed wildly, its bone blades gouging deep furrows into the ground. Marcus didn't stop. He had found his rhythm. He ran up the beast's torso carapace, dodging the successive attacks of the remaining limbs, and flipped onto the joint of another hind leg. The same method: hook the carapace gap, tear it open, sever the tendons. A second limb hit the ground. Then the third. Then the fourth. The beast's movements grew slower and slower, its roars turning into wails. When the sixth limb was ripped from its torso, its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, slamming into the ruined highway. The ground trembled violently, sending stagnant water splashing several meters into the air. Marcus landed on the beast's head. Its 12 compound eyes were still moving but had lost their focus. The blue light in the carapace gaps began to flicker, dimming and brightening. Right in the center of the compound eyes, at the top of its head, there was an area not covered by the carapace. He clenched his fist, aimed at that spot, and punched through. His arm pierced through the soft tissue beneath the carapace, passing through layer after layer of fascia and mucus, sinking in up to his shoulder. He felt something, hard, and pulsing. He closed his fingers and crushed it. The beast's roar came to an abrupt halt. The 12 compound eyes went dark simultaneously. The blue light in the carapace gaps flickered twice and then went out completely. The massive body spasmed one last time before falling still. Marcus pulled his right arm out of the corpse. The entire arm was coated in viscous, blue-black bodily fluid and bits of flesh, which dripped from his fingertips. He wiped the thickest layer of fluid off against the edge of the beast's carapace. Then, he felt that gaze. Marcus looked up. Above the stadium, Homelander was still hovering in the same spot. He had long since uncrossed his arms. The playful, half-smile on his face had completely faded, his lips were pressed into a cold, hard line, and the corners of his eyes were slightly tightened. He was assessing Marcus. The two locked eyes for a moment across a distance of several dozen meters. Marcus was the first to look away, jumping down from the beast's corpse. The asphalt beneath his feet was soaked in the alien creature's fluids, creating a thick, muffled sound with every step. He scanned the area, confirmed there were no other threats, and intended to take off and leave. Hey! A shout came from above. The volume wasn't high, but it fell clearly into Marcus's ears. Marcus looked up again. Homelander slowed his descent, hovering 10 meters away without coming any closer. To a top-tier superhuman, this distance was meaningless, but it represented his current wariness and probing. Not a bad performance. Homelander's voice was steady, having shed the casual indifference he held while watching just moments ago. His gaze swept over the mountain-like corpse of the beast before landing back on Marcus. I've never seen you before. He paused slightly before adding, you aren't on Vough's registered list of superhumans. Who the hell are you? Marcus did not answer. His gaze shifted past Homelander toward the stadium. The evacuation was still underway, with tens of thousands of civilians surging toward the exits. Above the crowd, several figures were busy. A man in a deep blue bodysuit zipped through the ruins at super speed, scooping up injured civilians from the edge of the collapsed stands and moving them to safety. It was a train. At the main entrance of the stadium, a woman with long red-brown hair held up a collapsing steel frame with her arms, supporting the structure to buy space for the crowd below to evacuate. That was Queen Maeve. Further away, a blonde girl in a bright yellow uniform crouched beside a broken concrete beam. She gripped the edge of the beam, bent her knees to exert force, and physically lifted the structural piece, which weighed as much as a car. Beneath the beam lay an unconscious, bleeding elderly man. She steadied the heavy object and turned her head to shout, "Stretcher. There's another casualty over here." It was Starlight. Marcus withdrew his gaze and looked back at Homelander. Instead of obsessing over who I am, he said, his tone flat and devoid of emotion, you should be fulfilling your duties as a superhero. With that, he rose directly into the air and flew away. Homelander hovered in place, watching the white figure disappear between the buildings. A hint of a smile remained on his lips, but there was no warmth in his eyes. He looked down into the stadium. A train was transporting the injured, Maeve was supporting the steel frame, and Starlight was lifting the beam to save people. He had done nothing. The smile on his face remained frozen in place. 2 days later. Upper East Side, a 3-story townhouse. Marcus surfaced from the pool, water streaming down his shoulders and back, flowing along the grooves of his abs into the cracks of the non-slip tiles by the pool. He drifted out of the water and walked barefoot toward the living room. The TV was on. A local New York news station was playing a long-range shot on loop. The man in white was riding on the beast's head, his entire right arm buried in the beast's skull. Blue-black fluid sprayed from the wound, splattering his face. He pulled his arm out, wiped his hand on the carapace, and then looked up at the sky. The camera panned up with his gaze, framing a small figure hovering in the distance above the stadium. The footage froze at the moment he looked up. Scrolling text appeared at the bottom of the screen. True identity of mysterious man in white still under investigation. Bot says it is, willing to talk to him. The camera cut back to the studio. The anchor's tone was that practiced, enthusiastic style. As we just saw in the footage, this unidentified superhuman single-handedly killed a massive, unknown creature on the highway next to the stadium. A VOT spokesperson issued a statement earlier today, claiming that the Seven joined forces with this mysterious hero to save tens of thousands of people. Here is Homelander's own response in front of the VOT tower. The footage cut to the front of the VOT tower. Homelander stood at the podium, his cape unfurling in the breeze, wearing a standard smile. The New York incident demonstrates the power of heroes uniting. Whether you are registered or not, as long as you are willing to fight to protect this world, you are our companion. He paused, then added, I hope he will join us. Marcus picked up the half-eaten sandwich from the coffee table. Getting money hadn't taken much effort. The Lower East Side was full of gangs and gray market dealings that didn't ask questions. He sought out the local boss, Marty, and in the face of absolute power, the man docilely handed over the safe combination. $320,000 in cash was enough for him to live comfortably for a while. Renting the townhouse had also gone smoothly. This private townhouse allowed for short-term private subletting, with no need for social security checks, credit reports, or identity files. The agent had originally asked about qualifications as a routine, but Marcus simply laid 8 stacks of crisp $100 bills on the table. Paid in full, up front, with a premium. The agent fell silent instantly, skipping all the procedural interrogations. A 3-month lease, including a pool and underground garage, with cleaning services twice a week, private, quiet, and with no one checking up on him. He leaned back on the sofa and stuffed the rest of the sandwich into his mouth. The TV cut to another news story. Bot's media outlet was broadcasting an edited version. In the footage, Homelander was hovering above the stadium, and the camera deliberately framed his position and the beast's corpse on the ground in the same shot, as if they were fighting side by side. Marcus chewed the last bite of bread and picked up the remote to change the channel. The movie channel was playing an old film he had seen in his past life. He set the remote on the sofa armrest and didn't change it again. He wasn't in a hurry to go back. On the planet Viltrum, training was so he wouldn't be killed during his coming-of-age ceremony, and missions were so he wouldn't be executed as a traitor by the military. He had spent 18 years doing what others wanted him to do, every single thing for the sake of survival. Now, there was no one whispering in his ear, urging him to train. He had a pool, good food, and an entire day of leisure time to spend as he pleased. Bot Tower. A windowless conference room. On the screen, a high-definition satellite image was playing on a loop. Bot had mobilized 3 low Earth orbit satellites to reconstruct the entire battle on the highway next to the stadium from 3 angles. In 4 minutes and 7 seconds, a hexapedal creature the size of a Boeing 747 was torn apart by hand. Madeline Stillwell stood in front of the screen, the hand holding her pen motionless. Find him, she said. There were 5 people sitting in the conference room. An analyst pulled up a set of surveillance screenshots. Lenox Hill, Upper East Side, a private townhouse. This property was listed with an agent and wasn't originally for short-term rent. 48 hours ago, someone bought it with cash, in full, without any credit checks. He paused. We checked the neighborhood traffic cameras and caught this. A photo popped up on the screen. A gray long-sleeved shirt, black trousers, coming out of a convenience store, carrying a bag of sandwiches. Marcus's face. He isn't hiding at all, the analyst said. Madeline Stillwell looked at the photo, a faint smile touching the corners of her lips. Just then, her phone screen suddenly lit up. A message from Homelander popped up on the screen, only 4 words, "Have you found him?" Madeline Stillwell tapped her finger on the screen and replied with the address. Lenox Hill, Upper East Side. He rented a townhouse with a pool. 3 seconds later, Homelander replied with 1 word. Good. Late at night. The townhouse rooftop. Marcus stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the brightly lit city below. He had changed his clothes, the gray long-sleeved shirt and black trousers he'd bought at the mall during the day. His white uniform was washed and drying in the bathroom. He didn't know how the crossing had happened. At the time, he was pushing the beast out of the atmosphere, his vision completely blocked by the beast's body, and he only felt a momentary sensory interruption, and then he had collided and arrived in this city. There was no warning, no discernible pattern, at least not one he could see yet. The only thing he could be sure of was that he couldn't go back to his original world for the time being. Behind him, a sonic boom approached from the distance. It was extremely fast, carrying an undisguised intent to attack. Marcus turned around. In the night sky, a black speck was rapidly growing larger. The black dot rushed to the edge of the rooftop in a single breath. Marcus clearly saw the face of the newcomer. A blue bodysuit, a stars and stripes cape, and a 5-pointed star emblem right in the center of the chest. His blonde hair was meticulously combed, and his signature smile hung at the corners of his mouth. He was exactly the same person who had been hovering above the stadium 2 days ago. Homelander. His right fist had already been thrown, aimed directly at Marcus's face. The edge of his fist tore through the air, carrying enough impact force to pierce steel plates. Marcus raised his hand. His palm caught the fist. The moment the knuckles struck his palm, a shockwave exploded from the point of contact, and the dust on the rooftop floor was blown away by the blast. His arm did not move an inch. He stared at that hypocritical smiling face, his brows slightly furrowed. Why are you attacking me? His voice was steady and waveless, there was no anger, only scrutiny and confusion. Homelander did not answer. His smile did not change, and his pupils did not constrict. He tried to pull back his fist, but he couldn't. Marcus's 5 fingers clamped onto his knuckles, without any technique, relying solely on terrifying physical strength. He held him firmly, making it impossible for the other party to pull his hand away and break free. Homelander smiled again, then immediately threw his left fist. Marcus tilted his head to avoid it. The force of the punch brushed past his ear, missing its mark. He released his right hand and backhanded a palm onto Homelander's chest. The force wasn't great, but it was enough to push the other party back several meters. Homelander's boot heels plowed 2 shallow grooves into the concrete, stopping at the edge of the rooftop. Marcus's tone deepened a few notches, his patience completely exhausted, and he spoke again. I'm asking you, why are you attacking me? Homelander straightened his body. He tilted his head, the smile still hanging on his face, and then rushed up again. Marcus stopped asking. Superfluous questioning is only useful for people who understand reason. This time, he didn't wait for the other party to get close. The moment Homelander stepped into his arm's reach, his right fist had already been thrown, striking him directly in the chest. The sound of bone cracking exploded under his fist, a fist-shaped indentation sank into Homelander's chest, and he flew backward like a cannonball, crashing through the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop, sending debris flying everywhere. Homelander tumbled twice in midair, not stopping, not turning back. He took advantage of the impact from the punch to accelerate, his blue figure trailing a straight wake as he sped toward the west side of the city. His speed was more than twice as fast as when he arrived. Marcus stood at the edge of the rooftop, watching Homelander shrink into the distance. He didn't pursue immediately, his brows tightly locked as he pondered the question, why? When they met by the stadium 2 days ago, Homelander was still cautious and restrained, yet tonight he showed up late at night and launched an aggressive attack without any buildup. He couldn't figure it out. Marcus stopped dwelling on it. He kicked off the ground and took flight. The sonic boom from his supersonic flight exploded behind him, and the violent shockwave swept through the surrounding villas, causing rows of glass windows to shatter in response, with fragments falling down in a rustle. The city lights flashed backward beneath him. His flight was driven by pure physical strength, requiring no buildup or adjustment of flight posture. The outpouring of power could be converted into continuous acceleration, with a speed surpassing that of Homelander. 3 seconds. It took him only 3 seconds to catch up to that blue wake. Marcus reached out his arm, his 5 fingers clamping onto the back of Homelander's neck from behind, his palm pressed against the cervical spine, his fingertips digging into the soft tissue on both sides of the Adam's apple, locking on like alloy steel pliers. Homelander's supersonic flight was abruptly strangled to a halt, the massive kinetic energy acting entirely on the pressure point on his neck, the inertia causing his limbs to fling forward, only to be forcibly pulled back by the severe pain in his neck. He wanted to turn his head to break free, but Marcus's thumb pressed against the back of his mandible, sealing off any room for rotation. He struggled to push forward, but the other party's fingers tightened slightly, forcing a suffocated gasp from his throat. Homelander raised his hands to counterattack, grabbing Marcus's wrist and trying desperately to pry it off, but he couldn't shake it in the slightest. His legs kicked backward frantically, slamming heavily onto Marcus's legs, each strike possessing the terrifying force to overturn an armored vehicle. But Marcus's body was as steady as a rock, not shaking in the slightest, the strength in his hand constant. He neither exerted force to snap the other party's cervical spine, nor did he loosen his grip by even a fraction. Homelander struggled for over 10 seconds before gradually coming to a stop. It wasn't because he was willing to submit, but because his stamina had been exhausted by the endless struggling. His chest heaved violently, his compressed trachea turning his breathing into a hoarse wheeze, his palms still resting on Marcus's wrist, no longer having the strength to struggle or kick, his legs hanging limply in midair. "Since I can't figure out why you're attacking me," Marcus said calmly, "then we'll go to Vought Tower and ask clearly." He grabbed Homelander by the back of his neck, changed course, and flew toward Vought Tower. During the flight, his palm continued to press against the back of Homelander's neck, tightly squeezing the blood vessels in his neck. Coupled with the continuous jolting and vibration from the high-speed travel, the injured Homelander's remaining struggles weakened bit by bit, until he finally lost all strength and sank into a deep coma. Suddenly, another sound of wind breaking approached from ahead. Marcus slowed down and looked up. A blue bodysuit, a stars and stripes cape, meticulously combed blonde hair, a pristine nose, it was another Homelander. Homelander suddenly hovered to a stop 50 meters away, his gaze falling on the person being choked in Marcus's hand, his expression suddenly freezing. First, with a look of confusion, he scanned that face, which was identical to his own, repeatedly. Then came fear, his pupils shrank, his lips quivered. Immediately after, his entire face was twisted with fury. "I am perfect, one of a kind, how dare they clone me?" As the roar fell, he lunged over violently. Marcus looked at the figure lunging out of control and said calmly, "You should calm down first." "Shut up." Homelander's heat vision erupted from his eyes, 2 crimson beams shooting straight at Marcus's face. Marcus tilted his head to avoid the heat vision, and dodged the fist that followed immediately after. Carried by the inertia of his charge, Homelander swept forward, instantly turning his back to Marcus, who seized the opportunity to kick him in the back, sending him straight from midair toward the ground. Below was a construction site. Homelander's body slammed into the open ground, the scaffolding was shaken with a clatter, steel pipes rolled everywhere, and dust billowed up several meters high. Marcus watched Homelander trying to get up again, and while holding the unconscious Homelander in his hand, he instantly appeared behind him. He stepped his right foot onto Homelander's back, pinning him back to the ground. "Calm down first." Homelander didn't listen. He lay in the pile of rubble, struggling angrily, his hands frantically clawing at the ground. Heat vision erupted from his eyes, and he twisted his head left and right, firing wildly at both sides. But with his back firmly pressed down, his upper body completely against the ground, the beams could only sweep left and right along the ground, burning through large patches of soil and rubble, carving several scorching, burning trenches into the ground. Flames spread along the construction debris, igniting the scaffolding and stacked paint buckets. A steel beam was burned red, emitting a harsh sound of metal twisting. Marcus didn't wait any longer. With a speed that Homelander couldn't react to, he lifted his foot and stepped down again. The ground collapsed into a large pit nearly 10 meters in diameter with Homelander at the center. Rubble and steel pipes were pushed to the perimeter by the shockwave, and the stirred-up air blast blew the burning paint buckets away. Homelander vomited a large mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the rubble beneath him. Have you calmed down? Homelander's fingers were still twitching in the rubble, blood from the corners of his mouth mixing with dirt as it flowed down. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. I am perfect. I will kill you all. Marcus looked at the still furious Homelander at the bottom of the pit and lifted his foot to step down again. This time, the sole of his shoe landed on the back of Homelander's head. The force was precise, directly knocking him unconscious. Homelander's body went limp at the bottom of the pit. Marcus withdrew his foot and bent down to lift Homelander's cape. The fabric on the back was covered in dust and scratched with rubble, already dirty and mottled. He still held the other previously unconscious person by the back of the neck with one hand. Two Homelanders. One was held in his hand, and the other was being dragged behind him by his cape. The fire in the construction site was still burning, the firelight shining on his profile, expressionless. He kicked off the ground and took flight, continuing to fly toward Vought Tower. On the top floor of Vought Tower, Marcus crashed in from the night sky, the tempered glass tearing like paper before him. Debris rained down on the office carpet like rain, and the alarms sounded throughout the building instantly. He stood still amidst the broken glass, throwing the two people he had been carrying onto the floor. Two Homelanders. One had a clear fist print denting his chest, the other had a torn cape and was covered in mud and blood. Two identical faces lay side by side on the expensive Persian carpet of the Vought executives, like two skin masks that had been ripped off. There were originally two overtime executives in the office. The woman was wearing a beige suit, and the moment the glass shattered, the coffee cup in her hand suddenly slipped. The other man was wearing a headset and seemed not to have reacted to the incident before him. In the next second, he froze completely, mouth agape, speechless. Marcus scanned the two of them and spoke. Bring your person in charge. The woman did not move. Her eyes were still fixed on the two Homelanders on the ground. Marcus did not repeat himself. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, with his back to them, looking at the lights of the city below. The night wind blew in, rustling his gray long-sleeved clothes. The first batch of security personnel arrived within 3 minutes. 12 security guards crowded at the door, riot shields held to their chests, stun guns all aimed at Marcus's back. But when they saw the two figures lying on the carpet, all the shields dropped instantly, and no one dared to pull the trigger. The security captain's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and he immediately shouted into his communicator, "Notify Ms. Stillwell immediately. Emergency situation on the top floor." A harsh sound of static came from the communicator, followed by a calm and strong female voice command that directly overrode the channel. Everyone stand down, do not fire, do not approach. During the 5 minutes of waiting, Marcus remained with his back to everyone. He made no extra movements and did not strike any threatening poses, standing quietly by the window like a statue. On the ground, the two identical bodies were frozen on the carpet. One was in a deep coma with shallow breathing, and the other had a shoe print on the back of his head that was particularly striking. The office door was pushed open. Madeline Stillwell walked in slowly, her high heels carefully avoiding the broken glass all over the floor, occasionally brushing against fragments, making a soft crunching sound. She was wearing a dark gray suit skirt, her blonde hair was meticulously groomed, and two pearls hung from her earlobes. There was no panic on her face, the hidden terror was forcefully suppressed by her years of professional training. She walked to the sofa furthest from Marcus and stood still, without sitting down. Her gaze suddenly nailed to the floor. Two identical blue bodysuits, paired with star-spangled capes, the same blonde hair, perfectly matched. Madeline's pupils shrank, and her breathing hitched. The company had never disclosed to her that a second Homelander existed. She instinctively looked at the figure with the torn cape. This was someone she faced every day and was familiar with to the bone, but the absurd scene before her made her unable to be certain for a moment. Marcus turned around, his face devoid of any expression. Your people attacked me. Two of them. I need an explanation. Madeline lifted her chin again. Her professional calmness acted like a shield on her face again, her voice steadied, but the tremor in the first half second could not be completely hidden. This is Vought's failure in supervision. Our personnel provoked you without authorization. Thank you for your restraint in not killing them. This avoided a total loss of control, which is critical. Vought will take full responsibility for handling this matter. After speaking, she raised her gaze and looked at Marcus. She tried to read something from that expressionless face: anger, greed, room for negotiation. She could read nothing. Those eyes were just looking back at her calmly, as if waiting for her to finish all the nonsense and then provide something truly useful. Just as she was about to continue, the office door opened again. Edgar walked in slowly. His suit was crisp and sharp, his leather shoes crushing the broken glass on the floor, stepping out with a steady sound. He locked onto Marcus at the first glance. There was no fear or anger in his eyes, only calculation, like a merchant meeting a new variable that would change the situation. He turned his head to Madeline, the crowd of security guards at the door, and the two executives, and spoke lightly. You all go down first. The moment his voice fell, the security team at the door, who had been stiff for a long time, tightened their nerves and did not dare to stay for another moment. Everyone put away their shields and firearms, and the two shaken executives followed closely and walked out of the office quickly, clearing the entire doorway area instantly. Madeline looked at him, her lips moving. Her questions were ultimately swallowed back. Professional instinct made her choose to remain silent. She turned and left, the sound of her shoes slowly disappearing into the depths of the corridor. Edgar walked to the sofa and sat down, picked up 2 crystal glasses, poured 2 fingers of whiskey into each, and pushed one to Marcus. Marcus did not reach out. Edgar did not mind, took a sip himself, placed the glass on his knee, and leaned back. His posture was relaxed, but his eyes remained locked on Marcus, and he explained in a flat tone. The Homelander who attacked you this time, in Vought's classified files, we call him Fake. He looked at the unconscious body on the ground and continued. The original intention of creating him was to check Homelander, to guard against the worst-case scenario where he goes completely out of control and no one can suppress him. From the time the test subject was formed until now, Fake's mental state and behavior have always been extremely stable, and there has never been a situation where he acted on his own and escaped control. I also have no way of knowing why he suddenly went out of control today and attacked you. Marcus looked at him, his tone carrying cold skepticism. Do you think I will believe you? Edgar was about to speak in defense, when a faint grunt suddenly sounded in the quiet air of the office. The Fake, on the carpet who had taken the initiative to attack suddenly curled his fingertips, his chest heaved violently twice, and he slowly opened his eyes. Edgar paused, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then his expression became calm again, and he looked up at Marcus, speaking lightly. Perfect, Fake is awake. No need for me to explain further, just ask him directly, and all answers will be there. After saying that, his gaze fell on the newly awakened and still dazed Fake, and he asked in a deep voice, why did you act without authorization and attack this gentleman? Fake lay on the carpet, his gaze unfocused at first, like a machine that had just been rebooted slowly resuming operation, his sight slowly focusing on the light on the ceiling. He never looked at Edgar. He just stared at the ceiling. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. The mission I was created for was to kill the out-of-control Homelander. His fingers scratched unconsciously on the carpet, his nails scraping over the velvet, making a subtle, teeth-aching friction sound. But I never waited for the order. The calm shell quietly cracked, like ice under pressure, the cracks dense and silent, spreading all the way. So I thought of a plan. His voice rose suddenly, and a sharp laugh was squeezed from his throat. The laughter was short, like glass being suddenly crushed. His body sprang up from the carpet, half kneeling on the ground, hands supporting his knees, his head lowered, shoulders heaving violently. Then he suddenly raised his head. On that face identical to Homelander, a twisted and exaggerated smile was pulled out. Drool dripped from the corners of his mouth, the whole person appearing insane, his pupils vibrating violently, like a planet on the verge of disintegration. I used a face identical to Homelander to do all kinds of bad things. He said every word distinctly, as if each word was squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a kind of almost devout fanaticism. His hands gestured in the air, gesturing at those non-existent buildings, non-existent cities, non-existent destruction. Make Homelander think he has a split personality. Make him unable to distinguish what he did and what I did. Make him start to doubt himself, fear himself, hate himself. His voice echoed in the office, like a beast trapped in a cage. By that time, he will naturally completely break free from your control. He pointed suddenly at Edgar, his fingers trembling uncontrollably, his smile becoming increasingly hideous and terrifying. Once he loses control, you will give the order for me to eliminate him. This is the meaning of my existence, and it is the only purpose for which I was manufactured. His voice dropped suddenly. From roaring to a breathy voice, from a breathy voice to a kind of intermittent, dry laughter like sandpaper rubbing against glass. I succeeded. He lowered his head, his knuckles digging hard into the carpet, his shoulders shaking violently and silently. Homelander became arrogant, narcissistic, moody. He doesn't know if he is one person, doesn't know which memory is real. He raised his head again, his gaze scanning everyone in the room blankly. But I also failed. That string snapped completely. The voice was so light it was almost swallowed by the night wind, carrying a kind of dead, gray despair. Because you still haven't given the order. Just then, the Homelander who had been unconscious on the carpet moved. His eyelids snapped open. There was no confusion in those blue eyes from just waking up, only a kind of ignited, scorching rage. He had heard. He had heard every word. You fool. His voice squeezed out from deep in his throat, hoarse and low, like magma churning beneath the earth's crust. His body sprang up from the carpet with a speed that didn't look like he had just suffered a heavy injury. I'm going to kill you. Before the words were even finished, he had already lunged out. Fists clenched, his whole body was like a lit missile, charging straight at Fake. Fake lifted his head. On that twisted face, a manic smile completed a switch in a fraction of a second. From the ashes of despair, a kind of morbid, almost grateful ecstasy ignited once more. Yes, that's it. He roared, charging forward as well. Two blue figures collided in midair. Boom. The shockwave exploded from the point of impact. The desk was overturned, documents flew everywhere, crystal glasses rolled off the coffee table and shattered into debris. The remaining glass shards from the floor-to-ceiling window were swept up by the blast, shooting in all directions like shrapnel. Edgar had just propped himself up from the sofa when the violent shockwave slammed hard into his chest. He was instantly sent flying, his back hitting the wall heavily. A muffled groan was suppressed in his throat as he slid down to the floor in a sorry state. His expensive suit was stained with glass shards and whiskey, looking utterly disheveled. He tried to push himself up from the floor, but his knees kept slipping on the smooth carpet, unable to stand steady. Stop! Edgar roared sharply, his usually calm and restrained voice losing control for the first time. You too, stop. No one obeyed his command. In a flash, Homelander's heavy fist smashed into Fake's face. Fake's head was knocked to one side, a trail of blood from his nose arcing through the air. But Fake didn't retreat. He slammed his forehead into the center of Homelander's brow, emitting a dull sound of bone on bone. The two entangled instantly, crashing from the center of the office all the way to the wall. The hard wall cracked layer by layer, concrete chunks peeled off with a rustle, and exposed rebar twisted and vibrated, emitting a shrill metallic wail. The fight didn't stop, the two crashed straight into the broken floor-to-ceiling window. I said stop. Edgar stood up with difficulty, leaning against the wall, his voice hoarse and dry, filled with powerless reprimand. The furious Homelander completely ignored him. All rationality and calculation had faded from his eyes, leaving only the most primitive, most insane predatory instinct after his bottom line had been completely shredded, locking onto the Fake before him. And Fake's smile became even more ferocious as it was soaked in blood. Blood flowed continuously along his split lips, but he didn't feel the pain, morbidly indulging in this long-awaited slaughter. The next instant, the two inseparable figures broke through the floor-to-ceiling window together, charging into the deep night. Above the night sky, two identical blue figures fought crazily, locked in a death struggle. Fists and kicks collided explosively, red heat vision clashed repeatedly, carving blinding, dazzling trajectories across the pitch-black sky. The higher they fought, the further they went, like two out-of-control, destructive meteors, carrying violent power as they crashed toward the other end of the city. The clamor faded, and the ruined top-floor office finally returned to silence. Only Marcus stood where he was, having not moved from start to finish. The terrifying shockwave that swept through the whole room overturned tables and chairs and shattered objects, but it hadn't even blown a corner of his clothes. He glanced at Edgar, who was panting while supporting his knees against the wall, and then at the distant light spots in the night sky. He didn't chase after them. Edgar looked toward the distance with a pale face. Explosions echoed one after another over the city, red heat vision tore through the night sky, and flashes of fire rose one after another, illuminating half the horizon red. He had helmed Vought and governed superhumans for decades, always planning and plotting, but he had never been as deeply powerless as he was at this moment. His two top combatants were completely out of control, slaughtering each other in the city. If he let the situation fester, the image the group had painstakingly built for years would be completely shattered, and the situation would slide into the abyss. He turned his head slowly, his gaze falling on Marcus, who had been standing still from beginning to end. At present, only this person before him possessed the power to stop the disaster. Edgar suppressed the raging waves in his heart, his tone steadying again, though it carried a bit more gravity. Sir, as long as you can stop them, I can satisfy any reasonable condition you propose. Any. Marcus spoke faintly. Within my authority, I will satisfy them all. Edgar did not hesitate at all. Even if it means handing Vought over to me, that's fine. Edgar's Adam's apple bobbed, his tone calm but honest. I cannot make the final decision for Vought alone. But all my personal shares under my name can be transferred to you. Marcus was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I will go stop them. But I have no interest in running the company, you can keep the shares yourself. When I have a need in the future, I will come directly to you. Edgar was stunned, not expecting Marcus to actually give up the Vought shares. However, he reacted very quickly and immediately stated, I understand. In the future, if you have any needs, Vought will cooperate fully. Marcus said no more, exerted force under his feet, leapt out of the window, and followed the continuous explosions, heading straight for the center of the two superhumans. Fight. Edgar leaned against the window frame, watching the figure disappear into the night sky, and let out a long breath. The crisis had a turning point for now, but he knew in his heart that from now on, Vought had an existence that surpassed everyone. He immediately dialed the internal special line, urgently arranging personnel to control the scene, appease public opinion, and prepare for the worst-case scenario. On the other side, the downtown area where the battle took place had already turned into ruins. Buildings were broken and crumbling, the road was full of deep craters, and burning vehicles were emitting rolling black smoke. Homelander and Fake were blinded by bloodlust, red heat vision constantly colliding and sweeping, causing buildings to collapse wherever they passed. The two were completely immersed in the slaughter, turning a blind eye to the crying and chaos around them. Marcus's figure crossed several kilometers of night sky after a while and arrived directly at the city center where the battle was raging. He landed steadily right in the middle of the two crazily entangled blue figures. The battlefield suddenly stalled. The furious Homelander stopped abruptly. The moment he saw who it was, the killing intent in his eyes surged again. He stared fixedly at Marcus and roared sharply, "It's you again." Before the words were finished, he carried terrifying impact force and smashed a fist hard at Marcus's face. Marcus tilted his body slightly, easily dodging the heavy punch that could tear down a building. The next second, he raised his hand and delivered a crisp, clean straight punch, accurately smashing into Homelander's face. Bang! A dull, loud noise. The powerful force poured out instantly, and Homelander was sent flying, smashing heavily onto the ruined ground, rolling several meters away. For a while, he was dizzy and couldn't get up for a long time. Fake, who was on the side, saw this, and instead of being afraid, an expression of extreme madness erupted on his face. He didn't say a word, his eyes red, and with a ferocity of wanting to perish together, he charged straight at Marcus at full speed. This time, Marcus did not hold back at all. Facing the charging Fake, he raised his hand and struck directly, punching through Fake's chest. Blood spurted out instantly. The crazy smile on Fake's face froze, and his body completely lost its vitality. Marcus pulled his arm out expressionlessly and tossed Fake's corpse into the nearby ruins. At this time, Homelander, who had been knocked over by the punch, gritted his teeth and climbed up from the ground, his face full of hostility, about to rush up again. Marcus looked at him faintly and said in an icy tone, "If you want to die, keep coming." Homelander's movements suddenly froze. He stared blankly at the motionless, completely dead Fake beside him, and the rage in his heart was instantly extinguished by extreme, cold fear. The opponent who could fight him to a standstill and remain entangled for a long time had actually been killed in one move by this person in front of him. At this moment, the towering rage was completely extinguished. He didn't dare to take another step forward. Looking at the completely calmed down Homelander who didn't dare to act rashly, Marcus spoke slowly. "I made a deal with Edgar to specifically solve the trouble of you two. Now, the matter is resolved. You can go back." His gaze deepened, his tone carrying an indisputable warning. "Keep your temper in check. I don't want this deal to be voided in a few days." After saying this, Marcus didn't spare another glance at the stunned Homelander. His figure took off into the air, breaking through the sky and leaving. On the entire messy battlefield, only Homelander, full of fear and covered in disarray, was left standing alone in the devastated ruins. 3 days later, the hustle and bustle of the city had long since returned to normal. The television in the living room was playing the noon news, replaying clips of the fierce battle in the city 3 days ago, while the anchor articulated the official narrative in a clear, measured voice. 3 days ago, a superpower conflict broke out in the downtown area. A shapeshifter skilled in mimicry deliberately disguised themselves and ambushed Homelander, attempting to take his place. The incident happened suddenly, and Homelander was momentarily caught off guard. In the critical moment, an extraterrestrial visitor stepped forward. This individual has been officially named Cosmic Superman by the authorities. The two joined forces, successfully killing the dangerous shapeshifter and smoothly resolving the city's crisis. As the news continued, the crisp sound of the doorbell suddenly rang. Marcus, who had been leaning on the sofa, slowly stood up and walked to the door to open it. Standing outside was a man in a crisp suit, holding a sealed metal case in one hand and a food container in the other, his attitude respectful. "Mr. Wayne, the Compound V and the original Compound versus you requested are all here, along with the Chinese food you ordered." Marcus reached out to take the case and the food, saying indifferently, "Thanks." His figure flickered, and with his extreme speed, he placed both items on the living room table in an instant. He then returned to the door and handed over a thick stack of dollars, a $5,000 tip. Without waiting for the man in the suit to say another word, and ignoring the look on his face, he simply raised his hand and closed the villa door. With the noise from outside cut off, the living room returned to silence. Marcus turned and walked to the table, looking down at the items on it. The two sealed cases containing Compound V and the original Compound versus were treasures that countless ordinary people on Earth dreamed of their entire lives, yearning to change their fate against the heavens. But for a Viltrumite with top-tier racial talents and innate, formidable combat power, the temptation was not great. He glanced at the cases, then withdrew his gaze, turning his attention to the still warm Chinese food on the side. Compared to the serums, a piping hot meal of Chinese food was, to him, the most substantial thing at this moment. Marcus opened the food container, picked up his chopsticks, and put a piece of spare ribs into his mouth, his brows relaxing slightly. Finally, he had eaten authentic Chinese food. In the few days since coming to the boys' universe, he had tried several restaurants, but the taste was always unsatisfactory, lacking any authentic, genuine flavor. The warm, flavorful food slid down his throat, dispelling the compromise and boredom of the past few days. The taste from his memories gave him a great appetite, and in just a short while, he had eaten the entire meal clean. After cleaning up the food containers, his gaze returned to the metal cases on the table. He pondered to himself, Compound versus could modify the human body and catalyze various superpowers, but he didn't know what kind of ability it would awaken when used on himself. The Viltrumite body was already formidable, If he received further physical enhancement, it would be meaningless. But if he awakened abilities like heat vision or mental power, abilities the Viltrumite race did not possess, that would be a tangible gain, making his combat power even more comprehensive. Marcus reached out and undid the latches on the metal case. The lid slowly opened, and 2 streams of cool air drifted out from the opening. Aside from 2 well-sealed compound versus syringes, there was a white instruction note pressed to the bottom of the case. It clearly listed the normal reactions after injecting the serum. Burning sensation throughout the body, swelling of blood vessels, and muscle soreness were all normal phenomena during the human body modification process, and there was no need to panic. He understood, reached out, picked up a compound versus syringe, aimed it at the skin of his arm, and gently pricked it. The expected sensation of piercing did not occur. The hard needle could not penetrate his skin, as if it had poked against an extremely tough alloy. He was stunned for a moment. He looked down at the bent needle, then at his own unscathed skin. Only then did he remember that the body density and strength of Viltrumites far exceeded that of Earth humans, and the needles of conventional syringes could not penetrate it at all. Since injection wouldn't work, he peeled off the seal of the syringe, planning to try a different method. I wonder if oral administration will have any effect. He muttered to himself, his voice indifferent, if it doesn't work, I'll have to ask Edgar for a few more bottles. As his voice fell, he tilted his head back and drank the entire tube of dark blue serum. The serum slid down his esophagus into his body, and there was no abnormality throughout the process. The burning sensation, swelling, and muscle soreness described on the note were completely absent. His body remained as calm as if nothing had happened. Marcus's expression was calm. He already understood the reason. With the formidable physique and body of a Viltrumite, this compound V, which was specifically developed to modify Earth humans, was too mild and weak in its medicinal properties to cause any stimulation to his body, so naturally, he couldn't perceive the slightest change. He didn't take the matter to heart, casually cleaned up the empty syringe, turned around, sat on the sofa, turned on the game console, and leisurely passed the time. Time passed slowly, and several hours flew by in an instant. Just as he was focused on the game, a gentle and special, strange warm current suddenly swirled within his body. Marcus immediately stopped his movements, and with a light thought, an attribute panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. The original basic attributes on the panel had not experienced any leap forward surge after these few days of settling. Super Strength. Level 4, 8%. Super Durability. Level 4, 19%. Super Mental Power. Level 4, 50%. Super Speed. Level 4, 9%. Compared to the previous values, the increase in the 4 basic abilities was negligible, almost insignificant. But at the very bottom of the attribute list, a brand new ability that had never existed before had appeared. Biofield. Level 1, 1%. Seeing the new ability, Marcus instantly thought of the biofield of Superman from the DC Comics in his previous life. He hadn't expected that compound verses would actually help him awaken an ability that Viltrumites did not naturally possess. Filled with curiosity, he immediately got up, flew out of the villa, and tested the ability at low altitude in the uninhabited suburbs. He continuously increased his flight speed, approaching the sound barrier limit bit by bit, repeatedly trying and exploring the patterns. After several tests, Marcus completely figured out the effects of the biofield at the current stage. This invisible, close-fitting energy barrier could smoothly divert the air around his body and buffer the shockwaves of sonic booms. As long as his flight speed did not exceed twice the speed of sound, the entire process would be silent, without producing any ear-piercing sonic booms, nor would it shatter surrounding scenery. Only when breaking the limit of twice the speed of sound would the force field be unable to completely counteract the air pressure, resulting in a slight roaring sound. After confirming the characteristics and limits of the biofield, Marcus returned to the villa, satisfied. Since the regular version of Compound Versus could bring such a surprising harvest, the effect of the original Compound V, which was purer and more domineering, would surely be even stronger. Without any hesitation, he picked up the last tube of original Compound V in the metal case, which shimmered with a pale blue luster, peeled off the seal, and drank the entire tube of serum in one go. Only a few minutes later, the layer of biofield that had just been born within his body, which was thin and weak, had clearly become full and solid. Marcus moved his mind, and the attribute panel appeared again. Biofield. Level 1, 80%. Scanning the panel, he was secretly surprised. The four basic attributes had not changed, but the biofield that had just been born had actually surged directly from 1% to 80%. The increase was astonishing. He cleaned up the empty serum tube. After a brief silence, Marcus got up and walked out of the villa, intending to use the cover of night to familiarize himself with this brand new power. The night passed in the blink of an eye. By noon the next day, sunlight bathed the entire city. After a night of practice, Marcus had grasped the limits of his current biofield. With his biofield at 80% of level 1, as long as his flight speed did not exceed 4.5 times the speed of sound, he would not generate any sonic booms. After a brief rest, he had a plan in mind and decided to head to Vought Tower to find Edgar. Meanwhile, at Vought, in Madeline Stillwell's office. Madeline Stillwell had just received urgent news. Transoceanic Flight 37, flying from Paris to Chicago, had been hijacked at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and ground rescue forces were completely helpless. She calculated in her mind that if Homelander could successfully resolve this crisis, it would reverse public opinion and dilute the negative impact of the conflict from a few days ago. Having made up her mind, she immediately set off for Homelander's private suite. Lately, Homelander was filled with resentment and hatred for everyone at Vought, wishing he could wipe them all out. However, Marcus's previous warning hung over him like a sword of Damocles. The fear of death kept him from acting recklessly, forcing him to lock himself in his room to escape everything. The curtains in the suite were drawn tight, and the light was dim. Homelander stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows, his back to the door. He was wearing his blue spandex suit, his pants draped casually over a chair. His right hand hung at his side. His left hand was twitching frantically. He kept muttering something, his voice hoarse, as if talking to himself, or perhaps to the curtains. I am perfect. I am the strongest. I am one of a kind. His voice suddenly rose, becoming sharp, like a tightly stretched string vibrating. I can do whatever the fool I want. The door was suddenly pushed open, the sound interrupting his state. Without turning his head, Homelander shouted furiously, "Who let you in? Get out. Homelander, it's me. I need to talk to you." Madeline Stillwell's voice rang out. Hearing this, Homelander paused, then slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on Madeline Stillwell. The atmosphere in the room instantly became incredibly awkward and tense. The air was deathly silent for half a second. Then, Homelander's eyes instantly filled with panic and shame, followed immediately by extreme, overwhelming rage. He didn't have time to compose himself or hide. He had been caught by Madeline Stillwell in his dirtiest, most cowardly, and most pathological state. His eyes were bloodshot, his breathing heavy, and he stared fixedly at Madeline Stillwell, his voice hoarse and trembling, carrying a maddening sense of oppression. Were you spying on me? Without waiting for an answer, his emotions exploded. Paranoia, inferiority, and rage were all written on his face. Everyone is lying to me. Everyone is using me. You want to control me. You want to leash me. But I am perfect. I am a god. No one can control me. He spoke faster and faster, his emotions becoming increasingly manic, and he was on the verge of losing control. Yet, even though he was shaking with rage, he still didn't dare to actually attack. Marcus's warning was like a knife pressed hard against his throat. He hated everyone, but he had even been stripped of the right to vent his anger. This extreme frustration and resentment almost made him completely collapse. Madeline Stillwell watched the manic, near-unhinged Homelander before her. There was not a trace of panic on her face, nor was she in a rush to talk about the mission. She knew him too well. At this moment, Homelander was irritable, sensitive, and insecure. All his hostility stemmed from fear and the anger of being replaced. A direct confrontation would only drive him completely insane. Only gentleness and empathy could calm him down. Madeline Stillwell softened her steps and slowly walked forward, her tone gentle, filled with reassurance and apology. I wasn't spying on you, Homelander. I know that all along, it has been Vought lying to you and using you. It's not just you, I, too, am kept in the dark by the company. Her eyes were tender, her tone sincere, gradually smoothing out Homelander's restless and manic emotions. That fake who was impersonating you is dead, they have completely disappeared. Now, no one can replace you, and no one can be like you. You are still that unique, perfect, and unrivaled Homelander. Her gentle words washed over his twisted hostility like warm water. Homelander, who had been tense and breathing heavily, felt his manic gaze fade away, his restless body slowly relax, and the blood-red color in his eyes gradually subside. He was extremely starved for love and validation, even fake tenderness could instantly stabilize his near-collapsing mind. Seeing that he had completely calmed down and his emotions were no longer out of control, Madeline Stillwell raised her hand and gently unbuttoned her top. Taking a step forward, she took the initiative to press her hand against the back of Homelander's head, gently cradling his head against her chest. In the enclosed, dimly lit room, all his irritability, paranoia, and anxiety seemed to be smoothed away in this instant. Homelander's stiff body completely relaxed, like a child who had finally received comfort and validation, quietly burying himself in her arms, enjoying this brief, false warmth. After soothing his emotions and confirming that he was completely settled, Madeline Stillwell spoke slowly and softly about the matter at hand. But now, something has come up. A transoceanic flight from Paris to Chicago has been hijacked by criminals at an altitude of 10,000 meters. All ground military, SWAT, and rescue forces are completely helpless, and the more than 100 civilians on board could lose their lives at any moment. She pressed close to his ear, her voice soft but every word precise. Right now, only you can save them. Only you can prove yourself again. Once this is done, all the rumors, all the doubts, and all the negative voices will completely disappear. You will stand at the very top again, letting everyone look up to you, the one and only, once more. Homelander slowly raised his head, the languor and dependence on his face fading, and the flames of vanity and arrogance reignited in his eyes. He needed such a high-profile rescue to solidify his supreme status and suppress all the gossip from the outside world. He straightened up, walked to the chair nearby, picked up the pants draped casually over it, put them on slowly and deliberately, zipped them up carefully, and adjusted the hem of his shirt and his spandex suit until they were impeccable. Having done all this, he straightened his back again, his high and mighty demeanor fully revealed. I can handle this little matter all by myself, he said, his tone arrogant and filled with unquestionable force. Madeline Stillwell advised him at the right moment, I believe in your strength, but public opinion is sensitive right now. To make this operation appear even more perfect and to completely shut everyone up, you should take Queen Maeve with you. With her cooperating in the operation, presenting the image of the seven standing together to protect the public, Vought's image will be more stable, and your brilliance will only shine brighter. Homelander frowned slightly upon hearing this, instinctively resisting anyone standing beside him and sharing the applause that should belong solely to him. But then he thought, Maeve always kept a low profile and could never shake his position, having her by his side would only serve to highlight his own power. After weighing it for a moment, he snorted, which counted as his agreement. Seeing this, Madeline Stillwell immediately added, I have already notified Maeve to wait for you at the launch platform, you can go straight there. Homelander said no more, adjusted his suit, turned, and walked out of the dim private suite, heading straight for the launch platform. When he arrived at the platform, Maeve had already received the mission notification and was standing at the edge of the platform with an impatient look, clearly having been waiting for a long time. Before Maeve could speak, Homelander stepped forward and grabbed her waist with one hand. Hold on, he commanded in a low, cold, and impatient voice. As the words fell, Homelander slowly lifted off the ground, steadily gaining altitude, and carried Maeve step by step through the clouds above the city, flying rapidly toward the hijacked transoceanic flight at 10,000 meters. Marcus left the villa, soared into the air, and headed straight for Vought Tower in the city center, intending to find Edgar. He controlled his flight speed, remaining silent the entire way without causing a single sonic boom. After traveling for a moment, Vought Tower was already close at hand. Just then, a figure suddenly shot up from the side of the building, It was Homelander, holding Queen Maeve with one arm, speeding away into the depths of the distant clouds. Marcus merely glanced at them, not delving into where they were going, and immediately changed direction, flying straight to the top floor of the tower, stopping outside the window of Edgar's office, and tapped lightly on the glass. Edgar, inside the office, heard the movement outside, looked up and saw the figure outside the window, then stood up and opened the floor-to-ceiling window. He looked at Marcus, who was hovering outside, and asked in a calm tone, "I wonder, Mr. Vane, what brings you to see me?" Marcus thought for a moment, did not respond to the other's question, but instead asked, "Homelander and Queen Maeve just left in a hurry, what did they go to do?" Edgar shook his head upon hearing this. "I am not sure, I will ask for you right now." Having said that, he picked up the communication device on the desk, connected the line to Madeline Stillwell, and asked about the whereabouts of Homelander and Queen Maeve. Madeline Stillwell's voice soon came through the communicator, and she laid out the entire plan. The flight had been hijacked. She had arranged for the two of them to go and rescue it, hoping to use this to turn public opinion around. Her words reached Marcus's ears clearly, and memories of his past life instantly flooded his mind. He remembered that this rescue eventually turned into a tragedy, with all 100 or so innocent people on board perishing, including many young children. Thinking of this, Marcus's expression shifted slightly, and he looked at Edgar and said, "Regarding the matter of the monster's corpse, I will discuss it with you when I return." As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped lingering, spread his form, and flew rapidly in the direction Homelander had left. Marcus's figure broke through the air, heading straight for an altitude of 10,000 meters. His speed was extremely fast, and before long, he caught up to the two figures speeding through the clouds ahead. Homelander, who was carrying Queen Maeve ahead, instantly sensed the presence behind him. His body stiffened abruptly, he suddenly stopped his flight, and turned his head sharply to look. The moment he saw that the person coming was Marcus, a strong sense of dread and panic welled up in his eyes, his whole body tensed, and his tone carried clear vigilance and unease. "It's you. What are you doing? This time, I didn't provoke or attack you." Queen Maeve, being held in his arm, was suddenly shocked, her face full of disbelief. She had known Homelander for so many years, and had never seen him like this. Homelander, who was usually arrogant, domineering, and viewed all living beings as ants, was now revealing clear dread and panic. What exactly was the background of this mysterious cosmic Superman? To actually be able to make the insufferably arrogant Homelander dread him to this extent. Queen Maeve was full of shock and suspicion in her heart, silently watching the two confront each other, not daring to interrupt. Marcus's expression was calm, his gaze looking peacefully at Homelander before him, his tone without ripples. "I'm just here to take a look, just in case." This simple sentence, however, was like a silent weight falling on Homelander's heart. This lack of trust made his already tense emotions instantly become irritable. He was clearly out to execute a rescue mission and restore his reputation, yet he was followed all the way by this person, as if they were afraid he would cause trouble at any moment. Even though fear still lingered in his heart, Homelander was now severely stung by his strong self-esteem. He gritted his teeth and held on, forcibly raising his voice, carrying unwillingness and bravado. "Do you think I can't save them? Do you think I can't handle a few mere hijackers?" Marcus did not reply, just watched him quietly. But the more silent he was, the more this silent gaze revealed extreme mistrust. The air was suffocating. Homelander felt uncomfortable being watched, losing all face, and the grievance and anger in his heart kept accumulating. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes churning with stubbornness and a spiteful toughness, and he said in a deep voice, "Since you don't believe me, then I will let you see for yourself whether I can do it or not." After saying this, Homelander said no more, took Queen Maeve and continued to accelerate forward, arriving before long at the outside of the hijacked transoceanic flight. At this time, the cabin was in chaos, several hijackers were brandishing weapons and shouting, passengers and crew on board were terrified, cries and calls for help rose one after another, and the entire plane was completely shrouded in fear. With a crisp sound, the cabin door was violently ripped open, the biting airflow at high altitude instantly poured in, and the powerful suction force immediately swept one hijacker who was not standing firmly out of the cabin. The remaining hijackers hurriedly steadied themselves, and while they were still shaken, Queen Maeve had already leapt, jumping into the cabin from the doorway. Her movements were crisp and clean. She stepped forward quickly and snapped the neck of a nearby hijacker with a backhand. At the front of the cabin, the hijacker guarding the cockpit door changed expression drastically upon seeing this, immediately raised his rifle and shouted sternly, "Don't move. If you take one more step, I'll shoot." But his threat was useless. Homelander, who had followed closely into the cabin, flashed a cold light in his eyes, and two scorching heat vision beams shot out instantly, piercing through the man's body, and the hijacker fell to the ground, losing his breath on the spot. The crisis was temporarily resolved. The hostages in their seats cheered upon seeing this, and the joy of surviving a disaster spread through the cabin. Just amidst this cheering, 4 crisp gunshots suddenly rang out one after another inside the cockpit. Homelander's pupils constricted slightly. He immediately activated his X-ray vision to see through the cabin wall, and after seeing the scene inside, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. He immediately reached out and grabbed Queen Maeve, who was about to step toward the cockpit, and said in a deep voice, "Don't look, come with me." Queen Maeve was full of doubts and broke free from his hand. What on earth happened? Having said that, she walked straight to the cockpit door, pushed it open, and looked inside. The scene before her made her expression change drastically. The 4 gunshots had taken the lives of the captain and the co-pilot, another shot had shattered the plane's control panel, and the final shot was the lead hijacker choosing to end his own life after being driven into a corner. No pilot, no control panel, completely out of control at high altitude. The plane lost all ability to be controlled, and the fuselage began to shake violently and descend rapidly. Queen Maeve felt cold all over, staring blankly at the tragic state of the cockpit, her heart sinking to the bottom. It's over. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, with the plane descending, this meant that everyone on board, over 100 lives, were all doomed to die. Everyone in the cabin saw the bloody and desperate tragedy inside through the open cockpit door. Cries, wails, and desperate roars resounded throughout the plane, and everyone fell into extreme panic. A little girl sitting in the front row, her face covered in tears, was shivering. She raised her tear-streaked little face and looked tremblingly at Queen Maeve in front of her, asking softly with a childish and desperate sob. "Queen Maeve, are we going to die?" This childish question completely broke down Queen Maeve's defenses. Her chest felt tight, her eyes reddened, and she turned her head sharply to look at the gloomy, silent Homelander behind her, her voice filled with urgency and pleading. "Homelander, save them quickly." Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Homelander's expression did not move in the slightest, and he coldly spat out 3 words. "Can't save them." Queen Maeve stared at him in disbelief and said urgently, "You can. You fly down and lift the plane up." Homelander's eyes churned with irritation and violence, and he coldly retorted, "I can't do it. With my strength, if I force it to lift, I will only pierce straight through the entire plane, and everyone will die even faster." Once these words were spoken, the cabin completely exploded in chaos. A wealthy businessman with significant assets spoke tremblingly, his tone full of crazy pleading, "I have money. I have countless assets. As long as you can save me, I will donate a huge amount of funds to Bot Group, as much as you want." The parents of the children around them broke down in tears, stepping forward one after another to beg, cries of, "Save the children," echoing continuously in the panicked cabin, humble and desperate. Looking at the helpless children and the broken people, Queen Maeve still refused to give up, gritting her teeth and pleading. "Even if you can't save everyone, at least save the children. They are still young, they can't just die here like this." The continuous pleading, questioning, and expectations completely crushed Homelander, whose mental state was already shattered. He completely lost control of his emotions, a red glow appeared in his eyes, and he roared sternly at everyone who surrounded him. "Back off! Everyone back off!" His crimson gaze swept across the entire scene, carrying endless madness, and he roared loudly. "Everyone stay in the back and don't move. Whoever dares to take one more step forward, I'll kill you right now." A deathly silence instantly enveloped the cabin, and everyone was scared stiff by his crazed appearance, not daring to make another sound. Immediately, Homelander turned his head and stared fixedly at Queen Maeve, his tone icy and bone-chilling, carrying an ultimatum. Now, you either stay here and die with them, or come with me. I'll give you 3 seconds to choose. Death was close at hand. Facing Homelander's completely irrational threat, Queen Maeve felt cold all over, her heart filled with powerlessness and despair. She looked at the shivering children, looked at the desperate and helpless ordinary people in the cabin, her voice choked, and she repeated softly, full of guilt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I can't save you. As soon as the words fell, Homelander did not linger for even a fraction of a second, grabbed Queen Maeve's waist with one hand, leapt, and rushed straight out of the bumpy, falling airliner. The passenger plane, out of control at an altitude of 10,000 meters, still carried immense inertia as it plummeted rapidly toward the clouds below. Marcus hovered at a high altitude not far away. He did not have X-ray vision, but he possessed super hearing. The frantic cries of everyone in the cabin, the helpless sobbing of children, the humble pleas of the crowd, as well as the recent manic roars and heartless choice of Homelander, all reached his ears without missing a single word. Just then, 2 figures broke through the cabin vent and sped out. It was Homelander, who had abandoned everyone on the plane and was fleeing alone with Maeve. Marcus looked at the approaching Homelander with a calm gaze. His tone was devoid of any ripples, yet every word was sharp, piercing straight to the heart. It seems you are not suited to be a superhero. As the words fell, he did not wait for Homelander, whose expression had suddenly changed, to retort, nor did he give the other party any chance to defend himself. Marcus moved, instantly flashing to a position directly beneath the rapidly falling passenger plane. He braced his arms firmly, his sturdy back straightened, and he hoisted it upward. The immense impact of the fall was instantly and steadily absorbed. The entire commercial airliner, weighing tens of tons, shuddered violently for a moment before coming to a steady halt at an altitude of 10,000 meters. This is impossible. Homelander stared fixedly at the scene before him, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. In an instant, endless panic and despair swept through his mind. He sobered up instantly. If everyone on this plane survived, everyone would know his true face, abandoning innocent civilians, fearing disaster, and refusing to save those in need. His perfect hero persona would completely collapse, public opinion would crash, and he would be reduced to a coward and a lunatic despised by everyone. He would be completely finished then. Extreme fear instantly devoured his remaining rationality. Homelander's eyes instantly turned red, murderous intent surged within them, and without hesitation, he mobilized all the power within him. Scorching red light gathered crazily in his eyes. He had to destroy this plane. He had to make everyone shut up. Maeve, standing to the side, saw the murderous intent in his eyes. Her heart stopped, and she reached out desperately to stop him. Stop. You've gone mad. But at this moment, Homelander was already completely insane, with only the obsession to destroy everything left in his heart. He backhanded her with a fierce swing, his immense strength sending Maeve flying away. Maeve lost control of her body, plummeting straight down from the high altitude, the gale tearing at her body. She had no time to react. Marcus, who was stabilizing the passenger plane, took all of this in. Seeing Homelander determined to slaughter the innocent people on the entire plane and having cruelly knocked Maeve away, his gaze suddenly turned cold. Without the slightest hesitation, Marcus raised his hand and pushed upward violently. The heavy commercial airliner instantly broke free from its downward trajectory, shooting straight up into the high altitude like a rocket, completely avoiding the lock-on range of the heat vision. Almost at the same instant, Marcus's figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. The speed was so fast that not even a single afterimage was left behind. At the very moment before Homelander could fully release his heat vision, Marcus had already appeared before him. Before this strongest superhero could make any reaction, 2 strikes, faster than thought, were slammed out. Bang! A dull yet crisp explosion erupted in the high altitude. Everything happened in a flash. Homelander, who had just been maniacally rampaging and intending to slaughter hundreds, instantly ceased all movement. At this time, Maeve had only fallen a few meters. The whole process took no more than the blink of an eye, and this horrific slaughter had already ended. Marcus reached out with a backhand, steadily catching the falling Maeve by the wrist and supporting her firmly in midair. The whole process was steady and gentle, a stark contrast to the extreme ferocity he had just used to kill Homelander. Holding Maeve, he looked up and leapt forward, instantly catching up to the passenger plane that was still gliding at high altitude. Supporting the fuselage with one hand, his immense power steadily bore the weight of the entire plane as he flew rapidly toward the safe coastline below. Maeve hovered in midair, having witnessed the entire breathtaking process with her own eyes. Hoisting a falling passenger plane with his bare hands, instantly killing the rampaging Homelander, and saving her as she fell. In just a few seconds, it had overturned all her perceptions. She looked up at that tall, upright figure, completely dumbfounded, her mind blank, unable to recover for a long time. Speeding along the way, after a moment, Marcus steadily carried the passenger plane to the open, flat coastline and slowly landed the plane smoothly. The cabin door opened, and the shaken passengers walked off the plane one after another, looking at the safe coastline before them, still feeling lingering fear. When they saw the figure who had supported the plane and saved everyone, they instantly realized who it was. It was the cosmic Superman who had appeared out of nowhere and caused a sensation on the internet a few days ago. In an instant, all the survivors were moved to tears, stepping forward one after another to express their gratitude, and the sounds of thanks echoed incessantly along the coast. Marcus's expression was indifferent, he had no intention of staying to respond. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a few young children mustered up the courage to run forward, speaking timidly, wanting to take a commemorative photo with him. Looking at the pure and sincere eyes of the children, Marcus paused slightly and gave his tacit consent. After simply cooperating with the children to finish the photo, he turned to look at Maeve, who was still in a daze, and spoke indifferently. "The people here, I leave them in your care." As the words fell, he did not linger, his figure flashed, and he flew straight toward the Vought Tower. High-altitude currents rushed past as Marcus's figure instantly traversed the city skyline, and before long, he returned to the top floor of the Vought Tower. He landed directly inside Edgar's open floor-to-ceiling window, his posture composed and steady. The office was deathly silent. Edgar stood quietly in place, his gaze locked firmly on Marcus's hands, his pupils slightly constricted, and he remained completely silent. On those palms, there was fresh, scarlet blood that had not yet dried, which was incredibly glaring. The air was oppressively quiet. Facing Edgar's silent gaze, Marcus's expression was calm and ripple-free, his tone calm and straightforward, without any concealment. "This is Homelander's blood. I killed him." Edgar's expression quickly returned to normal, and he said slowly, "Homelander kept provoking you, so meeting this end is entirely his own fault. You need not worry, this matter will not affect our cooperation." Marcus did not dwell on the matter of Homelander any further, changing the subject to ask, "That monster, how is your research going?" "Our team has made a major discovery," Edgar replied truthfully. "The substance extracted from the monster's body can not only significantly increase the success rate of using the first generation and ordinary compound V, but also further enhance the potency of the serum." Marcus pressed. "When can it be mass-produced? Roughly how much can be produced? To completely eliminate side effects and ensure safety, it will take at least 1 year at the earliest. As for the specific output, it is currently impossible to estimate," Edgar replied. "Very well, I will come to find you again in 1 year." Marcus's gaze was calm, his tone carrying a hint of a warning, "I hope you will not deceive me then." Having said this, he said no more, turned and stepped out of the office, and took flight, leaving the Vought Tower. Time flew by, and a full year passed quietly. New York, this super metropolis, was no longer what it used to be. Homelander, who was once infinitely glorious, had become a thing of the past. Vought had lost its #1 combat power and was much more restrained in its actions, yet it still entrenched itself in the core area of Manhattan, secretly operating various research projects. Meanwhile, The name of Cosmic Superman had spread throughout the city and even the entire United States, but apart from Vough's top management, no one knew that this powerhouse who crushed everything lived a low-key life in a quiet residence on the outskirts of New York. Over the past year, Marcus had been lying low, living a leisurely and carefree life. One day, having nothing to do, he finished watching the anime, Cyberpunk, Edgerunners, and on a whim, he simply soared into the sky, broke through the atmosphere, and headed straight for the distant moon. He wandered wantonly on the desolate and silent surface of the moon to pass the time, and only after he had his fill did he turn back to Earth and return to his villa. After landing and resting, Marcus had a thought and opened his attribute panel. After a full year of settling and adaptation, his various abilities had stabilized in a brand new state. Super Strength. Level 4, 14%. Super Durability. Level 4, 23%. Super Mental Power. Level 4, 53%. Super Speed. Level 4, 15%. Biofield. Level 2, 90%. The attribute growth was not much, but he was not in a hurry. After all, nothing and no one in the boy's universe could threaten him. Just then, the phone placed to the side suddenly rang. The caller was none other than Edgar. The call connected, and Edgar's steady voice came through, informing him that the new version of Compound V, which had taken a year to refine, had been successfully developed. Marcus did not hesitate and set off immediately. A level 2 90% biofield could insulate him from air friction and sonic vibrations in all directions, enough to support him in maintaining flight at 90 times the speed of sound, completely silent throughout the journey without producing a single sonic boom. Edgar had already been waiting for a long time, holding a precision alloy sealed case in his hand. He handed the case to Marcus and earnestly introduced the effects of the new version of the serum. This new version of Compound Versus is 5 times as potent as the original, and the amplification effect is terrifying. Whether injected or taken orally, the success rate is 100%, with 0 side effects. The restrictions are the same as the original, each person can only use it once in their lifetime. A second use will not result in any increase in strength, only a stimulating effect. It is similar to high-concentration adrenaline, but it lasts longer and has no obvious side effects. He paused briefly and continued truthfully. A total of 17 finished doses were produced this time. According to our original agreement on the split, the 12 doses in this box all belong to you. Marcus looked at the alloy case before him, his tone carrying a full warning. Are there really no extras? Do not lie to me. Even if you can control your own heartbeat and emotions, if any of your subordinates feel guilty and lie, I can hear every subtle change in their heartbeat clearly. Edgar's expression was open and honest, without the slightest panic. I am absolutely not lying to you. All the precious substances within that monster's body have been completely extracted and consumed by us, leaving not a trace behind. Unless we find another monster corpse, this new version of Compound Versus can never be produced again. Marcus focused his senses, relying on his ultimate super hearing to accurately capture Edgar's heartbeat and breath fluctuations, confirming that his state of mind was calm, every word was true, and there was no half-lie or concealment. After confirming everything was correct, he took the alloy case, turned to leave Vought Tower, and quickly returned to his villa. Back home, Marcus opened the case, looked at the clear and bright serum inside, casually took out one, and drank it straight down. The new version of the serum was purer and more domineering, and its effect speed far exceeded the old version. In just 1 minute, a warm energy instantly washed over his whole body, nourishing his flesh and abilities in all aspects. Marcus opened his attribute panel again and clearly saw the changes in his data. Super Strength. Level 4, 14%, right pointing arrow level 4, 17%. Super Durability. Level 4, 23%, right pointing arrow level 4, 26%. Super Mental Power. Level 4, 53%, right pointing arrow level 4, 56%. Super Speed. Level 4, 15%, right pointing arrow level 4, 18%. Biofield. Level 2, 90%, right pointing arrow level 3, 30%. All attributes increased by 3%, and the biofield even broke through directly, successfully advancing to level 3. Marcus sighed inwardly, The amplification effect of the new version of Compound Versus was indeed far stronger than the original, and the cost-effectiveness and combat power improvement were not in the same league at all. Just then, he discovered that at the very bottom of the attribute panel, a brand new ability he had never seen before had appeared. Dimensional Travel. Level 1, 1%. Looking at this special ability name, a glimmer of realization arose in Marcus's heart. Perhaps, this was the real reason he had left his original world and traveled to the boy's universe. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Marcus moved his mind slightly, attempting to activate this brand new ability. The air in the living room instantly twisted and trembled, and space folded and tore layer by layer. A pitch black, deep spatial hole, filled with unknown mist, slowly formed in front of him, connecting to countless unknown worlds. With a firm gaze and without the slightest hesitation, Marcus picked up the case, stepped forward, and walked straight into the pitch-black spatial hole. The other side of the void was a vacuum. The moment Marcus's feet touched the nothingness, the cold, silent darkness swallowed him whole. Then, he was directly exposed to the cosmic environment. Marcus hovered among the stars, with the black rift behind him slowly contracting and eventually disappearing into a pinpoint of light. He gazed into the distance, his eyes falling upon the planet below. The interwoven blue and brown surface was still familiar, the mountains, seas, and clouds were just as they had been in the past. But the aura of the entire planet was completely different. It appeared unchanged, yet it exuded an indescribable, unfamiliar, deathly silence, as if the world remained the same, but all vitality had completely faded away. Marcus stopped watching, moved his body, and dove straight toward the planet. Penetrating the atmosphere, the scene that met his eyes was shocking. The once great cities had completely turned into ruins, buildings had crumbled, roads were broken, and debris was everywhere. Dried blood and abandoned wreckage could be seen everywhere, the entire land was desolate and dilapidated, with no trace of civilization left. After landing, Marcus immediately began his search. Above the ravaged wasteland, a deathly silence shrouded everything, and there was not the slightest trace of living people. He shuttled through several broken cities one after another, searching for several hours to no avail. Just as Marcus was preparing to expand his search area, his keen and powerful hearing suddenly caught an anomaly. From the edge of a broken forest a few kilometers away came chaotic footsteps, rapid panting, the crisp sound of gunfire, and the panicked hissing of beasts. Against the backdrop of the world's deathly silence, this commotion was exceptionally clear. These were the sounds of living people. Marcus's eyes narrowed, his body instantly lifted into the air, and he sped toward the source of the sound. On the clearing at the edge of the woods, a fierce chase was unfolding. More than a dozen ragged, dust-covered survivors were fleeing in a sorry state, holding crude firearms. Behind them, 8 massive beasts, resembling deer but with sharp fangs and sturdy limbs, were frantically chasing them. Their hooves crushed gravel, their hideous heads locked onto the humans, and they roared as they launched their attack. The survivors were exhausted, low on ammunition, and retreating step by step, at risk of being devoured by the beasts at any moment. Without the slightest hesitation, Marcus dove down and landed, instantly cutting into the battlefield. His movements were crisp and clean, his punches fierce, and every strike precisely hit the beasts' vital points. The hard animal bones were vulnerable in the face of absolute power. Accompanied by dull thuds and short roars, the 8 beasts chasing the survivors were all killed in an instant. In just a few seconds, the deadly crisis was completely resolved, and the empty forest returned to silence. Marcus stood straight, looked at the shaken crowd, and spoke in a calm tone. "May I ask, can you tell me what exactly happened to this planet?" As his voice fell, the atmosphere at the scene instantly froze. The dozen survivors stiffened, their pupils constricted, and fear instantly covered their faces. The gratitude of being saved had vanished, replaced by deep-seated wariness and fear. They stared fixedly at the tall, upright Marcus, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The next second, several emotionally broken survivors suddenly raised their firearms, aiming them directly at Marcus, and roared, "Demon! You are also a demon!" Just as the triggers were about to be pulled, a steady, commanding voice rang out. "Stop! Put down your guns! In front of the crowd, a middle-aged man with a weathered face and a scarred forehead stepped out quickly. He was the leader of this group of survivors. Under his stern command, although the crowd was filled with fear and their hands were shaking, they could only grit their teeth and slowly lower their guns, but the terror in their eyes did not diminish in the slightest. The leader took a deep breath, looked at the strange powerhouse before him, and with a hoarse, trembling voice, slowly revealed the truth about this cataclysm. A year ago, an alien descended from the sky. He called himself a Viltrumite. The moment he landed, he questioned us, saying that one of their kin had mysteriously disappeared on this planet and demanded we give an explanation immediately. Endless sorrow and helplessness welled up in the man's eyes. We are just ordinary natives of this planet. We had never encountered extraterrestrial life, let alone any Viltrumite, so we had no way to answer. We could only desperately explain and plead, telling him we knew nothing. But he wouldn't listen to any explanation, nor would he give us any chance. The man's voice carried a suppressed tremble, every word heavy. Just because we couldn't give him the answer he wanted, that Viltrumite started an indiscriminate slaughter. No warning, no reason, just pure, wanton slaughter relying on terrifying power that crushed everything. That day was the end of our entire civilization. He alone crushed all our armed forces. Artillery, nuclear bombs, all defensive measures were useless. High-rise buildings were torn apart by hand, cities were razed to the ground, and corpses and ruins were everywhere. In just one day, our civilization, which had continued for hundreds of years, was completely destroyed, and billions of people were killed or injured. Our prosperous homeland was completely reduced to this desolate, deathly wasteland. As his voice fell, the surroundings fell into complete silence. The whistling wind blew through the broken walls and ruins, but it could not disperse the sorrow and despair settled in the air. Marcus stood quietly in place, his expression indifferent and silent. A moment later, he spoke slowly, his voice flat without a single ripple. "What is that person's name?" The middle-aged man leading them trembled violently, the fear in his eyes surging again, his lips quivering as he spoke with extreme dread. He called himself Conquest. He raised his bloodshot eyes and looked at Marcus cautiously, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, and said almost pleadingly, "I have told you everything I know. We are just ordinary people trying to survive. We have no malice, please, let us go." The other survivors also lowered their heads, clutching their firearms tightly, their bodies shivering. Having experienced the terrifying slaughter by the Viltrumite, they had developed a bone-deep fear of all extraordinary beings. In their eyes, the powerful Marcus who had suddenly appeared before them was no different from that alien demon named Conquest. Marcus looked at this group of shivering, terrified survivors, his eyes devoid of any ripples. He knew that these ordinary people had been scared out of their wits by that apocalyptic slaughter. In their eyes, all extraordinary beings who descended from the sky were moody demons. Rest assured. Marcus's voice was steady, without any sense of oppression. "I will not harm you." After saying this, he did not linger, turned and left directly, disappearing at the end of the broken woods. At this moment, Marcus had already made his decision. Although he had been reborn as a Viltrumite and had lived in the territory of the Empire for 18 years, accustomed to the Empire's order and the race's arrogance, he ultimately retained the bottom line and conscience of his previous human life. He would never be soft-hearted when killing opponents or clearing out alien enemies. But like Conquest, to launch an indiscriminate genocide against innocent civilians for an unverifiable reason, slaughtering an entire weak, non-threatening civilization, he could never agree with this, let alone be complicit in it. From this moment on, he completely abandoned the idea of returning to the Viltrumite star domain and would no longer follow any orders from the Empire. Over the next 6 months, Marcus traveled far away. He gradually traveled out of the star domain controlled by the Viltrum Empire, completely breaking away from the Empire's rule and entering the territory of the neutral planetary alliance. In order not to drift alone in the cold universe, he found a standard medium-sized long-range spacecraft and, after repairing and refitting it, used it as his mobile residence. From then on, he no longer experienced the lonely drift through the sea of stars. During the long cosmic voyage, he followed a normal routine inside the spaceship, eating, browsing interstellar network information, and consolidating his strength in his spare time. When the spaceship's energy was insufficient, he would dock at a neutral planet to resupply. When supplies were scarce, he would land to purchase them. He was unhurried, letting the spaceship sail slowly through the vast galaxy. This day, just as Marcus was about to have a meal, the spaceship's alarm sounded softly, and an intermittent distress signal was intercepted on the interstellar frequency. The signal source was not far away, right along his flight path, so he simply changed course, intending to investigate on the way. A moment later, a fleet engaged in a firefight appeared in his view. A massive civilian transport ship was tightly surrounded by dozens of crudely designed small warships, with artillery fire crisscrossing. They had clearly encountered space pirates. But the battle was not one-sided. A force had already stepped in to help, their artillery fire accurately striking the pirate ships, constantly tearing open the enemy's encirclement. Marcus zoomed in on the observation screen to take a closer look and quickly saw the appearance of the rescuer. It was a humanoid being, covered in bright orange skin, with no hair on its head or body, and a single large eye in the center of its face. The features were distinct. It was indeed a Unopan. He gazed at the orange figure, recalling to himself. In the anime from his previous life, there was only one combat-type Unopan in the entire universe. It stood to reason that this person was Alan. Artillery fire roared incessantly across the starry sky. Alan relied on his formidable physique to twist and turn, his punches and kicks dealing heavy damage to several enemy ships in quick succession. However, the sheer number of pirate vessels was overwhelming. They swarmed in layers, gradually pinning him down and making it difficult for him to break away to protect the precarious transport ship. Marcus pondered for a moment and decided not to stand by any longer. He stood up, stepped out of the spaceship's hatch, and suspended his body in the icy vacuum of space. The next instant, Marcus shot forward, transforming into a sharp black shadow that reached Alan's side in the blink of an eye. Just then, 3 pirate ships locked onto them simultaneously, and several searing white laser beams tore through the vacuum, heading straight for Alan's back. Marcus did not dodge or evade, his invisible biofield covering his entire body. The blinding laser beams slammed into him, only to ripple through the distorted space. They left not even a mark before dissipating completely. The orange figure currently locked in a bitter struggle faltered slightly. Alan's large, singular eye turned to the side, catching sight of Marcus, who had blocked the fatal attack for him. Sound could not travel in a vacuum, so Alan used his own mental link ability to send words directly into Marcus's mind, his tone carrying a hint of relaxed amusement. "Thanks, brother. You came just in time." As soon as he finished speaking, the hot-blooded Alan immediately reorganized his offensive without any hesitation. He exerted force through his limbs, and his vigorous orange body catapulted outward, heading straight for the densest formation of pirate ships. Even while mired in the chaotic battle, he did not lose his optimistic nature. While smashing through the alloy hull of a small warship with a heavy punch, he continued to use his ability to transmit his thoughts with a grumble. "These mobs are endless, they're a real headache to deal with." The sturdy interstellar warship was as fragile as thin paper under his immense physical strength, exploding with a roar as debris and sparks scattered in all directions. He wove through the gaps in the artillery fire, relying on his extensive experience in space combat to precisely evade dense barrages. Every punch and every kick he delivered disabled a pirate warship, forcibly tearing open one gap after another. Marcus also followed closely, charging into the battlefield and fully joining the fray. He moved calmly through the rain of artillery fire, with no need to dodge conventional attacks. Every laser and missile that came his way was met head-on, absorbed by his physical body and biofield. He reached out and grabbed a fleeing pirate warship. As his fingers exerted force, the hard hull instantly deformed and buckled. With a dull, explosive sound, the entire warship was rendered completely paralyzed and useless. Immediately after, he flashed forward and kicked away another enemy ship attempting to ambush Alan. One orange, one black, the two formed a perfect combination in the pitch-black starry sky. Alan charged aggressively from the front, using absolute brute force to crush enemy ships and break up the pirates' encirclement, focusing on breaking the deadlock and suppressing the entire field. Marcus's destructive power was no less impressive. He roamed across the battlefield, crippling warships with every strike while sweeping up the stragglers and guarding every blind spot behind Allen, eliminating any threat of ambush. The dozens of pirate ships that had originally been arrogant and overbearing, tightly besieging the transport ship, instantly fell into rout. The sounds of artillery fire, metal breaking, and engines exploding continued one after another. The more Allen fought, the more comfortable he became, and his tense expression relaxed. He continued to use his unique mental link to joke from a distance. Looks like I have good luck today, I've encountered a powerful teammate. Despite his joking words, his movements were not slow in the slightest. His attacks remained sharp and lethal, his reliable strength never faltering. In just a few short minutes, the pirate fleet was completely wiped out by the two of them working in tandem. The wreckage of the scattered warships drifted slowly in the universe, and the clamorous artillery fire finally ceased. The civilian transport ship, which had been on the verge of crashing, finally shook off the encirclement and resumed stable operation. As the battlefield fell completely quiet, Allen's figure flickered, and he swooped back to Marcus's side in midair. His large, singular eye sized Marcus up, his tone filled with genuine admiration and heartiness. Brother, your strength is impressive. Where are you from? Marcus's expression remained flat as he replied softly, I am just a person without a home. As soon as these words were spoken, Allen was momentarily tongue-tied. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes, and his mouth hung slightly open, not knowing how to respond. Just as Allen was at a loss, preparing to speak to ease the atmosphere, the civilian transport ship that had survived the ordeal slowly approached, pulling up steadily in front of the two and opening its boarding ramp. The two landed on the deck of the transport ship. An alien captain, who looked like a lobster with long limbs, hurried over to greet them. His demeanor was full of respect and gratitude as he said sincerely, Thank you both so much for your help. I wonder if you would do me the honor of staying the night on my ship so that I may properly repay you for saving our lives. Allen waved his hand quickly, smiling as he corrected the other party. No need to keep calling us, you two, my name is Allen. After finishing, he rubbed his stomach and added frankly and casually, staying the night is no problem, as I'm already hungry. I just don't know if this brother here is willing. Marcus pondered for a moment, then nodded. I have no problem with that. Also, my name is Marcus. That's great. The captain's face instantly lit up with delight, and he quickly responded, I will have people prepare food immediately. With that, the captain turned and hurried away to arrange the logistics. Watching the captain's retreating figure, Marcus turned to Allen and said, I'll go bring my spaceship over first, you can go in ahead. No problem, I'll head inside and wait then. Allen didn't stand on ceremony at all. He readily agreed, lifted his foot to follow the captain's pace, and was the first to enter the ship's cabin. Marcus also turned and took to the air, soon arriving beside the transport ship in his own medium-sized long-range spacecraft. He activated the system's intelligent follow mode, letting his ship hover automatically and sync with the transport ship. After finishing, he stepped onto the transport ship's cabin once again. Not long after, a notification came through the ship's communication system that the captain had prepared a lavish meal and was waiting for the two to dine. Marcus followed the crew's directions into the spacious dining room inside the ship. The lighting was soft and bright, and the long table was filled with all kinds of strange, colorful interstellar ingredients. The lobster-like captain was already waiting there, enthusiastically inviting the two to take their seats. Allen did not stand on ceremony at all. He pulled out a chair and sat down, his gaze instantly drawn to the food on the table. He picked up a plate of food that was still wriggling slightly with a soft texture, showing no resistance whatsoever, and skillfully popped it into his mouth. The unique savory aroma spread in his mouth, and he ate with great relish, his face full of satisfaction. Seeing Marcus sitting upright, merely observing the strange meal on the table quietly, Allen raised a hand while chewing his food, his tone warm. Marcus, stop looking and eat. This stuff tastes amazing, it's a rare interstellar delicacy. He had no airs of a powerhouse, eating casually and comfortably. His singular eye curved into a smile, without any of the awkwardness of a first meeting. Having experienced a battle side by side, he had long since regarded Marcus as a reliable companion. Marcus looked at the strange, wriggling alien food on his plate. There was no disgust in his eyes, only the habits of someone who had been drifting alone in the universe for half a year and was used to simple meals, having not been in such a lively atmosphere for a long time. He nodded slightly, picked up his utensils, and began to taste it calmly. The atmosphere in the dining room was relaxed and gentle. As Alan ate heartily, he chatted casually from time to time. His hearty and talkative nature quietly dispelled the loneliness of Marcus's solitary, drifting life. That's the end of part 1. Part 2 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it. Welcome to my channel. In my channel you can watch various type of fiction and fantasy audiobook. If you want more video like this, please subscribe my channel.
Reborn as an invincible young hero, I conquer all realms. Part 2. The dining room was filled with laughter, and the atmosphere grew increasingly harmonious. A moment later, the lobster-like captain set down his utensils, looked at the two men, and asked politely, "I wonder where Mr. Allen and Mr. Marcus intend to go next. If your route happens to be on my way, I could give you both a lift." Hearing this, Allen stopped eating, scratched his head, and said candidly, "I plan to go to planet Moon. My trip is mainly to evaluate the local guardians and determine if they have the capability to resist the Viltrumites." Upon hearing this, the captain immediately looked surprised, his slender limbs pausing slightly. He leaned forward quickly, his tone becoming even more respectful. "I see. Could it be that Mr. Allen is a planetary assessment officer for the Planetary Alliance?" Allen nodded generously and replied candidly, "That's right." His expression was casual, showing absolutely no airs of someone holding public office, and his tone was natural. "I am indeed a planetary combat assessment officer for the Alliance. My job is simple. Travel across the galaxy, assess the true combat level of guardians on various planets, and determine if they can withstand an assault from the Viltrum Empire. That's all." The atmosphere in the dining room instantly quieted down. In this sector, no interstellar resident was unaware of the weight carried by a Planetary Alliance assessment officer. They never interfered in planetary conflicts, and the reason they could traverse the sea of stars and be highly respected by all civilizations was purely because every single assessment officer was a top-tier combatant selected by the Alliance. Especially now, with the Viltrum Empire expanding everywhere and intimidating the entire galaxy, anyone qualified to independently assess a planet's defensive capabilities represented the highest level of ability and was by no means comparable to ordinary interstellar powerhouses. The captain was immediately filled with awe, and his gaze towards Allen changed completely. He hurriedly spoke solemnly, his tone full of sincerity, "So you are a planetary assessment officer for the Alliance. I was rude earlier. Since Mr. Allen is heading to planet Moon, what a coincidence that is." A flash of relief crossed the captain's eyes as he continued, "My transport ship's scheduled route happens to pass through the planet Moon sector. It's completely on the way. You two just saved the lives of everyone on this ship. I have no way to repay you, so I will certainly ensure you both reach your destination safely. You won't need to worry about a thing the entire way." Hearing this, Alan's brows relaxed instantly, and he laughed heartily. "That's fantastic. It saves me from having to replan my route and travel alone. You've really done me a huge favor." After saying this, Alan immediately turned his head to look at Marcus, who had remained silent at his side, and asked casually, "Marcus, what about you? Where do you plan to go next?" Marcus, who had been quietly listening to the conversation, slowly raised his eyes. His expression was calm and ripple-free. He did not hesitate, and with a steady, deep voice, he replied softly, "I intend to go to Earth." This simple sentence, however, caused the lobster captain to glance over slightly. His long, narrow antennae swayed gently. Relying on his extensive experience accumulated from years of traversing the sea of stars and visiting countless star sectors, he naturally knew about the secrets of the universe. The captain bowed slightly and explained respectfully, "Mr. Marcus, there are 3 Earths that I know of, and their environments, civilizations, and combat capabilities are completely different. I don't know which Earth you intend to go to." Marcus's brows twitched slightly upon hearing this. He leaned forward slightly and asked calmly, "What are the differences between the 3 Earths you know of?" The captain rested one of his slender limbs on the edge of the table, his antennae swaying gently as if organizing the coordinates in his mind's star map, and slowly began to speak. The first Earth is the closest to our current route. After we pass planet Moon, based on the speed of your ship model, Mr. Marcus, it is estimated that you will arrive in 2 years. Recalling his past voyages, his tone carried a touch of distant emotion. About 100 years ago, I passed by that planet for supplies and rest. It was a planet where powerhouses emerged in large numbers. I stayed in a local city for a few days, and by chance, I met a top powerhouse who called himself the Immortal. Speaking of this name, the captain's eyes held a touch of awe. Having run interstellar transport for years, he had seen countless planetary powerhouses, but the Immortal had left a particularly deep impression on him. That Immortal's strength was unfathomable. It is rumored that he possesses endless life and is immortal and indestructible. He is the top guardian of that Earth and has protected the entire planet for thousands of years, with no one ever able to shake his position. It's just that after so many years, I don't know if the situation on that planet is still the same as it was back then. The moment Marcus heard the name, the Immortal, he had his answer. He did not hesitate at all, raised his eyes to look at the lobster captain, and said with absolute certainty, no need to mention the other two. This is the Earth I want to go to. Alan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he immediately showed a hearty smile. He jumped into the conversation, his tone full of joy. That's great. Now it's completely on the way. Once I finish the combat assessment on planet Moon and handle all my business, I'll go to Earth with you, and we can travel together. Marcus nodded slightly and responded with a calm expression, tacitly agreeing to Alan's suggestion. The brief conversation finalized their entire itinerary. First, they would stop at planet Moon to complete Alan's planetary combat assessment, and then they would set off together for that Earth where the Immortal resided. Over the next few days, the interstellar voyage was smooth and uneventful. The transport ship traveled at a steady speed through the vast, pitch-black sea of stars, passing by dim asteroids and floating interstellar debris, until the originally distant planet Moon sector gradually appeared at the edge of the porthole's view. A pale blue planetary halo spread out in layers, enveloping the entire airspace. They had finally arrived at planet Moon. The lobster captain steered the ship to a steady stop in the planet's low orbit, then turned around, bowed slightly to Marcus and Alan before him, his attitude remaining respectful and sincere. Mr. Alan, Mr. Marcus, we have arrived at planet Moon. My route ends here. He drew in his slender limbs gently and said goodbye with a sincere tone. The road ahead is treacherous. I wish you both smooth sailing and safety in all matters. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. I only hope you have a smooth journey through the stars from here on out, with no more trouble. I shall take my leave now. With those words, the captain did not linger. He steered the transport ship to adjust its course, slowly sailed away from the planet Moon sector, and disappeared into the deep sea of stars. Watching the transport ship disappear completely, Alan stretched his limbs and then turned to look at Marcus beside him. Let's go. Let's head in and see what level the guardians of this planet are really at. The two did not hesitate, plunged straight through the atmosphere, and landed on the surface of planet Moon. Planet Moon was lush with vegetation, with a vast and boundless landscape, a scene of peace and tranquility. But this peace lasted only a few short seconds. The moment the two stepped onto the planet and their feet touched the ground, an extremely swift black shadow suddenly burst out from the depths of the dense forest nearby. The speed was fast enough to tear the air, bringing with it a piercing sonic boom, aimed directly at the two of them. The attacker's killing intent was chilling. The strike was an ambush from the start, without any probing, a ruthless offensive aimed at neutralizing the enemy in one blow. Alan, who reacted extremely quickly, narrowed his eyes suddenly, instantly tensed his body, and without dodging or evading, charged straight towards the incoming figure. Boom! Two high-speed black shadows collided instantly. A loud noise exploded on the surface, airwaves swept through the surroundings, and dust and debris flew into the air. In an instant, Alan was completely locked in combat with this mysterious figure who had suddenly appeared, and an intense battle was about to break out. Fists clashed with fists, legs struck against legs, Two figures blurred into afterimages in the woods, colliding hundreds of times in the blink of an eye. Each collision of limbs exploded with a thunderous roar, sweeping out circular shockwaves that snapped surrounding giant trees in response. The ground was plowed into crisscrossing ravines, and gravel and dust sprayed into the sky. The mysterious figure was wrapped in biting killing intent. Every strike was heavy, fierce, and ruthless, yet always veered away from fatal areas like the head and heart, aiming only for the shoulders, back, waist, abdomen, and limbs. The opponent seized the tempo first, a heavy punch driving straight toward Alan's face, only to shift slightly at the last moment, smashing into his shoulder. Alan raised his arm to block, the immense force numbing his arm and causing his feet to slide back half a meter uncontrollably. Before he could steady himself, the opponent dropped low and swept her leg over, a whip kick lashing toward his waist with a powerful gust. Alan twisted his waist to deflect most of the force, simultaneously throwing a backhand punch toward the opponent's ribs, only for it to be steadily parried by her elbow. After several exchanges, the opponent's strength and speed consistently surpassed Alan's by a margin, her moves connected without a single flaw, and her offensive was continuous and watertight. Alan's defense gradually faltered. He took two heavy blows to his shoulder and waist, causing the blood in his chest and abdomen to churn. Gritting his teeth, he held on, waiting for an opening in the opponent's retraction to lunge forward, driving his knee fiercely into her lower abdomen, finally forcing her to retreat half a step and regaining a sliver of breathing room. But this counterattack was just a drop in the bucket. The mysterious figure pressed back instantly, her dual fists attacking in a rapid-fire succession that fell like a curtain of rain. Alan could only continue to raise his hands to block, his body retreating repeatedly as he fell completely onto the defensive. He knew clearly in his heart that the opponent had been deliberately holding back the entire time, never using lethal moves. If she had really been fighting for his life, he wouldn't have lasted until now. The moment Alan was fully occupied parrying the dual fist assault, the mysterious figure suddenly raised her left leg, a sharp whip kick sweeping straight toward his temple. Alan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly raised his arm to block in front of his forehead, preparing to take the hit head-on. But just as the leg wind brushed past his arm guard, a much faster black shadow suddenly whipped out from behind her. It was a long tail covered in black and white fur, moving nearly twice as fast as her fists and feet. Alan had no time to react before his waist and abdomen took the heavy lash squarely. The moment the massive force struck, Alan flew sideways like a kite with a broken string, smashing heavily into a pile of rubble not far away, sending stones scattering and kicking up a cloud of dust. Marcus, watching from outside the fray, saw this scene clearly. The mysterious figure was a full 1.8 meters tall, her body covered in dense black and white beast fur, and a short garment tailored from unknown animal hide accentuated her curvaceous, proud figure. Her long hair was also a blend of black and white, hanging over her shoulders and back, but her face was smooth and hairless, bearing an exquisite and cute appearance that was a stark contrast to her fierce offensive just moments ago. Having succeeded with her strike, the mysterious figure did not pursue Alan into the rubble, but instead slowly turned her head, her amber eyes locking directly onto the motionless Marcus. The corners of her mouth curved slightly upward, revealing a somewhat happy smile. The next second, her feet pushed off the ground, her figure turning into a black and white afterimage as she charged straight toward Marcus. Watching the black and white figure charging toward him, Marcus did not move his feet, but instead flew backward, maintaining a fixed distance from his opponent, neither advancing nor meeting her head-on. Seeing this, the mysterious figure raised an eyebrow, her speed underfoot increasing once more. As she chased, she shouted loudly in standard galactic common, "Don't run." The two of them sped through the woods one after the other, trees flashing backward beside them. Just as the chase swept past an open clearing, Marcus, who was flying backward, suddenly halted. The airflow around him exploded. Instead of retreating further, he suddenly turned and dove, his right leg carrying the force of 10,000 tons as he kicked fiercely toward the oncoming mysterious figure. The turn of events was too sudden. The mysterious figure couldn't stop in time and could only hurriedly raise her crossed arms to block in front of her chest. Bang! A muffled, thunderous sound exploded. The terrifying force poured down along her arms, and the mysterious figure was instantly kicked backward, her arms numb and the blood in her chest churning. Marcus did not pause for a second, his figure chasing after her like a shadow. Taking advantage of the moment she was still in the air and unable to leverage her strength, he reached out and accurately grabbed that long black and white tail, his wrist exerting sudden force as he slammed her fiercely toward the ground. Boom! 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 Earth and stone splashed as the ground was smashed into several deep craters in succession. Marcus kept gripping the tail, swinging it repeatedly and smashing the mysterious figure from side to side, dozens of times in a row, until the surrounding ground cracked and dust shot into the sky. When the force was spent, he swung his arm up sharply, tossing her straight into the high air. The next second, Marcus shot into the sky, sticking to her tightly and giving her absolutely no chance to land and leverage her strength. The mysterious figure, stuck high in the air with nowhere to exert force, changed color slightly, she could only tense her body, raising her hands to parry the continuous onslaught, falling into complete passive defense. High in the air, Marcus's figure was as elusive as a ghost, sometimes flashing to her left to punch her shoulder and arm, sometimes sweeping to her right to kick her waist and abdomen, and in a blink, circling behind to chop at her back. His orientation shifted without any pattern, and the wind of his fists and shadows of his legs enveloped her in layers. The mysterious figure could only parry hurriedly by instinct, her body spinning uncontrollably in the air. The gaps in her defense grew larger and larger, her arms were already numb from the shocks, and her rhythm was completely disrupted. Marcus spotted his opportunity, his figure swaying to feint an attack on her front, while in reality, he instantly shifted to her left blind spot. By the time she realized something was wrong, it was already too late to defend. Bang! A heavy punch, carrying a massive, fierce force, smashed squarely into her left cheek. The mysterious figure's head jerked to the side, her consciousness suddenly blanking, and she plummeted vertically toward the ground like a meteorite that had lost its power. With a deafening boom, the ground was smashed into a crater several meters deep. Gravel and soil shot into the sky, and billowing dust instantly completely shrouded the bottom of the pit. As the dust slowly dispersed, Marcus, hovering high in the air, looked down. The mysterious figure at the bottom of the pit had her eyes tightly closed, her head tilted to one side, and her animal hide clothing was damaged in many places. She had fallen completely into a coma. Just then, a familiar voice came from the direction of the rubble pile. Marcus turned his head toward the sound and saw Alan propping himself up against the stones, waving a hand at him with a hearty smile on his face. "I knew it, Marcus, you're strong." Marcus's gaze fell on him, and he asked in a deep voice, "Are you okay?" Alan leapt to his side, patting the dust and gravel off his body, his tone relaxed. "This person's attacks looked fierce, but she never aimed for my vital points. It was just that tail lash that caught me off guard. I'll be fine after a moment." Marcus nodded slightly, then turned to look at the unconscious black and white figure in the pit, speaking calmly, "So, what should we do now?" Alan also looked down into the pit, scratching the back of his head, his tone carrying a bit of helplessness. "We can only wait for her to wake up. Hopefully, when she wakes up, she can listen to our explanation first, instead of just starting to fight again without a word." As his voice fell, the mysterious figure at the bottom of the pit saw her fingertips curl slightly, and her long, amber eyelashes fluttered gently, clearly a sign that she was about to wake up. The two of them instantly fell silent, both focusing their attention and staying on guard, their gazes locked firmly on her face, waiting quietly for her reaction after she opened her eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered, and the mysterious person at the bottom of the pit slowly opened her eyes. Just having awakened, her gaze was still thick with confusion, her pupils unfocused as she looked up at the sky. She was completely dazed, evidently not yet having fully recovered from her unconsciousness. Not until a few seconds later, when the dull pain from her face and body arrived and the images of the previous intense fight flooded her mind like a tide, did she jolt, her gaze instantly clearing. She braced herself against the pit wall to sit up, and upon looking up, she met two gazes looking down from the edge of the pit. Her gaze lingered only briefly when it swept past Alan, then locked firmly onto Marcus. Her eyes, which had been wary just a moment ago, suddenly lit up, like a lost young beast that had finally found its pack. Without giving the two of them any time to react, she pushed off the gravel at the bottom of the pit with her feet, vaulted up, and lunged straight toward Marcus. Alan instinctively crossed his arms to block, but was stunned to discover that this figure had no aggressive stance. She crashed straight into Marcus's arms, her arms wrapped tightly around his neck, her legs hooked around his waist and abdomen, hanging steadily onto him like a clingy koala. The black and white long tail behind her whipped back and forth rapidly, the fur even creating a faint rustling sound, and she kept shouting in standard interstellar common, her voice crisp and chirpy. Boss. Boss. Marcus's originally tense body stiffened slightly, and his hand, raised in midair to block, froze. He could clearly feel that there was not a shred of killing intent from the other person. On the contrary, there was an undisguised sense of closeness. When her tail brushed against the back of his hand, the soft fur made his skin itch slightly. Alan, standing to the side, watched in stunned silence, scratching the back of his head with an incredulous expression. Wait, what is this situation? You were fighting tooth and nail just a moment ago, how did she wake up and immediately acknowledge you as the boss? Marcus also furrowed his brows slightly, his voice dropping a few degrees. Get down, I am not your boss. Not only did she not let go, she hugged him even tighter, rubbed her head gently against his shoulder, and her black and white tail whipped behind her with a whooshing sound. Her tone was chirpy and determined. According to our tribe's tradition, since you defeated me, you are my boss. From now on, I will follow you. Alan, watching from the side, was highly amused, crossing his arms and laughing heartily. Not bad, Marcus, you picked up a loyal follower just by having a fight. Where else can you find such a good deal? You should just agree to it. Marcus turned his head and rolled his eyes at Alan, his eyes filled with a touch of helplessness. He looked down at the mysterious person hanging on him, his tone softening slightly. Get down first and tell me your name, we can talk about other things later. Only then did the mysterious person reluctantly loosen her arms and slide down his body to the ground. She stood straight, her tail still swaying gently behind her, and spoke crisply. My name is Delta, I'm the fourth in my family, and I'm currently the strongest person on this planet. My mother is named Delia, she's a planet Moan native, and my father is named Takal, he's a celestial wolf. I also have 3 older brothers and 1 younger sister, my sister she. Enough. Marcus spoke up to interrupt her, his brows knitting even tighter. I only asked for your name, there's no need to say so much. Delta blinked her amber eyes, looking perfectly matter of fact, and the tip of her tail gently hooked his hem. Because you are my boss, and the boss has the right to know everything about me. I want to tell you everything about myself. Alan, to the side, was shaking with suppressed laughter, winking at Marcus with an expression that clearly said, see, how loyal she is. Marcus completely ignored Alan's teasing demeanor and fixed his gaze on the sincere-looking Delta before him, his tone flat but his attitude firm, directly cutting off her hopes. I'm only here because I'm following this guy. Once he completes his mission, we will leave here completely. So I don't need a follower, and I won't stay on this planet. You don't need to follow me. This cold rejection did not dampen Delta's resolve in the slightest. Her amber eyes remained bright and fiery, her black and white long tail swaying back and forth incessantly, the fluffy tip sweeping across the ground repeatedly, revealing an obstinacy carved into her bones. As a mixed-blood descendant of a planet Moan native and a celestial wolf, she had strictly adhered to the ancient rules passed down by both clans for thousands of years since she was a child, never having wavered in the slightest. She tilted up her delicate face, her gaze earnest, without any shyness or hesitation, and straightforwardly stated her intentions and the clan's rules. I don't care. The rule for our mixed planet Moan and celestial wolf bloodline is just like this. When you meet a strong person who can defeat you and whom you completely acknowledge, you must follow them, unite with the strong person, and breed offspring with even stronger bloodlines. You defeated me with your own hands, you are the most amazing and strongest person I have ever seen in my life, and you look much better than that one-eyed person next to you. So I'm sticking with you, I must have strong children with you. The straightforward and explosive words echoed through the forest, instantly making the atmosphere very subtle. Alan, who was suppressing his laughter while watching the show, saw his smile freeze instantly. He never expected to be dragged out for comparison and to be ruthlessly looked down upon for his appearance. His face fell instantly, and he instinctively covered his only eye, looking aggrieved and incredibly dejected. He muttered in a low voice, his tone full of refusal to accept it. What is this? Among our Unopa people, I am a recognized top-tier handsome guy. Her aesthetic is just too poor. Marcus completely ignored Alan, who was secretly aggrieved and muttering to himself, letting him struggle alone in place with his issues regarding his looks and her aesthetics. All his attention fell on the unreasonably stubborn Delta before him, his brows revealing a touch of helplessness and a headache. Marcus sighed lightly, looking at the single-minded Delta who refused to give up, and finally relented, throwing out a condition. If your parents agree to let you leave the planet and travel far with us, then I will allow you to follow. Upon hearing this, Delta's amber eyes instantly burst with dazzling radiance, her black and white long tail wagging frantically in excitement, hitting the ground and kicking up fine dust. No problem. My parents are the most reasonable people. As long as it's a strong person I've acknowledged, they will definitely not stop me. I'll take you to find them right now. Before Delta finished speaking, she grabbed Marcus's wrist firmly and, without saying anything else, dragged him forward. Alan, left in the rear, watched the two walk further and further away, and hurriedly shouted, "Wait for me." He quickly chased after them. Marcus allowed her to hold his wrist tightly, turned his head to look at the chirpy Delta along the way, and asked, "Why did you attack us just now?" Delta didn't stop her pace, her black and white long tail swinging lightly behind her, and she explained straightforwardly, "I was originally training in the nearby forest. I saw you two from afar and immediately sensed the powerful aura on you, judging you to be top-tier experts, so I took the initiative to strike and test you. The result was the same as I expected. That one-eyed person was able to fight with me for a long time, but your strength, boss, is far beyond mine. You were able to defeat me easily." Alan, who had just caught up with the group, happened to hear this, and hearing her still calling him one-eyed person every other sentence, he immediately stepped forward and corrected her hurriedly. "I have a name. My name is Alan. Stop calling me one-eyed person." Delta replied casually, "I know, the one-eyed person who was defeated by me." Alan felt a breath stuck in his chest, and just as he was about to argue, Delta suddenly raised her hand and pointed forward, directly interrupting him, and said loudly, "We've arrived, the capital of planet Maoan, Soak City." Marcus and Alan looked up in the direction her finger was pointing, and a peculiar city was vividly unfolding in their field of vision. Primitive dwellings built of rough stone and beastwood were scattered and arranged, and intertwined with them were cold glowing metal suspension tracks and floating energy towers. The wild, primitive local architecture and various interstellar high-tech facilities merged and coexisted, outlining the unique style that belonged solely to planet Maoan. Stepping into Soak City, a street full of novel sights instantly unfolded before their eyes. The ground-level roads were divided into 3 lanes, one side for wooden carriages pulled by native exotic beasts, the other for roaring metal automobiles, and there were even many hybrid creations, sturdy native predators fitted with harnesses, dragging modified motorized bodies, weaving slowly through the traffic. The space overhead was even busier, streamlined hovercars shuttled back and forth, many local residents skimmed the low altitude on glowing hoverboards, and winged beasts carrying passengers and small single-person aircraft flew crisscross, with all sorts of flying contraptions that left one dazzled. The pedestrians on both sides of the street were all kinds of beastkin, mostly people from planet Maoan and Sky Wolf people, mixed with many other mixed-blood alien races. Delta was extremely famous in the local area. Along the way, people kept stopping to smile and wave at her, calling her, "Fourth Miss Delta," one after another, their words filled with awe. Delta did not tire of it, waving casually to respond to everyone while dragging Marcus by the wrist and walking steadily forward, her black and white long tail swaying lightly from side to side. The 3 of them hadn't walked very far along the road when Alan, who had been looking around at the street scene, suddenly turned his head to look at Delta and asked, "Delta, do you know where this planet's planetary defense department is?" Delta's footsteps faltered, and her hand holding Marcus's wrist tightened slightly. She might have been simple-minded, but she was not slow-witted. She looked at Alan with her amber eyes and asked in confusion, "Why are you asking that?" Alan reined in his idle curiosity from the journey, his expression becoming much more serious as he explained earnestly, "I am a planetary evaluator for the Planetary Alliance. My job is to inspect various habitable planets, assess their defense systems and combat levels, and identify interstellar security risks. This is a routine official duty arranged by the Alliance." Upon hearing this, Delta's eyes were filled with surprise. Her amber pupils widened slightly as she subconsciously asked, "You're actually a planetary evaluator? Then, boss, are you also an evaluator for the Alliance?" Marcus shook his head slightly, his tone plain and direct, "I am not." Only he is. Having received a definitive answer, Delta was completely enlightened and no longer had any doubts. She crisply and neatly reported the specific location of the Planetary Defense Department, even providing the shortest route, clearly and in detail. Alan noted the route and immediately prepared to set off. Marcus, standing to the side, saw this and said, "I'll go with you." "No need, no need." Alan waved his hand, his tone relaxed and casual, "It's just routine planetary assessment work, I'm enough on my own. You should just go home with Delta first." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Marcus to speak again, turned around, and walked quickly in the direction of the Defense Department, his figure soon merging into the flow of people in the city. Delta immediately moved closer to Marcus, gently shaking the hand that was gripping his wrist, her tone carrying a soft, tender urgency, "Boss, just let him go by himself. Let's hurry home to see my parents." Having said that, she pulled Marcus tighter and dragged him along the bustling street, walking quickly in the direction of her home. The two of them wove through the crowded streets, talking and walking, and before long, they stopped in front of an imposing residence. The courtyard combined the planet's characteristic wood and stone structure with exquisite interstellar craftsmanship. The walls were neat, the greenery inside was lush, and it was quiet and grand, standing out significantly in the bustling neighborhood. The two stepped into the spacious courtyard, and a small, lively figure immediately rushed out from the house. A fluffy, slender tail wagged happily, and with a leap, the figure threw itself into Delta's arms, its childish, soft voice full of joy, "Sister. Sister. Why are you back so early today?" Delta steadily supported her younger sister with one hand, her eyes gentle, unable to hide the excitement in her heart, and hurriedly shared her adventure of the day. "Roro, let me tell you. Sister met a super powerful person today, the only strong person who could defeat me head on. I specifically brought him back to let mom and dad meet him." Upon hearing this, Roro's eyes filled with wonder. She immediately jumped down from Delta's arms obediently, trotted over to Marcus on her short legs, looked up with her childish little face, scrutinized him from head to toe, and asked innocently, "Big brother, why do you have so little fur?" The sudden, cute question made Marcus pause for a moment, and then a hint of softness appeared in his eyes. He patiently explained, "I am not from planet Maoan, and I am not like your clan, so I don't have thick fur." Roro nodded as if she understood, then looked at Marcus with a face full of admiration, clenched her small fists, and pleaded earnestly, "Then, big brother, since you are even more powerful than my sister, can you teach me how to become stronger? I also want to become super powerful." Before Marcus could answer, Delta immediately stepped forward and spoke first, "Don't worry, Roro. In the future, boss and I will definitely teach you well and make you stronger and stronger." As she finished speaking, she immediately turned to look at Marcus beside her, her amber eyes filled with trust and anticipation, and confirmed softly, "Right, boss." Roro immediately mimicked Delta, opening her big, watery eyes, looking up with her little face, and chimed in softly, "Right, boss." The soft and childish voice was exceptionally endearing. Marcus looked at the innocent and cute little girl before him, the hardness in his heart softening slightly, and finally, he nodded slightly, softly accepting this small expectation. Just then, two figures slowly walked out from the house. One was a woman covered in snow white, soft fur, with gentle and dignified features. She was Delta's mother, Delia. Close beside her followed a man covered in thick, pure black fur, with a tall and burly build, a straight back, and a calm aura. He was Tackle from the Sky Wolf tribe, Delta's father. Delia's gaze fell on Marcus, and she looked at her daughter and asked softly, Delta, who is this guest? Takal followed closely behind, his eyes scrutinizing the strange young man, his tone calm and heavy. You returned early today and specifically brought back an outsider. Has something happened? Delta immediately stepped forward, her black and white long tail swaying lightly, and spoke without holding anything back. Dad, Mom, I fought him in the woods outside the city today and lost completely. According to our clan's old rules, the strong person I recognize is someone I must follow, leave this planet, and go with him. Marcus's expression was calm, and he took over the conversation with a touch of solemnity. The path I am about to take is fraught with crises, and I could encounter fatal danger at any time. I do not want her to act on a whim and follow me into danger. I ask you both to help persuade her, staying on the planet is the safest option. Delta became anxious upon hearing this, hurriedly tugging at Delia's arm, looking up with a face full of righteous indignation as she retorted, Mom, back then, you were defeated by Dad, and despite Grandpa and Grandma's opposition, you insisted on being with him, even saying that following the strong is an instinct in our blood. Now that I've found someone much stronger than me, you wouldn't turn around and oppose me, would you? As she spoke, she turned her head to look at Takal, her amber eyes shining amazingly bright, filled with certainty. Dad, you value the strong the most. You definitely won't oppose me either, right? Delia and Takal exchanged a look, both seeing surprise and relief in each other's eyes. Takal scrutinized Marcus for a moment, sensing the unfathomable, formidable aura within the young man, far surpassing any warrior on the planet. He nodded heavily, his voice deep. Our clan rules are as such, the strong are respected. Since you can defeat Delta, you are the destination she has recognized, and we will not stop her. Delia also smiled gently. When a child grows up, she has her own path to walk. We only hope that you will look after her a little more on the road. Delta's eyes instantly shone like stars, her tail wagging excitedly with a whistling sound, and she gripped Marcus's wrist tightly. See. Mom and Dad both agreed. Marcus looked at Delta, who was gripping his wrist with eyes full of excitement, and then at the composed Takal couple opposite them, sighing silently in his heart. He had intended to decline a few more times, but meeting the young girl's expectant gaze, the words of refusal ultimately died on his lips. For the rest of the day, Delta stuck to his side almost incessantly, chattering nonstop about everything from the layout of the residence to interesting anecdotes about Soak City. Marcus had planned to slip away quietly in the dead of night while everyone was resting, to avoid any messy entanglements later, but no sooner had he silently climbed over the courtyard wall than his ankle was firmly wrapped by a fluffy black and white long tail. Delta was squatting at the base of the wall, her eyes shining like a cat's in the night, and she said aggrievedly, Boss, are you trying to sneak away and leave me behind? Caught red-handed, Marcus paused, and ultimately withdrew his foot. The girl looked simple, but she was surprisingly vigilant about this matter. Time flew by, and it was the next morning. On the dining table were beast milk and grain meals characteristic of planet Maoan. Delia wiped her hands and looked gently at Marcus. Mr. Marcus, are you in a hurry to continue your journey? Marcus put down his utensils, looked up, and asked in return, not particularly. Why do you ask? Actually, it is a secret passed down through our clan for thousands of years, Delia said in a gentle tone. When our ancestors came to planet Maoan, they discovered a strange spiritual plant deep within the planet. Consuming it can increase combat power, so the ancestors named it cat grass. In half a year, this year's cat grass will mature. She paused, then added, I know that you and Delta are already top-tier powerhouses, and there are no records in ancient books of how much it helps warriors of your level, but it should still be of some benefit. If you are not in a hurry, why not wait half a year? It wouldn't be too late to leave after consuming the cat grass. Marcus pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, he secretly thought to himself that it seemed he really couldn't shake off this little tag along and would have to take her with him. Meanwhile, on a distant interstellar route, a pitch-black Viltrum Empire warship was cruising at a steady speed. Inside the bridge, Duer, dressed in the Imperial uniform, stood with his hands behind his back as the communication projection in front of him suddenly lit up. He raised his hand to connect, standing straight, Commander Kark, the conquest mission of planet AK-47-40 is complete. The planetary defense forces have been completely wiped out, and I am leading the ship back. The man in the projection had a cold, rigid face, with a deep, bone-visible scar on his left cheek still oozing blood. It was the Viltrum Empire officer, Kark. His tone was icy as he issued a direct order. Doer, I have a new mission for you. Your return route will pass by planet Moon. I want you to destroy all life on that planet while you're at it. Not a single living soul is to be left behind. As he spoke, a set of coordinates was sent directly to Doer's terminal. After completing the mission, come to these coordinates to rendezvous with me. A second before the communication cut off, Kark raised his hand and wiped hard at the bleeding wound on his face, his eyes full of resentment, and he cursed in a low voice, "Fool white lion. I will make you know the price of provoking me." Spring passed and autumn came, half a year vanished in the blink of an eye. On the wilderness where Marcus and Alan had first landed on planet Moon, a strong wind suddenly swept up. Two figures collided in midair with a boom, the dull roar shaking the ground and kicking up dust, while surrounding gravel was sent flying by the shockwave. Marcus's figure was as steady as a rock, his fist enveloped in the sound of breaking wind as he smashed straight toward Alan's face. As Alan dodged to the side, he slammed his elbow toward Marcus's ribs, his movements so fast only afterimages remained. Over the past 6 months, the two had sparred whenever they had free time. Alan was already the most perfect genetic warrior of planet Europa, and his combat power had steadily climbed through each practice session with Marcus. Meanwhile, Marcus was also continuously improving his own combat capabilities. Well fought. Alan shouted, his figure suddenly accelerating and instantly breaking the sound barrier, causing a piercing sonic boom to explode over the wilderness. His fists poured out like a rainstorm, each punch carrying enough force to shatter mountains, the wind from his punches flattening all the grass on the ground. Marcus did not dodge or evade, instead throwing his own fists to meet them. The moment their fists collided, a transparent shockwave expanded violently from the center of the two, the ground beneath their feet instantly cracking, with spiderweb-like fissures spreading dozens of meters away. The immense recoil sent both of them flying backward, but they adjusted their figures in midair and charged at each other again. Alan knew that Marcus's strength was formidable, so he decided to leverage his own flexibility, flickering constantly and moving at high speed around Marcus to look for openings. However, Marcus's reaction speed was not slow in the slightest. No matter which direction Alan attacked from, he could accurately block, and could even predict the trajectory to counterattack in advance. "You guy, you're getting stronger and stronger," Alan shouted with a laugh, his tone full of excitement. As an inspector for the Planetary Alliance, he had patrolled the galaxy and seen countless powerhouses of various races, but apart from those Viltrum warriors, almost no one possessed a foundation as deep and solid as Marcus's. Alan's fists rained down like a storm, but Marcus, in the midst of the high-speed movement, accurately captured the gap where he retracted his attacks to catch his breath. Marcus suddenly exerted force under his feet, sending gravel scattering, and his figure shot into the opening in front of Alan's chest like an arrow. His right fist blasted out from an extremely close distance, the fist tip carrying heavy, fierce force, slamming solidly into the center of Alan's crossed arms. Boom! A dull thud exploded, and Alan was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string, his body flipping twice in the air before he barely stabilized. When his feet landed, he slid several meters, his boot soles plowing 2 deep furrows into the grass. "You're the one getting stronger and stronger," Marcus said, withdrawing his fist and standing still, his breathing steady as usual. "Every time you recover from an injury, you become stronger, it's exactly like the Viltrumites." Alan shook his numb arms, a look of surprise appearing on his face, and his single eye blinked. "To be honest, I didn't expect to have this ability either. I've been executing missions in the galaxy for decades, and apart from the first time I encountered a Viltrumite, no one else has ever been able to hurt me." Just then, Delta's clear voice came from afar. "Boss." A black and white figure rushed out of the forest like the wind, moving so fast it left afterimages. In just a few seconds, she dove into Marcus's arms, her fluffy tail wagging happily non-stop. "Boss. The cat grass has matured." Mom is brewing the medicinal liquid, let's go back quickly. A total of 4 plants grew this year, and even one-eyed Alan gets a share. Alan was slightly stunned upon hearing this, scratching the back of his head, his tone carrying a bit of uncertainty. Marcus is your boss, so it's no problem for you to share with him. But I'm just an outsider, is it okay to share with me? If you give it to me, there will only be 2 left. Delta slid down from Marcus's arms and stood straight, her black and white long tail swaying gently behind her, her tone matter of fact, no problem at all. I am the strongest warrior on this planet, so of course, I get to decide how the cat grass in the clan is distributed. I can share it with whoever I want. Alan was amused by her righteous attitude, turned his head to glance at Marcus, as if saying, your little sidekick is quite generous. Then he nodded at Delta, his tone sincere, then I won't stand on ceremony. Delta's eyebrows arched in satisfaction, and she turned to run back the way she came. After running a few steps, she turned back and shouted, hurry up. Mom says the medicine is best drunk while hot. Marcus and Alan exchanged a look, and both took off into the air simultaneously, flying toward Soak City. Marcus and Alan took to the air to follow Delta, who was jogging all the way, and soon returned to Delta's home. When the 3 entered the courtyard, Delia was just coming out of the kitchen carrying an earthenware pot. The rim of the pot was emitting a pale green steam, with a crisp scent like soil turned over after rain. Just in time, it's freshly brewed. She placed the earthenware pot on the table, lined up 4 coarse ceramic bowls, and poured the medicinal liquid into them. It was clear and lustrous, with a thin layer of sheen floating on the surface. Delta had already picked up a bowl, brought it to her nose to sniff, curled the tip of her tail in satisfaction, and tilted her head back to gulp it down. Alan also picked one up, glanced at Marcus, hesitated for half a second, and then followed suit, drinking it in one gulp. Marcus picked up the remaining bowl. The medicinal liquid was lukewarm. The first sensation upon entering his mouth was bitterness, which immediately melted into a long-lasting sweetness, like some deep-rooted plant slowly unfolding on his tongue. He put down the bowl and subconsciously sensed the state of his body. The attribute panel appeared silently in his consciousness. Super strength. Level 4, 34%. Super durability. Level 4, 43%. Super mental power. Level 4, 61%. Super speed. Level 4, 33%. Biofield. Level 3, 90%. After half a year of accumulation, the numbers had climbed steadily, but there was still a considerable distance to the next level. He was just about to close the panel when he suddenly noticed the number in the strength column jump, from 34% to 35%. The panel was updating in real time. He looked up at Alan, who was looking down at his own palms, flexing his fingers slightly as if feeling some subtle change. Delta had already put down her bowl, her tail flicking rapidly behind her, her amber eyes sparkling. I feel like there's energy moving inside my body. Delia watched the 3's subtle reactions and spoke softly to explain, the effect of the cat grass medicine won't erupt all at once. After drinking it, the medicinal power will last for a whole day, slowly permeating your bodies and raising your physical constitution bit by bit. Just as she finished speaking, a sharp, piercing air raid siren suddenly rang out over Soak City, tearing through the quiet afternoon. Public broadcasts across the streets started simultaneously, and a calm but hurried male voice began broadcasting in a loop throughout the city. Attention all citizens, an unidentified flying object is approaching the planet, please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. Repeat, please proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. The broadcast echoed through the streets again and again, and the atmosphere in the courtyard instantly tightened. Takal immediately grabbed his youngest daughter, Roro, his face full of anxiety, and Delia also subconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, full of unease. Marcus, Alan, and Delta all turned to look at each other. No extra words were needed, they all read the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Delta's tail suddenly stiffened, the joy from tasting the medicine completely dissipated. She turned to look at her parents beside her, her tone firm but with a hint of comfort. Mom, Dad, take Roro and go to the underground shelter quickly. Leave the invaders to us, I won't let them destroy Soak City. Takal and his wife knew their daughter's strength. With the crisis imminent, there was no time for delay. They just hurriedly told her to be careful, then took little Roro and rushed out of the courtyard, heading towards the shelter passage deep in the district. Marcus turned slightly and whispered to Delta, "Get on, we're heading straight to the Defense Department." Delta leapt up, climbing onto his back along his already tense spine. She wrapped her arms around his neck and clamped her legs firmly around his waist. Her tail wrapped tightly around his waist and abdomen, securing her entire body firmly to his back. Marcus took off into the sky with Delta on his back, and Alan followed closely behind. The three figures drew straight trajectories over Soak City, heading straight for the Defense Department. The wind whistled past their ears. The streets below were crowded with fleeing citizens, and panicked cries rose one after another. Delta lay on his back, her fingertips unconsciously tightening. Meanwhile, outside the low orbit of planet Maoan, a jet-black Viltrumat-style warship was slowly decelerating. Inside the bridge, Dur stood with his hands behind his back in front of the main console, the projection screen reflecting the pale blue outline of planet Maoan. "Sir, the ground air defense system has locked onto our position," the Imperial slave soldier at the console reported truthfully. Dur's expression didn't fluctuate in the slightest, discovered. "Then there's no need to hide." He raised his hand and pressed a key on the main control panel. The warship's outer coating changed instantly, the light-refracting stealth camouflage layer deactivated, revealing the cold metal hull, like a deep-sea behemoth that had completely bared its fangs. But he didn't order to fire, nor did he let the warship enter the atmosphere. "Stay in orbit and wait for me to return." Dur left this sentence behind and turned to walk towards the airtight door at the stern. The moment the hatch opened, a vacuum rushed in. He kicked off with his soles, and his entire body broke away from the warship, diving towards the blue and brown interlaced planet below. A few seconds later, he pierced through the atmosphere. Blinding flames surged on his body surface, but they dissipated before he landed. He passed through the clouds, and below was a vast expanse of urban buildings, the strange style of mixed metal and wood stone fully in view. The ground defense system locked onto the target the moment he entered the atmosphere. Turrets rotated, energy charged, and laser beams shot from all directions simultaneously. Thick beams of light tore through the air, accurately hitting the black figure falling at high speed. Boom, boom, boom. Dense artillery fire exploded on Dur, and smoke and flames swallowed him whole. But the next instant, that figure broke out of the smoke from the center of the explosion, completely unharmed, not even an extra wrinkle on his uniform. He was expressionless, continuing to accelerate. Next came missiles. Hundreds of interceptor missiles were launched from various places on the ground, trailing scorching white exhaust, swarming like a swarm of bees, and exploding one after another around Dur. The deafening chain of explosions echoed in the low altitude, and fireballs layered and filled half the sky. But that figure was still completely unharmed, not even deviating from his course by a fraction. Dur dove straight to the sky above the urban area, then changed from a dive to ultra-low altitude horizontal flight. He sped along the ground at extreme speed, his speed soaring to the limit, and the terrifying sonic boom shockwave exploded behind him. Wherever he passed, the streets cracked, and the high-rise buildings on both sides collapsed with a rumble. Fragments of walls and glass shards splattered everywhere, and the hard road surface was plowed into deep gullies by the high-speed air waves. Transport trucks weighing several tons were directly flipped and rolled, and the entire block was instantly twisted into a chaotic ruin by the violent kinetic energy. Some people couldn't escape in time, were thrown away by the shockwave, hit the ruined walls heavily, and fainted immediately. In more distant buildings, glass curtain walls shattered in sheets, falling like rain, causing the fleeing crowds below to scream and run. Dur's gaze didn't land on the ground at all. He seemed to be moving his body casually while flying, completely ignoring everything in front of him, leaving only devastation everywhere. On the other side of the city, Marcus, Alan, and Delta, who were flying at high speed towards the Defense Department, simultaneously noticed the disturbance in the distance. The earth was trembling, and muffled explosions came from the edge of the city, as if some giant object was tearing through the entire city at an unimaginable speed. A visible shockwave was spreading horizontally, and a black line was speeding along the ground at supersonic speed, shredding everything in its path. Delta lay on Marcus's back, her amber pupils suddenly contracting, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Boss, that person is destroying our city. She looked at the constantly spreading ruins, gritting her teeth, and a moment later, she said urgently, Boss, throw me over there. Marcus didn't ask more, nor did he turn back. His figure, which was originally moving at high speed, didn't pause for a second. His muscles suddenly tightened, and his right hand grabbed Delta's lower back. Using inertia and the explosive power of his waist and abdomen twisting, he threw the Delta on his back forward fiercely. The force was precise, the angle tricky, like a precision-guided shell, shooting straight towards the black figure that was raging. Carrying the sharp wind of breaking through the air, Delta instantly blocked the path of Dur's high-speed travel. Her black and white tail was tightly stiffened behind her, her muscles tensed to the limit, and her shout filled with anger drowned out the roar of the collapsing sky. Stop it. Dur was suddenly blocked. A layer of disdain rose in his eyes. He didn't slow down at all throughout the process. His 5 fingers suddenly closed into an iron fist, and he swung it straight at Delta. Delta was not afraid at all. The catgrass medicinal power slowly flowing in her body continued to nourish her limbs and bones. She gritted her teeth and threw her right fist forward with all her strength. Boom! The 2 fists collided fiercely without any fancy moves. A circle of white air waves, visible to the naked eye, swept outward from the center of their collision point. The strong wind exploded in all directions, and the remaining rubble and building fragments on the ground were all blown away. Delta only felt a barbaric and terrifying force rushing into her body along her arm. Her entire arm went numb instantly. Her figure flew backward uncontrollably for dozens of meters, and her feet dragged 2 deep trenches on the broken road surface before she could barely stabilize herself. On the other hand, Dur only paused slightly, his feet firmly nailed in midair, not moving a bit. He glanced indifferently at Delta, whose web of her hand was trembling slightly and whose breath was fluctuating. There was no ripple in his cold eyes, only indifference to the weak. Marcus broke free from his constraints and no longer needed to worry about Delta on his back. His physical speed exploded without reservation, his figure turning into a blur as he tore through the dust-filled air, leaving Alan far behind as he reached the combat airspace first. He had just stood steady beside Delta when he heard her, enduring the severe pain in her arm, ask Dur in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you attacking our planet?" Dur stared at the 2 of them indifferently, his tone cold. By order of Commander Cake, we are passing through this planet to clear out all living things. There is no other reason. Marcus kept his eyes locked on Dur and turned his head to speak to Delta beside him in a low, calm voice. Unless you are stronger than them, it is useless to reason with them. Before he even finished speaking, he stomped his foot against the void, his muscles tensing and bulging, and he launched himself straight at Dur like an armor-piercing shell fired from a cannon. There were no tricks or wasted movements, just a pure, physical charge. A sonic boom exploded behind him, and the violent shockwave sent gravel flying as dust billowed into the sky. A trace of surprise flashed in Dur's eyes. He clearly hadn't expected anyone on this low-level planet to dare to launch a direct, head-on assault. He snorted coldly, his fingers clenching until his knuckles turned white, and he threw a punch to meet him. The 2 iron fists collided fiercely in mid-air with a dull, heavy boom like a meteorite striking the ground. A visible ripple of air exploded outward, crushing the already broken road beneath them down by several inches. Marcus's arm trembled slightly, and he slid back half a meter before stabilizing his stance. Dur also retreated half a step, and a ripple of emotion finally appeared on his previously indifferent face. He could clearly feel that the physical strength of the man before him was far beyond the civilization level this planet should possess. Before Dur could speak again, Marcus had already closed the distance. Elbow strikes, knee strikes, heavy punches, every blow carried the force to collapse a mountain, aiming straight for vital points. Dur did not dodge or evade, meeting force with force as they exchanged blows. Each collision erupted with a deafening roar, causing the surrounding walls of the remaining structures to collapse in the aftermath, sending broken bricks and debris swirling through the air. Delta endured the throbbing, severe pain in her right arm and bent her legs to gather strength, preparing to leap into the fray, when the sound of someone cutting through the wind came rapidly from behind. Alan arrived at high speed and landed beside her. His gaze swept over the imperial uniform Dur was wearing, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He hurriedly warned in a low voice, "Careful. He is a Viltrumat." Delta's heart skipped a beat. She had heard of the Viltrum Empire's fearsome reputation. Those interstellar conquerors were all physically formidable and bloodthirsty. She had just never imagined that, one day, such a cataclysm would truly descend upon her home planet. Attack together. Delta gritted her teeth, her long black and white tail lashing out behind her as she used the recoil to launch herself forward first. Alan did not hesitate and followed closely behind. The two flanked Dur from the left and right, and the battle instantly turned into a 3-on-1 fight. Marcus took the brunt of Dur's entire offensive head-on, his fists like heavy hammers as he relentlessly hammered away, pinning down the main force of the enemy. Delta, relying on her agility, maneuvered through Dur's blind spots, specifically targeting his joints and vulnerable ribs with fists and kicks that were nothing but a blur of motion. Alan precisely captured the gaps in Dur's moves, striking whenever his old force had faded and his new force had yet to build, his tricky elbow and knee strikes constantly disrupting Dur's offensive and defensive rhythm. The three coordinated perfectly, their offensive layered and airtight, for a time actually managing to firmly suppress the formidable Dur. Dur's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. He had assumed that clearing out this fringe planet would be a trivial task, and even if he encountered a couple of natives with some strength, they wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. But with the three of them joining forces, the pressure had suddenly doubled. Marcus, in particular, was every bit as strong as him. Every exchange of blows left his hands numb and his muscles and bones aching. "A bunch of low-level lifeforms, how dare you be presumptuous?" Dur roared, his muscles tensing to the limit. He dropped his center of gravity and exerted force, throwing both fists out to the left and right simultaneously. His left fist met Alan's heavy blow, while his right fist, whistling through the air, headed straight for Delta as she attacked from the side. Delta couldn't dodge in time and could only hastily raise her arms to block. With a dull thud, a terrifying, massive force surged through her arms and into her body. Delta felt her chest tighten, and the metallic taste of blood welled up in her throat. She flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing hard into a half-collapsed building behind her. The masonry crumbled, instantly burying most of her body beneath the debris. Delta. Alan's heart tightened. In that split second of distraction, Dur's sweeping kick followed immediately. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest to block, but the force of the kick sent him flying sideways. He rolled over 10 meters across the uneven ground, his arms throbbing with a piercing, excruciating pain, as if his bones were about to shatter. Marcus's expression darkened. Taking advantage of the moment Dur had repelled the other two, he suddenly closed in and swept his right leg hard toward Dur's waist and abdomen. Dur turned hastily and took the blow with his left arm. The crisp sound of bone and muscle colliding was clearly audible. The immense impact force exploded through Dur's entire left arm, sending his airborne body flying backward uncontrollably, where he tumbled through the air several times. Marcus didn't give his opponent a moment to recover. He instantly caught up to the unbalanced Dur and slammed his right fist, fueled by all his brute strength, directly into Dur's face. A deafening, dull thud exploded as Dur's head jerked to the side. He lost all control and plummeted straight down, slamming into the ruined street, causing the ground to shatter into fine cracks as dust billowed into the air. The violent impact made his brain roar, his vision blurred, and his muscles went stiff and numb, leaving him lying in the crater, unable to move. Marcus leapt to the ground and rushed forward, looming over him to rain down blows, his heavy fists smashing repeatedly into Dur's chest, abdomen, and face. The dull sounds of impact were continuous. Dur could only barely raise his hands in a weak attempt to block. Even his formidable physique couldn't withstand such continuous crushing, and blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Marcus's eyes were cold as he raised his right fist high, intending to use a full-strength blow to finish his opponent once and for all. At this critical moment, a blinding glare of fire suddenly lit up in the high sky. Seeing that Dur had fallen into a disadvantage after fighting for so long, the Black Viltrum Empire warship in orbit forcibly broke through all of planet Moon's anti-aircraft fire, tore through the atmosphere, and closed in at low altitude. Dozens of the ship's heavy main guns fully charged, their cold muzzles aiming straight at the entire street below. Delta, who had been buried by rubble, struggled to push away the broken bricks and stones on top of her. Just as she crawled out of the ruins, she looked up and saw the giant warship diving down. Her pupils constricted, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Boss, watch out." Before she could finish, the warship's main guns erupted with heavy artillery fire. Dozens of scorching shells, trailing crimson exhaust, descended from the sky and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the area where Marcus and Dur were on the ground. Roaring explosions erupted one after another, and scorching shockwaves swept in all directions. Large sections of the road instantly melted and shattered, while gravel and scorched dust filled the air. The entire combat zone was completely swallowed by rolling thick smoke and towering flames. The smoke and scorching heat waves slowly dissipated, revealing a shocking, charred crater in the center of the street. The melted and solidified road surface glowed with a dull red residual heat, and debris and scorched earth were scattered everywhere. The roar of the dozens of main cannons firing in unison still echoed in the ears. The entire block was deathly silent, save for the faint sound of heat waves rolling, and unextinguished sparks drifted among the ruins. Delta poked her head out from behind a half-collapsed wall. Her right arm still bore the injury from when Dur had shaken her, and waves of soreness washed over her. She ignored her numb limbs, stood on tiptoe to peer into the thickest smoke at the bottom of the crater, her fingertips tightly gripping the rubble on the wall. That carpet bombing had come too suddenly, leaving no room for evasion or buffer. Her heart tightened, and she even held her breath slightly. Alan stood by her side, his single eye fixed intently on the center of the smoke, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He knew very well the power of the Viltrumite warship's main cannons. Ordinary planetary defenses were like paper under such firepower, let alone resisting with a physical body. Yet, Marcus had stood right in the center of the bombardment, without even any cover. The wind swept past, carrying dust, and the thick smoke finally gradually dispersed, exposing the scene at the bottom of the crater to the two of them. In the very center of the crater, Marcus stood quietly, his biofield slowly receding. The saturation bombardment poured out by dozens of main cannons had its impact completely nullified by this invisible barrier. His clothes were as neat as before, without even a trace of scorch marks or wrinkles, and he was completely unharmed from head to toe. And a few meters away from him, Dur was slowly pushing himself up from the scorched earth with one hand. The injuries from Marcus's barrage of heavy punches remained. Dried blood still stained his mouth and nose, and his face was still swollen and bruised. His standard-issue Imperial uniform had been scorched ragged by the heat of the artillery fire, its edges charred and curled, and he looked utterly disheveled. But it was precisely this indiscriminate carpet bombing that had forcibly disrupted Marcus's rhythm, allowing him to completely break free from the near-death, passive situation. Alan did not miss this moment. His single eye narrowed sharply, his feet pushed off the ground, and he propelled himself from the edge of the ruins, shouting in a low voice, "While he's injured, let's attack together." Delta moved at almost the same time. Her right arm was still aching severely, but she did not hesitate for a second. Her figure cut in from the side, her 5 fingers spread into claws, and her black and white tail taut like a straight line, like an arrow released from a bowstring. Marcus watched the 2 figures rushing out from left and right, then glanced at the blood-covered beast at the bottom of the crater that was currently standing up. Dur's expression was no longer just anger, it was a madness that had burned through his sanity after being pushed to the brink. Marcus moved his feet slightly to follow, shouting urgently in a deep voice, "Watch out." Dur stood up. He pushed off the ground with his uninjured leg and shot up from the bottom of the crater. While still in midair, a hoarse, distorted roar squeezed out of his throat. "You ants! I will kill you." Ignoring his injuries entirely, his muscles tensed violently, and he charged headlong toward the 2 of them. In an instant, the 2 sides were close. Alan's full-force heavy punch struck straight at Dur's face, and Delta's sharp claws simultaneously slashed toward his vital side ribs. Dur did not dodge or evade, meeting Alan's fist head-on with his right fist. Crack! A piercing sound of bones shattering exploded suddenly. Alan's entire right arm was instantly twisted and deformed in the head-on collision. Bone fragments pierced through the skin and were exposed. Intense pain swept through his entire body, and he let out a muffled groan as he flew backward uncontrollably. Almost at the same instant, Dur swept his left leg out, accurately kicking the joint of Delta's blocking left arm. Another crisp sound followed. Delta's left arm was snapped on the spot, and the tremendous force sent her flying, smashing her heavily into the pile of rubble at the edge of the crater, unable to rise again. Having crippled the two, Dur didn't even glance at the flying Alan and Delta. His scarlet eyes locked firmly onto the approaching Marcus, and without pausing, he charged straight at him with the fierce momentum of someone seeking mutual destruction. Marcus did not retreat. He had already rushed toward Dur, and the two collided in the low air like two crashing meteorites. Bang! Marcus hadn't expected him to be this insane. His powered-up heavy punch landed solidly on Dur's face, causing his facial bones to cave in and blood to spray wildly. But Dur was completely oblivious to the pain. His left hand formed a blade, and using his momentum, he slashed fiercely at Marcus's chest. Re-up! With a sound, skin and flesh were forcibly sliced open, and a hideous, bone-deep wound ran across Marcus's chest, blood instantly soaking his clothes. Dur pressed his advantage, flipping his wrist, and a second-hand blade struck again with a shrill whistle, aiming directly for Marcus's throat. Marcus did not dodge, raising his hand to block horizontally in the air. PFF'd. The razor-sharp hand blade pierced directly through his left palm, the fingertips protruding from the back of his hand, leaving a shocking, bloody hole. Just as Dur was about to pull his hand back to attack again, he discovered his wrist was being gripped tightly. Marcus's 5 fingers locked onto his wrist bone like a steel hoop, and no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't pull it back even a fraction. In the very moment of Dur's shock, Marcus's right hand, gathering all his strength, formed a blade and thrust forward cleanly and decisively. PFF'd. The cold hand blade pierced straight through Dur's chest, precisely crushing his heart. Dur's whole body stiffened violently, the fierce light in his eyes instantly dissipated, and his body went limp and hung down. Marcus expressionlessly withdrew his right hand that had pierced the heart, blood dripping down between his fingers. He then gripped Dur's shoulder, exerting slight force to slowly pull out the hand blade that was stuck in his left palm. The bloody hole in his palm was still bleeding continuously. He didn't even glance at the 2 serious injuries on his body, looking up at the high sky instead. That black warship was still exchanging fire with the planet Moan defense forces, streaks of artillery fire continuously tearing through the sky. The next second, Marcus stomped hard on the empty air, and a sonic boom exploded around him. Ignoring the intense pain in his chest and palm, he turned into a streak of blood-colored light and shot straight into the clouds, using his own physical body as the sharpest weapon, slamming fiercely into the warship's hull. With a thunderous roar, the thick alloy hull was forcibly pierced through by him, and the interior of the ship instantly exploded with a sky full of metal fragments and electric sparks. He did not stop, dashing back and forth at high speed inside the warship, once, twice, 3 times. Each penetration carried destructive power, and the ship's energy pipelines, main cannon structures, and power core were shattered and destroyed one after another. In just a few breaths, the entire warship was completely paralyzed, losing all power, and the massive hull trailed rolling black smoke and flames as it lost balance and fell from the high sky. Marcus pierced out from the bottom of the hull for the last time and circled beneath the warship. He no longer continued to ram inside. He held the main keel of the hull that was breaking apart with both hands, his muscles tensed, his teeth clenched tight. The wound on his chest reopened as he exerted force, and blood flowed down along his abdominal muscles. He held the hundreds of thousands of tons warship, slowly and steadily turning, then flew toward the empty wilderness on the outskirts of the city, finally throwing the warship wreckage steadily onto the uninhabited open ground. After a thunderous crash, smoke and dust shot into the sky, and this interstellar massacre crisis was thus completely ended. 3 days later, inside the Central Hospital of Soak City, after emergency cleaning and repairs, the damaged ward had resumed basic operations. The air was filled with the pungent scent of disinfectant, mixed with the faint, bitter aroma of medicinal herbs unique to planet Moon, quietly lingering in every corner of the corridors and wards. Inside the private recovery room, the light was bright and soft. Marcus sat on the edge of the bed by the window. The hideous hand blade wound that had spanned his entire chest had completely scabbed over, with new, pale pink flesh growing in neatly, like a shallow, healing crack in the earth, shedding the shocking bloodiness from before. The bloody hole that had completely pierced his left palm had also mostly healed within just 3 days, leaving only a few small, dark scars lingering in the center of his palm. The self-healing ability inherent in the Viltrum Empire bloodline allowed his injuries to recover very quickly. He slowly flexed the knuckles of his left hand and frowned slightly. A dull, stiff soreness still lingered in his joints, but it no longer affected his ability to exert force or fight. His combat capability had basically been restored. Just then, the sliding door of the ward was gently pushed open, and Delta slipped in sideways. Her entire left arm was secured in a professional orthopedic splint, tightly wrapped in layers of bandages and slung around her neck, unable to move. Her long, black and white tail, which usually flicked around with agility, now hung listlessly behind her. But the moment her gaze fell upon Marcus by the window, her amber pupils instantly lit up, sweeping away the lethargy of the past few days. Boss, are your injuries healed? Just about. Marcus slowly stood up, his gaze falling on her slung arm, his tone gentle, and you. Delta shook her slung arm, and her tail began to sway gently again. Her tone held a hint of ease and certainty. I'm fine. With the recovery ability of his people from planet Moon, in 6 or 7 days at most, the splint can come off, and I'll be able to spar with you again, boss. As she spoke, she stepped closer and poked the new, pale pink scar on Marcus's chest with her uninjured hand. Her amber eyes were filled with unquestioning trust. It's actually you, boss, who was hurt much worse than me. Let me take care of you for the next few days. Marcus raised his hand and gently brushed away her restless fingertips, his tone flat. No need. Just focus on recovering yourself first. Delta pouted and flicked her tail in dissatisfaction, but the brightness in her eyes didn't fade at all. Just as she was about to say something else, the ward door was pushed open once more. Alan stood at the doorway. His entire right arm was wrapped in thick bandages and secured in a sling across his chest. The fatigue under his single eye had lessened significantly compared to 3 days ago, but his expression was more solemn than ever. You're both here. Good. He walked into the ward, pulled the door shut behind him, pulled up a chair, and sat down. Without any small talk, he got straight to the point. Marcus, Delta. We need to talk about what to do next. He raised his left hand, pulled a palm-sized holographic projector from his coat, and pressed the switch. A light blue star chart hovered between the three of them, rotating slowly. His finger traced an arc across the star chart and landed on the region marked with the blue emblem of the Alliance. This is the star region under the jurisdiction of the Planetary Alliance. Departing from here, it's about a 2-week journey. Alan's voice was unusually serious. His single eye moved away from the star chart and swept over the two of them. His tone was low and heavy, carrying an unquestionable, realistic coldness. You should both be aware that this trouble has escalated completely. A warrior of the Viltrum Empire has died on planet Moon. An Imperial warship has completely crashed on this land. His fingertip pointed to the pitch black, blank star region on the chart, the remote area where planet Moon was located. The rules of the Viltrum Empire have always been zero tolerance. Whenever an alien race kills their people or destroys their warships, they will never let it go. Now that his entire force has been wiped out and died here, it won't be long before the news reaches the Viltrum Empire. And then, there will definitely be stronger and more Viltrumites crossing the Star Sea to come for revenge. The air in the ward seemed to have its temperature sucked away in an instant. Delta's tail, hanging behind her, suddenly tensed, and her amber pupils constricted slightly. She opened her mouth, wanting to say, if they come, we'll just kill them back, but when the words reached her lips, she found she couldn't say them. She had personally experienced Dur's power. Just that one punch had numbed her entire arm and smashed her into the ruins like a rag doll. And for Marcus to kill him, his chest had been torn open with a wound deep enough to see bone, and his palm had been pierced through, he had almost lost his life. What if those who came were stronger than Duer? What if there was more than one? So, Alan's gaze fell on Delta's face, his tone softening a little, but his content was not the least bit euphemistic. I suggest you evacuate planet Moon immediately, have all the residents board the transport ships and freighters, and come with me. Go to the Star region under the jurisdiction of the Planetary Alliance. There are Alliance fleets stationed there, and the Viltrum Empire won't dare to cross the border openly for the time being. Delta didn't answer immediately. Her tail slowly drooped behind her, the tip gently touching the floor, motionless. Marcus leaned by the window, not urging her. Alan also fell silent, his single eye watching her quietly. After a long while, Delta took a deep breath and slowly raised her head. You're right. Her voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out of her throat bit by bit. There were no tears in her amber eyes, but they were veiled in a gray, dim light. The fearlessness and flamboyance she had possessed in the past were now shattered completely. I grew up on this planet. That forest outside the city, I trained there for decades. Every street in the city, every neighbor, I know them all. I thought I could protect them. She looked down at her left arm slung around her neck and forced a bitter smile, but I couldn't even stop one of them. If Boss hadn't been there, I would have died long ago. If you guys hadn't been there, there wouldn't be a single living soul left on this entire planet right now. She raised her head to look at Alan, her eyes filled with the exhaustion of having her pride crushed by reality, but more than that, a determination made through gritted teeth. I agree. We'll go. Everyone, we all go. Alan looked at her, silent for a moment. He didn't say any words of comfort, just nodded solemnly. I'll go contact the Alliance patrol fleet and have them send escort ships to receive the refugees. Alan stood up, put away the holographic projector with his uninjured left hand, and turned to walk toward the door. The door closed gently, leaving only the two of them in the ward. Delta stood by the bed, her tail lying limply on the floor. Marcus walked up to her and looked at her lowered head. Those black and white furry ears were drooping softly, like a young animal drenched in a rainstorm. He didn't say anything like, "You did the right thing," but simply raised his left hand, which still bore the scar on its palm, and pressed it gently on her head, pausing for 2 seconds. Let's go. Go tell your parents. Delta's shoulders trembled. She raised her uninjured right hand, rubbed her eyes hard, then stood up, took a deep breath, and her tail began to sway again, though much slower than usual. At least it was no longer dragging lifelessly on the floor. 1 week later. 80 kilometers west of Soak City, various types of starships were parked on a vast, temporarily leveled clearing. Civilian transport ships, old-fashioned freighters, modified private shuttles, and even a few retired colony ships, their thrusters still bearing the marks of repaired welds. All the ships' engines were preheated, their low hums merging together, causing the fine gravel on the ground to tremble slightly. The clearing was bustling with people. Cat folk, Sirius folk, and a few other alien races moved slowly along the temporarily erected boarding ramps, carrying backpacks, holding cubs, and supporting the elderly. No one was making a scene. Occasionally, the crying of a child would ring out, only to be softly soothed and hushed by an adult. Marcus stood on a raised hillock at the edge of the clearing, overlooking this migration. After a full week of recovery, his wounds had completely healed, leaving only a faint, light pink mark on his chest, and the scar on his left palm had faded into an inconspicuous light color. Familiar footsteps came from behind. Alan and Delta walked up the hillock one after the other. The bandage on Alan's right arm had been removed, clearly indicating that his bone injury had completely recovered. Delta followed behind him, the splint on her left arm finally removed. Her long black and white tail had regained its former vitality, swaying briskly from side to side behind her. Boss. Delta hurried to Marcus's side, following his gaze toward the massive boarding queue on the clearing. She was quiet for a moment, her tail tip gently hooking around Marcus's wrist. Alan walked to the other side of Marcus and stood still, his single eye sweeping over the ready-to-depart fleet below, his tone lightening a bit. The Alliance's escort ships are already waiting in orbit. 2 patrol ships are enough to safely escort this group to their destination. Marcus nodded, turned to look at Alan, and said calmly, Alan, I won't be going with you. Alan was slightly stunned, then immediately understood. Marcus continued, his voice devoid of fluctuation. I'm going to Earth. I asked Captain Lobster for directions before, and I remember the route. Alan looked at him, silent for a moment. Then, his single eye crinkled, and a hearty smile appeared on his face. He didn't try to persuade him otherwise, just reached out and patted Marcus on the shoulder. All right. Then I'll see you on Earth later. As soon as he finished speaking, Delta beside them suddenly looked up, her tail stiffening abruptly, and without thinking, she blurted out, Boss. I want to go with you too. Marcus turned slightly upon hearing this, his gaze landing on her face. His expression was calm, without a hint of surprise, and he spoke indifferently. If you go with me, what about your kin, your family? Are you going to abandon them? This sentence was like a basin of lukewarm water poured over Delta's burning impulse. The eagerness on her face stalled slightly, her fingers hanging by her sides curled, and the ear tips that had been perked up high quietly drooped a bit. Delta looked back. On the clearing below the hillock, the boarding queue was still moving slowly and orderly. Her brothers, wearing armbands of the temporary security team, were standing on both sides of the passage maintaining order, occasionally bending down to help up cubs who had tripped. Takal was supporting Delia as they stepped onto the transport ship's gangway. Delia was holding Roro in her arms, and the little girl was waving her small hand vigorously toward the hillock. Delta also raised her hand and waved toward that side. Her tail swayed gently behind her, the movement very slow, like an oar passing through water. Marcus watched her. The wind blew across the hillock, blowing her long, black and white interwoven hair to cover half her face, making her expression unclear. He reached out and pressed his hand on top of her head. The pair of furry ears beneath his palm trembled slightly. After you've settled them down, you can just come to Earth to find me. Delta didn't answer immediately. She lowered her head, the stray hair on her forehead blocking her eyes. After 2 seconds, she replied in a muffled voice, Marcus withdrew his hand and tilted his head toward the bottom of the hillock. Go on. Delta turned around. She walked forward 2 steps, then suddenly turned back, gave him a forceful hug with her uninjured hand, her arms tightening, her tail wrapped around his waist, lingering for only a brief moment. Then she let go, turned, and ran toward the edge of the hillock, leaping into the air. Her black and white figure traced a clean arc and landed steadily at the base of the transport ship's gangway. She did not look back again. Alan stood beside Marcus, watching Delta's retreating figure after she landed, and laughed with his arms crossed. This girl is certainly devoted to you. He lowered his arms, turned to Marcus, his single eye crinkled, his tone returning to his usual heartiness. All right, I'm off too. Her whole family is waiting for me to escort them. I can't just take her cat grass for nothing. He reached out and gave Marcus a heavy pat on the shoulder. See you on Earth, brother. After speaking, he leapt, his orange figure sweeping over the hillock, flying toward the transport ship, tracing a straight trajectory in the air before landing next to the Defense Department personnel. Marcus stood alone on the hillock. The roar of engines below grew denser, and the first transport ship began to slowly lift off, the anti-gravity thrusters beneath its hull emitting a low hum. He stood there watching for a while, until that transport ship retracted its gangway and its hull fully ascended. Only then did he turn around and walk toward where his own medium-sized starship was docked. Marcus stepped into the ship's hatch, and the cabin's life support system automatically lit up with a soft white glow. He sat in the pilot's seat, his fingertips tapping rapidly on the navigation panel, inputting the route coordinates he had noted down from Captain Lobster one by one, confirming the route, calibrating the orbit, and locking in the auto-cruise mode, with an estimated journey time of 2 years. After setting the auto-cruise, he leaned back in his seat, his mind stirring, and opened the attribute panel. The transparent interface unfolded silently before his eyes, and the data on it made his gaze pause slightly. Super Strength. Level 4, 55%. Super Durability. Level 4, 63%. Super Mental Power. Level 4, 75%. Super Speed. Level 4, 53%. Biofield. Level 4, 20%. Marcus stared at the panel for a moment. When he took the cat grass, his super strength was still hovering around 34%. That battle with Duer, clashing head-on, trading wounds for life, and tanking the bombardment of the warship's main cannons, had caused every one of his attributes to surge significantly. Especially the bio field, which had broken through from the peak of level 3 directly to level 4, and had even pushed an extra 20%. He slowly clenched his left fist, the few remaining scar spots on his palm turning slightly white as his muscles contracted. Sure enough, combat was the fastest way for Viltrumites to improve their strength. His gaze continued to move downward, landing on the line of text at the very bottom of the panel. Dimensional travel. Level 1, 1%. Over the past year, he had tried to use this ability every day. Since returning from the boy's universe, he had never stopped. Every time, the result was the same, absolutely no reaction. With a thought, he activated the ability. This time, it was no longer unresponsive. The air inside the cockpit vibrated silently, and a pitch-black void slowly tore open in front of him. Unlike the previous dead silence, he clearly sensed two distinct pulls emanating from deep within the void. One was familiar, leading to the boy's universe, the other was completely strange and unknown. He turned off the autopilot and parked the starship on a nearby desolate asteroid. Marcus stood up, picked up the alloy case containing the medicine, and stepped into the void in one stride. The moment the darkness swallowed his figure, he paused for only an instant between the two perceptions, then turned and walked toward the strange side. The passage closed silently. Inside the cockpit, only the soft white light of the life support system remained, quietly shining on the empty seat. New York, Manhattan. Scorching shockwaves swept through the entire street, carrying shattered glass and dust, while the roar of explosions slammed into eardrums one after another. In the sky, a hideous spatial rift, like a torn wound, continuously spewed out Chitauri soldiers and aircraft. The blue light of energy cannons wove between the buildings, leaving fire and flying debris in its wake. Piercing sirens were completely drowned out by the sound of explosions, and the entire city had become a smoke-filled battlefield. At the intersection of 3rd Avenue and 42nd Street, a police car had been overturned by an energy blast, its roof crushed, the police lights still flashing silently. Two police officers huddled behind the car door. One of the officers gripped the communicator, veins bulging on his hand, his throat already hoarse from shouting, "Boss. We can't hold them off. There are too many of these alien fools." No sooner had he finished speaking than 3 Chitauri soldiers went flying with a dull thud, crashing into the wall by the roadside and falling silent. Steve Rogers retracted his shield and turned sideways, his uniform stained with scorch marks and dust. Having just cleared the 3 infantrymen nearby, he caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of a Chitauri aircraft diving from midair. The rider on the craft raised the energy weapon in his hand, aiming directly at the police car. The blue light at the muzzle suddenly lit up, locking onto the 2 officers hiding behind the car. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked off the ground and leapt up, landing steadily on the dented roof of the police car. He held his vibranium shield horizontally in front of him, completely shielding the area behind him, while shouting in a deep voice, "Get down." The 2 officers instinctively covered their heads and pressed themselves to the ground, their hearts pounding wildly. The scorching energy blast, accompanied by a shockwave, arrived with a roar. Steve Rogers tensed his arm muscles, ready to deflect the force. Yet, the expected massive impact did not come. There was only a dull explosion that went off in front of him, sending dust billowing, but not even a fraction of the shockwave managed to cross the boundary in front of him. Steve Rogers frowned and slowly lowered his shield. The sight before him made his pupils constrict. A young man wearing a black casual hoodie and dark trousers was standing quietly a few meters in front of the police car. He held a metallic alloy case in his left hand. Dressed in ordinary casual clothes, with no armor and no shield, he had forcibly withstood the entire Chitauri energy blast. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in an invisible barrier, with all destructive force blocked out. It was Marcus, who had just stepped out of the spatial rift. Marcus's gaze landed on the round shield in the other man's hand, then shifted to the face he had seen countless times on the screen in his past life. Captain America. Vibranium shield. Chitauri invasion. He instantly understood where he was: the Marvel Universe, the Battle of New York, the very moment the Avengers first assembled. Steve Rogers leapt down from the police car roof, hooked his shield back onto his back, and walked quickly to Marcus. He stood straight, his gaze neither overly scrutinizing nor filled with any unnecessary caution, and he extended a hand toward Marcus. Thanks for the backup. His voice was steady, carrying simplicity and frankness. I'm Captain America, Steve Rogers. Just as Marcus was about to reach out and take Steve Rogers' hand, two sounds tore through the clamor overhead almost simultaneously. For the glory of Asgard. A roar, mixed with the rumbling of thunder, crashed down from the clouds. Thor raised Mjolnir high. Thick, dark clouds swirled madly above him, and countless bolts of thunder poured into the hammer. He swung Mjolnir downward violently, and the thunder filling the sky transformed into dense lightning spears, simultaneously piercing through two leviathans advancing toward the city center. The giant beasts' metal bone armor melted and shattered in the electric current, their massive bodies stiffened for an instant in the air, then plummeted to the ground trailing black smoke. On the other side, Hulk's battle cry sounded like the roar of a beast. Hulk smash! The giant green shadow had already leapt onto the back of the third Leviathan. He clasped his fists together like a hammer and smashed them one after another into the beast's skull, each punch shattering bone armor and causing dark purple blood to spray out. After dozens of punches, the Leviathan's skull was forcibly smashed through, and its massive body lost power and plummeted toward the ground. Just as Marcus turned his head to speak, a teasing voice with a metallic resonance rang out from the communicator in Steve Rogers' ear. Captain, our Point Break lead and the big green guy have already taken care of 3 big monsters. Why aren't you doing your job? Who are you catching up with over there? Steve Rogers retracted his extended hand and pressed his fingertip to the communicator in his ear. I've got an expert here helping out, I was just thanking him. An expert? Tony Stark's voice dragged with a lazy tone, the hum of his armor's thrusters passing overhead. How expert? As expert as our Point Break lead and the big green guy. Before he finished speaking, a red and gold suit of armor swept past the buildings, its thrusters tracing an arc in the air. Tony Stark hovered over 3rd Avenue, separated by the entire street, and scanned Marcus from head to toe. Ordinary casual clothes, no armor, no magical artifacts, no mutated body. His eyebrows beneath the faceplate couldn't help but arch high. This is the expert. Tony Stark hovered in midair, tilted his faceplate toward Marcus, and raised an eyebrow. Looks pretty ordy. Before he could finish, Black Widow's voice cut into the communication channel, her tone urgent. Captain, Tony, stop chatting. We've got big trouble. 5 more Leviathans have crawled out of the wormhole. Thor and Hulk are each pinning one down. There are still 3 that need fire support. Tony Stark immediately dropped the teasing, his faceplate locking with a click. Copy that, leave it to me. He had just pushed down on the thrusters, preparing to take off and intercept the 3 giant beasts approaching the residential area, when a dull sonic boom exploded from the ground. He instinctively turned back to look. Marcus was no longer in his original spot. The alloy case was firmly adhered to his side by a biofield. He had transformed into a straight black line, using his own body as a weapon, instantly crashing into the skull of the first Leviathan. Before the sound of the bone armor shattering could even emerge, his figure had already pierced through the back of the beast's neck, bringing out a cloud of dark purple blood mist. Before that Leviathan could even begin to fall, the black line had already turned 90 degrees, piercing through the chest of the second, then entering through the eye socket of the third and exploding out of the top of its skull. The thrusters of all 3 Leviathans shut off simultaneously. Their massive bodies paused for an instant in midair, like machines that had been unplugged all at once, and then fell toward the ground in unison. Tony Stark hovered in the air, his thrusters automatically maintaining balance, but his body was frozen stiff inside the armor. The scanner inside his faceplate was still faithfully refreshing data, target speed, kinetic energy readings, destruction radius, every single item was skyrocketing crazily. The communication channel was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then Tony Stark's voice rang out again, his tone uncharacteristically devoid of any teasing. Fine. Never mind what I said. 10,000 meters above, inside the shield. Helicarrier suspended above the clouds, the command hall was brightly lit, with dozens of giant holographic screens broadcasting every corner of the New York battlefield in real time. Nick Fury stood before the main console, his single eye unblinking, locked intensely on the young figure in the black hoodie on the holographic screen. Street surveillance, optical logs from Tony Stark's armor, satellite-locked flight paths, dozens of data streams were divided into dense windows on the main screen, each one repeatedly replaying the same sequence, the man crashing through 3 leviathans with his bare body. It reminded him of someone. Hill, Fury said without turning his head, his voice extremely low, I want all his files. And the complete data from that moment just now. Maria Hill's fingertips flew across the holographic keyboard. Seconds later, she looked up, her expression like that of someone who had just confirmed a number she couldn't bring herself to believe. Sir, there is no information on him in our database. Facial recognition, biological markers, energy signatures, all 0 matches. Her voice carried unconcealable gravity. Also, his speed just now was. Hill's gaze rested on the flashing red number on the screen, her pupils contracting slightly. 800 times the speed of sound. The air in the command hall seemed to be sucked away for an instant. Several technicians operating the console subconsciously stopped, looking up at the main screen. Nick Fury stared at the young man in casual clothes floating in midair on the screen, his single eye narrowing. He cursed under his breath. He then pressed the communication channel, his voice dropping low. Tony Stark, you should have heard what we said. Do not provoke him, or I'll only be able to send people back to avenge you. Tony Stark hovered in midair, his thrusters spewing flames, his repulsors firing in succession. 2 Chitauri crafts attempting a flanking maneuver instantly exploded into fragments. His voice came through the comms channel, his speech faster than usual, laced with the irritation of a scientist encountering a paradox. Do you really think I'd go and provoke someone who is over 200 times faster than me? He paused for a beat, his armor veering slightly amidst the hum of the thrusters, blasting away another craft that grazed past him. Tony Stark cursed under his breath. Then his tone shifted from irritation to a deeper kind of conflict, the kind of stubbornness that only appears when facing phenomena that are completely unexplainable. 800 times the speed of sound, no shockwave, no damage to the surroundings, this is simply unscientific. Before he could finish, the armor streaked toward the next block of fighting, its thrusters dragging a brilliant gold-red arc across the sky. On the other side, Marcus's figure flashed silently across the entire battlefield. He passed straight through the smoke-filled window of a burning apartment, securely shielding 2 trapped children in his arms, and landed gently beside a fire truck on the street. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 3 blocks away, crushing the energy core of a heavy Chitauri mech with one palm, snapping off the main gun mount with a backhand, and tossing the entire mech aside, smashing it fiercely into the cluster of soldiers approaching the defensive line. The pressure on the police defensive line suddenly eased. Several officers didn't even see who had attacked, they only saw the enemies in front of them suddenly flying sideways. Steve Rogers looked up in the gap between shield blocks at the straight black line weaving rapidly across the battlefield, the corners of his mouth lifting as he said, with this expert helping, the battlefield is much easier. Barton knocked another arrow on the rooftop, pulling the bowstring taut. The black line in his field of vision had already cleared all aerial threats in the entire right sector for him. He released the string, hitting a target on the other side, and said into his comms, I don't know who this guy is, but I'm going to buy him a drink. Marcus's figure never stayed in any one place for more than 3 seconds. Like a precision black missile, he constantly turned and wove through the Manhattan skyline, every landing and flash precisely placed in the most critical areas of the battle. Just then, an unusual flight path entered his peripheral vision. In the distance, a Chitauri individual craft streaked rapidly along the high rises. On the craft, Natasha Romanoff's red hair was blown back by the high-speed airflow. One hand steadied the control stick, while the other pressed against her earpiece as she sped in a certain direction. Less than 200 meters behind her, another craft was in hot pursuit. Loki sat on the craft, his cape trailing behind him in a dark green line, wearing his signature, confident sneer. The scepter in his hand had begun to charge, the blue light at its tip growing brighter and brighter. A bolt of energy shot from the tip of Loki's scepter. Natasha Romanoff yanked the control stick, the craft narrowly dodging it. The energy bolt grazed the right side of the fuselage, blowing off half the tail wing. She gritted her teeth, steadying the tilting craft and attempting to pull up, but the control stick began to vibrate violently in her hands. The damaged tail wing had completely lost its propulsion balance. The craft began to roll uncontrollably to the right, its altitude dropping sharply. Natasha Romanoff looked back. Loki's scepter had finished charging again, the blue light this time brighter than the last. Just the moment before the energy bolt was fired, the Black Widow released the control stick, kicked hard against the craft with both legs, and ejected herself to the side. The energy bolt struck the craft dead center. 10 meters behind her, the entire craft exploded into a fireball. The shockwave of the explosion hit her from behind, completely disrupting her previously controlled trajectory. She lost all leverage in the air, her limbs splayed uncontrollably, falling straight down with her back toward the reinforced concrete dozens of meters below. Marcus had already moved the moment the energy bolt hit the craft. His figure vanished from where he stood, appearing in front of Loki's craft the next instant. The sneer on Loki's face hadn't even had time to fade before he saw a black shadow crashing toward him. Marcus's fist smashed directly through the front armor of the craft, his entire body passing through the interior, and the craft exploded into a mass of twisted metal fragments behind him. Loki's body was like a baseball hit into the air, ejected backward from the explosion's flames, drawing a pathetic parabola in the air as he fell straight toward Stark Tower. His back smashed through the glass curtain wall of the top floor of Stark Tower. The Mind Scepter flew from his hand, clanging as it hit the edge of the helipad, rolling half a circle before coming to a stop. Loki's figure disappeared inside the building, leaving only the lingering sound of shattering glass echoing. Marcus didn't spare him another glance. At the same moment he pierced through the craft, his figure had already descended, chasing in the direction Natasha Romanoff had been blown away by the shockwave. Natasha Romanoff's trajectory was completely disrupted by the explosion, her limbs flailing uncontrollably in the air. The next second, her descent came to an abrupt stop. Marcus's left arm firmly supported her shoulder blades from behind, while his right hand caught the back of her knees, shielding her entire body in his embrace. He carried Natasha Romanoff over the edge of the Stark Tower rooftop platform, his feet landing softly on the helipad. Directly ahead, the portal device powered by the Tesseract was still humming, a beam of azure energy shooting straight into the sky, supporting the spatial rift above that kept spitting out the Chidori army. Marcus set Natasha Romanoff down, released her, and took half a step back. After steadying herself, Natasha Romanoff quickly rotated her shoulder to confirm there were no fractures. She looked up at the young man in the black hoodie standing before her, her lips curving into a self-deprecating smile. "It seems I owe you my life." Her voice was hoarse, but her tone was crisp. "Natasha Romanoff." Marcus. Natasha Romanoff nodded, committing this name, which had no traceable records, to memory. Just as she was about to say something else, a faint sound of boots crushing glass fragments came from behind her. Both of them turned their heads at the same time. Loki emerged from behind the shattered glass curtain wall inside Stark Tower. His cape was torn in several places by shards of glass, there was a bruise on his forehead, and a streak of dried blood still clung to the corner of his mouth. Yet, even so, he held his back straight, chin slightly raised, and wore that same haughty, cold sneer on his face. "Enough." His voice was not loud, but it carried a trembling, barely suppressed tone of someone pushed to their limit, like a guitar string stretched to the point of snapping. "You mortals." He raised his hand, his fingertips sweeping past Marcus and Natasha Romanoff before pointing to the entire battlefield below the helipad. "Do you really think you can stop me? Do you think you can defy a god with your strength, weapons, and tactics?" He took a step forward, arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire burning city. An almost manic arrogance appeared on his face, and his voice rose sharply, drowning out the continuous humming of the portal device. "I am a god. I was born to rule over you. You ants, you pathetic creatures, all of you. Do you think you are powerful?" He was practically roaring, the veins on his neck bulging. You have no idea what true power is. Boom. A dull, heavy thud suddenly exploded across the helipad. Loki's arrogant roar came to an abrupt halt. He was sent flying as if hit head-on by a wild beast, slamming face first into the alloy floor. Centered on his head, the hard deck buckled into a shallow pit several meters wide, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading instantly in all directions. A giant green shadow slowly stood up straight from the edge of the pit. Hulk looked down at Loki, who was twitching and rolling his eyes in the pit, and snorted two thick puffs of hot air from his nostrils. He bent down, grabbed one of Loki's legs, and hoisted him up upside down like a ragdoll. Marcus and Natasha Romanoff stood side by side, watching as Hulk held Loki by the ankle, swung him over his head, and slammed him hard against the floor. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact made the entire top floor of Stark Tower tremble. Loki's head smashed deeper and deeper pits into the floor, sending shards of alloy flying everywhere. Hulk stopped, looked at the limp, mud-like Loki, and let out a heavy snort through his nose. Puny god. He tossed Loki onto the ground and turned to walk toward the portal device, leaving a trail of heavy footprints. Hulk walked up to the portal device, clasped his fists together, raised them above his head, and brought them down with all his might. A deafening boom exploded, and the entire Stark Tower shook. But a layer of azure energy barrier suddenly lit up on the surface of the portal device, repelling all of Hulk's force. Hulk was knocked back 2 steps by the recoil, shook his numb arms, and let out a low roar, clearly not expecting that even he couldn't smash this protective shield. Just then, the door to the stairwell leading inside the building was pushed open. Dr. Eric Selvig stumbled out. His eyes were clear, no longer clouded by the previous mind control, but his face still bore the deep exhaustion left by prolonged mental manipulation. Doctor. Natasha Romanoff stepped forward. Are you free from the control? Selvig nodded. Yes. He walked to the spot where Loki had just fallen, bent down to pick up the scepter, which was still glowing with a faint blue light, and turned to hand it to Natasha Romanoff. His voice was hoarse but unusually firm. The energy of Loki's scepter is identical to that of the Tesseract. Only by using it can we break through the barrier and shut down the portal. Natasha Romanoff took the scepter, her fingertips feeling the faint pulse emanating from the staff. She pressed the communicator at her ear and spoke rapidly. Guys, can you hear me? I can close the portal from here. In the communication channel, the voices of Steve Rogers and Tony Stark came through almost simultaneously. Then shut it down. Steve Rogers' voice was mixed with the dull thud of his shield blocking an attack. Endless Chitauri soldiers are passing through the rift, the defense line is about to collapse. The hum of Tony Stark's armor thrusters was sharp and screeching in the background. Wait, are you sure you have a way to shut down the device? Is Selvig with you? Tell him I like his work, but hurry up. Give me 10 seconds. Natasha Romanoff gripped the scepter tightly and stepped forward toward the portal device. Just then, a low, suppressed voice cut into the communication channel. It was Nick Fury. You cannot close the portal now. Natasha Romanoff's steps came to an abrupt halt. The channel fell into a brief, deathly silence. Fury's voice was cold and heavy, each word tense. The World Security Council bypassed me and issued an order. An F-35 has launched a nuclear missile. The warhead's yield is enough to wipe out all of Manhattan. The trajectory is locked onto the top of Stark Tower, and it is flying toward you at full speed. The air on the helipad instantly froze. Natasha Romanoff gripped the scepter tightly, her knuckles turning white. Steve Rogers was the first to break the silence, without a hint of panic, only the calm of a veteran soldier. Fury, time remaining until the nuke arrives. 3 minutes, maybe less. Tony Stark's voice followed immediately, stripped of all his usual banter, procrastination, and arrogance. I'll intercept the nuke. Tony Stark. Steve Rogers hurriedly tried to stop him. Captain. Tony Stark cut him off directly, his tone exceptionally steady. You know, I'm the only one here who can catch up to the warhead. The roar of the armor's thrusters suddenly spiked. Marcus looked up into the distance. The golden red armored figure in the distance suddenly changed direction, trailing a straight, searing bright exhaust flame, and sped through the air toward the incoming nuke. At the same instant, Marcus's figure vanished from the helipad. Tony Stark's armor had just begun to trail its golden red exhaust, and Marcus had already silently caught up. The red and black figures sped side by side through the smoke-filled Manhattan sky. At this moment, Tony Stark was gritting his teeth, bearing the terrifying downward inertia of the nuclear missile. The armor's overload alarm was blaring piercingly, and the entire suit was nearing critical load. In this critical moment, the visual sensor on the side of his helmet suddenly captured an unexpected figure. The black hoodie was pressed tightly against his body by the high-altitude airflow. He looked relaxed and indifferent, completely unafraid of the high-speed flight and the pressure of the nuclear weapon, as if he were simply strolling through the sky. "No need for all this trouble," Marcus said softly. Tony Stark's helmet turned abruptly, his thrusters nearly losing control and shuddering. "What?" His words hadn't even finished. Marcus had already reached out, gripping the casing of the nuclear missile with one hand, and steadily took it from Tony Stark's grasp. The full weight and inertia of the warhead seemed non-existent in his hand. Then, engaging his core, he tensed the muscles in his right arm and hurled the entire nuclear missile like a javelin, slamming it toward the spatial rift above that kept spitting out the Chitauri army. The nuclear missile, trailing its inertial wake, flew straight through the wormhole and disappeared to the other side of the universe. With less than a second's delay, a silent yet searing white light exploded deep within the wormhole, the light of the Chitauri mothership being completely swallowed by the nuclear blast. Natasha Romanoff stood before the portal device. The moment she saw the nuke pass through the wormhole, she gripped the scepter with both hands and thrust it into the barrier with all her might. The Azure energy barrier shattered upon impact. The tip of the scepter touched the tesseract, and the homologous energies collided instantly. The sky-high beam of light suddenly contracted and collapsed. The edges of the wormhole curled inward like a giant eye slowly closing, leaving only a faint blue line that flickered once before vanishing completely. The sky went quiet. Immediately after, all the Chitauri soldiers still charging across the battlefield froze in place simultaneously. The blue light in their eyes extinguished in unison, like marionettes whose strings had been cut. The aircraft lost control and crashed to the ground, and the Leviathans lost power in midair, their massive bodies trailing black smoke as they crashed down into the uninhabited ruins. The war was over. Above Manhattan, Tony Stark hovered beside Marcus. His faceplate opened, revealing a face still covered in sweat and dust. He looked up at the sky where the wormhole had been, then looked at the man in the black hoodie beside him, remaining silent for several seconds. Then he spoke into the communication channel, his tone recovering its Stark-esque playfulness, though with a little something extra, perhaps the relief of having survived a catastrophe. "Everyone, including our newcomer. I'm buying shawarma later. I know a place." The shawarma restaurant was filled with the scent of roasted meat grease mixed with cheap yogurt sauce. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed, casting a pallid, cold glow across the entire shop. The window glass had cracked from the recent explosion, but the owner hadn't repaired it. He was huddled behind the counter, peering out every now and then, clearly still reeling from the shock of the alien invasion. Thor placed Mjolnir on the floor by his feet and was burying his head in his first shawarma. Banner was draped in a coat scavenged from a damaged shop on the street, the collar hanging loosely over his collarbones. He had remained silent ever since turning back into human form. The table in front of him was piled with aluminum foil wrappers, and a few unopened sodas sat by his hand. No one spoke. The only sounds in the shop were the soft scraping of forks against aluminum foil and the slow, rhythmic chewing, with someone occasionally picking up a water glass only to set it back down in silence. The great battle had just ended, and everyone was still caught in the heavy, lingering aftereffects of the war. Steve Rogers mechanically chewed on a piece of cold meat, unable to swallow it for a long time. Natasha Romanoff twirled a French fry with her fingertips, never once bringing it to her mouth. Barton leaned against the back of his chair with his eyes closed, resting, but his fingers remained poised on the longbow at his side, never letting down his guard. Tony Stark sat at the other end of the long table, holding a fork, never touching the food on his plate. His gaze remained fixed on Marcus, who was sitting diagonally across from him, and his fingers tapped the edge of the table unconsciously, the rhythm growing faster and faster. Suddenly, he dropped his fork onto the plate. The sharp clatter of metal against porcelain shattered the silence. Everyone looked up at the same time. Although I appreciate your help, Tony Stark began, in his signature style, hiding his underlying vigilance and curiosity beneath a veneer of nonchalance. Facial recognition, biological signatures, energy fluctuation records, zero matches for all of them. I've accessed every accessible database on the planet, and it's as if you just appeared out of thin air in this city. Who exactly are you? Tony Stark. Steve Rogers frowned, his tone warning. It's fine. Marcus met Tony Stark's gaze and set his fork down on the edge of the plate. I never intended to hide it. His voice was low, but everyone in the quiet restaurant heard it clearly. The reason you couldn't find any information on me, Marcus met Tony Stark's gaze, his tone flat, is because I was never from this world to begin with. The French fry twirling in Natasha Romanoff's fingertips stopped. So, you're an alien. That's right. But to be more precise, I'm not from this universe. Tony Stark leaned back into his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and wore a look of disbelief. You're saying you came from another universe and appeared here just to help us win this fight? I feel like I'm listening to science fiction. You're wearing a suit of armor you built yourself, eating at the same table as a Norse god and a man who can turn into a green giant. Marcus looked at him. Science fiction should be nonfiction to you. Tony Stark opened his mouth, but for once, he found himself at a loss for words. Barton stifled a laugh in the corner. It was the first sound he had made since the meal began. Thor put down his shawarma, leaned forward slightly, his expression grave. Does everyone in your world possess power like yours? Do you, like Asgard, consider yourselves gods? We would never call ourselves gods. Marcus met his gaze, his tone flat, every word sincere, but any Viltrum Empire warrior can, relying solely on their own strength, crush the civilization of most planets in a single day. Everyone's movements stopped simultaneously. The French fry that had been twirling in Natasha Romanoff's fingertips finally fell back onto her plate with a faint thud. Barton opened his eyes. Banner's fingers tightened unconsciously around his soda bottle, his knuckles turning white. The smirk on Tony Stark's face froze and then faded away. Steve Rogers placed his fork on the table, moving gently. The metal made almost no sound as it hit the aluminum foil. He looked up, his blue eyes fixed directly on Marcus, his voice low, but every word carried weight. You said, destroy. That's right. Marcus did not avoid his gaze. The Viltrum Empire prides itself on conquest. Planets that surrender are incorporated into the Empire's territory, but for those that resist to the death. He paused. The civilization of the entire planet is wiped out. Cities are razed to the ground, and not a single living soul survives. Steve Rogers put down his fork, his voice strained deep in his throat. And what about you? How many planets have you destroyed? The moment those words landed, the air in the restaurant seemed to lose all its warmth. Natasha Romanoff's back stiffened slightly, her gaze locked firmly onto Marcus, her muscles ready to explode into a defensive stance at any moment. Barton's fingers unconsciously brushed against the metal cutlery on the table, the lethargy in his eyes completely gone as he secretly calculated the distance between them. Thor leaned forward slightly, faint, crackling sparks of electricity drifting around him. Tony Stark tapped his fingertips lightly against the table, his brain rapidly running tactical simulations to restrain the other party, not a hint of playfulness left in his eyes. Marcus took it all in. He didn't move, and his breathing didn't even change rhythm. I have never destroyed any planet. His voice remained steady as ever. I was sent on my first conquest mission as soon as I came of age. But I encountered an unidentified alien creature on that planet. During the battle, my traversal ability activated for the first time, and I was thrown into another universe, where I stayed for a whole year. He paused, letting his gaze sweep over every face at the table. By the time I traveled back, the civilization on that planet no longer existed. I found the surviving remnants, and they told me the Empire had sent people to look for me, and they couldn't provide an answer. So the Empire gave them an answer. Destruction. I couldn't accept that. Marcus withdrew his gaze, letting it rest on the now cold plate in front of him, so I left the Empire. As his words faded, the restaurant fell into a brief silence. Steve Rogers spoke first. He looked at Marcus, his eyes full of steady conviction. I believe you. Tony Stark immediately raised an eyebrow, turned to look at him, his tone wrapped in his usual teasing and skepticism. You believe him that easily? Captain Popsicle, your old school, good guy, filter is a bit too thick. Tony Stark. Steve Rogers' tone was steady. If he really wanted to deceive us, he wouldn't need to say his race or conquerors. He could have easily fabricated a more harmless identity, a lost interstellar traveler, an ordinary person who accidentally crossed over, anything. But he didn't. He laid the worst part out on the table first. Thor lifted Mjolnir from by his feet and rested it on his lap. The hammer gave a low hum, as if in agreement. I have lived for over 1,000 years and have seen more lies than there are grains of sand in Midgard. He looked at Marcus, his gaze open and direct. My intuition tells me he is telling the truth. He saved my life. Natasha Romanoff's voice was very soft, but everyone heard it clearly, from under Loki's scepter. If he wanted to harm us, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Barton finally straightened up from the back of his chair, pointed to his own eyes with his finger, and then gestured toward Marcus. I saw him save several children. Carried them out of a burning apartment and delivered them to the fire trucks. He picked up the unopened soda on the table and shook it at Marcus. Besides, I still owe him a drink. Everyone's gaze finally fell on Banner. He had been sitting silently in the corner, with empty aluminum foil wrappers piled in front of him. Being stared at by so many people at once, he appeared somewhat uneasy. He pushed up the glasses that weren't there on the bridge of his nose and said softly, I have no objections. Tony Stark looked around. The look of conviction on Steve Rogers' face, the composure of Thor, the calmness of Natasha Romanoff, the soda bottle in Barton's hand, the helplessness of Banner's slight shrug. Then, he picked up his fork again and speared a piece of cold roasted meat on his plate. Fine, he said, chewing, his voice muffled, the minority obeys the majority. I've never cast such an absurd vote in my life. He swallowed the meat and pointed his fork in Marcus's direction, but later, you have to let me give you a full physical. I'm just curious, on a purely scientific level. Steve Rogers ignored Tony Stark's final addendum. He stood up and extended his hand toward Marcus. Welcome to Earth. Marcus looked at that hand. He reached out and took it. The two hands clasped firmly. There were no explosions, no sudden enemy attacks. Thank you, Marcus said. Tony Stark tapped his plate with his fork from the side. All right, touching moment over. Who can help me call the owner out? This meal is on me. After all, I just saved New York. 1 week later, Marcus flew over Hell's Kitchen, with several stacks of cash he had just borrowed from a gang leader tucked into his jacket pocket. The night wind, carrying the fishy scent of the Hudson River, passed through the gaps between buildings. He kept his speed very low, his biofield smoothing the airflow into silent ripples. Just then, a trembling female voice traveled through the alleyway and reached his ears. Please, spare me, this is all the money I have. Marcus's figure paused in midair. He tilted his head to listen, and more sounds flooded in, the footsteps of 3 people forming a semicircle in the alley, the rough sound of boots scraping against the concrete, and a few lewd laughs muffled in their throats. It doesn't matter if you didn't bring money, one of the thugs spoke up, his voice dripping with greasy amusement. As long as you let the 3 of us have some fun, we can let you go. Marcus turned expressionlessly and dove toward that alley. Just as he was about to land at the entrance of the alley, the space within it suddenly tore open as if someone had ripped it from the inside, creating a gash out of thin air. The edges of the dark red rift spat out tiny arcs of electricity, and the air was compressed, emitting a low hum. A person rolled out of the rift and crashed heavily onto the trash-filled concrete ground. The 3 thugs stepped back in unison. The woman trapped against the wall forgot to cry, staring blankly at the slowly closing rift. Even Marcus hung in midair, narrowing his eyes slightly. The person who had fallen to the ground climbed up. His movements carried an almost habitual agility. He patted the dust off his body and casually straightened his crooked belt. Then he lifted his face. His mask was torn in half, revealing the lower half of an excessively young face, with a smear of uncleaned blood on his chin. His uniform was ripped from shoulder to chest, and the spiderweb pattern was scorched into a blur. But the eyes visible through the broken lenses still habitually curved into a smile. Hey, don't be nervous, I'm just. Halfway through his sentence, he saw the scene before him clearly. Three thugs were blocking a corner in a semicircle, a tear-stained woman was huddled in the corner, and two of the thugs still had their hands in the position of reaching for knives. Those young eyes changed. The smile was still there, but it had shifted from an apologetic smile to another kind of smile. Wow. Spider-Man patted the dust off his clothes. Looks like I dropped into the right place. One thug pulled out a dagger and brandished the tip at him. A cosplay freak, huh? Mind your own business and get lost. Spider-Man tilted his head and made a, hold on, gesture with his hand. Let me guess, you think it's exciting to corner a woman in an alley in the middle of the night, right? And then I got in the way of your fun, so you're going to teach me a lesson with that little knife. He lowered his hand, and his tone suddenly changed. The playful, light-hearted tone was still there, but the layer beneath it surfaced, a kind of utter exhaustion and impatience. I'll be honest with you. I was just chased and beaten by two weirdos, and I'm in a very bad mood right now. So, while I can still talk nicely, put the knives down, let her go, and get lost. The three thugs exchanged glances. The leader spat on the ground, raised his dagger to his chest, and pointed the tip at Spider-Man's face. Who do you think you are? Just because you're wearing a cheap spandex suit, you think you're a superhero. Who are you trying to scare? He took a step forward, and his two accomplices followed, closing in. Spider-Man looked at them, was silent for a second, and then sighed softly. Just as the three thugs were about to make a move, the dark red rift in the alley that hadn't completely closed suddenly trembled violently again. Another figure walked out from inside. The dark red and charcoal black suit was particularly eye-catching in the shadows of the alley entrance. The widened sensor lenses flashed with cold light, and the four metal octopus arms on his back slowly extended, swaying gently in the air. Hidden within the youthful body was the arrogant and sharp soul of an old scientist. Beneath the mask, there was none of the softness of an ordinary Spider-Man, only the cold edge of precise tactical calculation. Following close behind, a round, pink pig figure popped out of the spatial rift. The loose red and blue suit wrapped around a short, sturdy body, the red spider antennae on top of his head swayed gently, a pink pig nose poked out from the opening in the mask, and a pair of huge white lenses darted around. He raised a short hand, his web shooters hissed and sprayed white webs, and a small wooden hammer appeared out of thin air in his other hand. The last figure to land almost blended into the darkness of the alley entrance. On the pitch-black web suit, a huge white skull on the chest was stark and blinding, and the long, narrow lenses scanned the front with motionless cold light. He raised his wrist slightly, the hidden gun barrels in his web shooters aiming at the three thugs, the scent of gunpowder mixed with the cold city wind, and there was no trace of the relaxed smile of an ordinary Spider-Man, only a dispassionate, murderous calmness. At this moment, Octopus Spider-Man tilted his head and glanced at the Spider-Man who had appeared first, the cold light of his sensor lenses flashing in the dark red afterglow of the rift. Number 9700, why haven't you run yet? Spider-Man number 9700, the one who had landed in the alley first. He was just shifting his weight off his limping leg, and upon hearing this, he raised a hand and pointed at the three thugs. I was just preparing to deal with these three thugs before running. Deal with? Punisher Spider-Man repeated the term, his tone devoid of any question, as if savoring an inaccurate term. His long, narrow lenses turned toward the three thugs who were still frozen in place, and he raised his wrist slightly. 3 gunshots almost merged into one. The muzzle flashes flickered 3 times in the shadows of the alley entrance, and before the casings had even hit the ground, the 3 thugs were already screaming and collapsing to the ground. The bullets precisely pierced their knife-wielding wrists and knees, the daggers flew out of their hands, and the 3 of them rolled on the ground, wailing while clutching their bleeding wounds. The woman trapped against the wall let out a short scream, then immediately covered her mouth tightly with both hands. The scent of blood mixed with the smell of gunpowder permeated the narrow alleyway. Punisher Spider-Man lowered his gun, his voice without a hint of inflection, now we can run. He turned to Spider-Ham. That round, pink pig was clutching his chest with his short hands, his huge white lenses wide open. Can't you be a little gentler? I was just planning to knock them out with my hammer. Punisher Spider-Man said coldly. Criminals do not deserve gentleness. He turned his lenses to look at Spider-Ham. Are you sure your device brought us to this universe, where there is someone who can help us turn the tables? Spider-Ham pulled a disc from behind him, with an orange light bead pulsing on the metal chassis. Don't worry, my device won't let us down. Thank you very much for saving me, Spider-Man number 9700 said, holding his shoulder, his voice filled with confusion. But can you explain to me what exactly is going on? Octopus Spider-Man turned his head, just about to speak. The dark red rift in the alley that had already closed suddenly tore open again. Arcs of electricity whipped against the brick walls, and the air was compressed, emitting a low roar. Deep within the rift, two twisted figures were rapidly approaching. Spider-Man number 9700 tensed up. They've followed us here. That's the end of part 2. Part 3 is coming soon.
Thanks for watching my video. Please like and share it.